Ah, hells. I was hoping you wouldn't notice I was gone.
A goblin camp must be near, which means we've not seen the last of them.
This is gonna be a rush. And sacrifice all these people. Please, no power is worth their anguish, Astarion.
Then let it be so. Could any man have wanted a partner more ravishing?
Very well, but I'm keeping an eye on you. And no wisecracks about having us for supper.
I'll always come through.
Till Mizora pressed her lips to his ear. A whisper breathed, a bargain made.
Then we know our mission. All roads converge at moonrise.
Choked to death by cursed shadows. A terrible fate. But I can't abandon you either. Return to Avernus for now, and I'll join you once the city's been put to rights after this disaster.
You spherical git!
God damn it! I'll never be rid of her. The more I want to shake her leash, the tighter she pulls it.
This gear might still be good. It'd be a shame to let it rot here. Nice amulet. I bet Gale would like it.
Astarion, my love, my heart. Breathe deep. Can you smell it?
Imagine bending the will of the citizens with a single decree, and bringing my enemies to their knees with a single threat.
Am I hearing this right? Has the great wizard Gale been keeping tabs on the gate? Consider me flattered.
The blade is my best self. On my best days, I've even lived up to the name. That's the symbol of the Absolute, marked in blood.
The blade of frontiers, ever at your service, and ever in awe of your skill.
I've had enough, Mizora. What do you want?
Incredible. She'll make a powerful ally, all fury and light.
Faccio voco fere!
That tiefling's seen better days. Arabella's mother, I reckon.
A mind flayer. God's damned abomination.
I don't suppose you'd indulge me.
Tiamat made a play for power. Zariel had other plans. That was the most Mizora's ever said. All that mattered was that she got her prize.
What? Lae'zel, no! Stupefaccio!
I wanted you to know the blade, not the shadow he left behind. He still believes in the bow and the blade, but he's teaching the fist a new lesson.
Gods! You raced from the hells only to plunge right back in, all for a damnable fling.
It was worth the sacrifice. All I can give you on that is my solemn word.
He's tottering! Another drink might knock him out.
The book said I'll need to fight myself, and I don't think it meant metaphorically.
Resaccio. That's what I'm here for. My need is greater.
Smell that, Karlach?
I've never been more thrilled to be wrong.
Well, well.
Too dangerous, even for Mistra. But I would sooner trust it with a god than a man, including you.
May he be at peace. We did not see eye to eye, but his every thought, every act was in service to his people. Among men, there was none greater.
My father was tadpoled. Stelmane is dead. The people are frightened and the council's in disarray. I burned with the fires of Avernus and oozed the rot of Dis.
Need to hold on to that.
The coast needs the blade, and I have no intention of turning my back on it.
A fiend makes for poor company, unless it's been stuffed and mounted on your wall.
Voco flagella.
You will too, Karlach. I know it.
Don't you worry. You are a joy to witness. But perhaps we might try a more intimate style.
I can't say the same. Myself, my spirit is being leached out of me.
Are they all like this?
They carved our course. Honor them with each and every step you take.
Good bloody riddance to Mystic Carrion.
I'm knackered. Tomorrow we plan. Tonight we rest. Dissolve!
You don't want a devil at your party.
Perhaps one day you'll change your mind. But if you won't,
At least know this.
Ah!
Justice does not entail granting mercy to monsters. We should not have let this abomination go free.
Coming through!
A helping hand. I should retrieve the amulet. The spirit monk will want to pay his respects to Shira. It would be my pleasure, Karlak. Once the Absolute's been crushed for good.
Shut tight. There must be some way to open it. If they wanted him dead, they would have fed him to the flames at Joaquin's Rest. It serves as headquarters for the Flaming Fist. And their commander, my father.
A hero at heart.
And now you carry doom itself with you as penance. My father would lecture you on the perils of power lust.
Dead gnolls. And is that sulfur I smell?
Reminds me of the Wilden Oak, the acorn I gave you, and the promise I made. Thank you, Karlak. Freshened up and ready to fight.
Corpora sana! Today you fall! Curculus mortis!
We obtain the final 2 nether stones and take back our minds. And the city. From the brain. But I've seen your people in battle. I reckon you are no mere warrior, but a god's damned army. If anyone can overcome this tadpole, it's you. I love the way your nose wrinkles up when you get the scent of a lead for the first time.
Diore!
What in the 9 hells?
But we should get back to the celebration. Unless there's something on your mind. A dead tongue. Whoever worshipped here must be long gone. The Blade of Frontiers. A man hunting the fiends who prey on the weak and claw at the coast. Bloody hells! Where are they taking him? Now, a mere werebear could swat me halfway to arm.
Scab-licking vagrant!
Still, when the time comes, call for the blade. I won't be long to answer.
Benicarator!
I reckon the sister's in trouble. We need to pay Ethel a visit.
Never let it be said you have no heart, Karlak. Were they heading to the Druid's Grove? Absolute. True soul. What's all that about? Have a laugh. Make some noise. I'll be my charming self before you know it.
City watch! Shake the ground!
No getting through that way, is there?
Perish the thought. I have no intention of failing, and neither should you.
Demento te!
I mean, the Blade hasn't exactly lived up to his own reputation. And here you are, cheering me up when I almost tore you down. Relief.
Something poking from his pocket. Might be worth a gander.
And what a gift you've been to me. What an honor to walk alongside a true legend. I see the good in you, Karlak. I promise not to lose sight of it, even when the hells burn hottest. I'm glad you see my very best self. In the moments I'm any less than that, I hope I'll still find you near. How you thrill in the Blade's hunt. The trolls I've torn open, the ghouls I've cleaved, the stories I've been itching to tell.
Veritas! Credo! Oculus!
Whoops. I think you meant purple. Confiscated items. I should find a way in. Could find something useful. Is that the kid Korgo went after? Seems she's learned a new trick. Seems like a century ago that we were all together, but also like no time's passed at all. I wonder what those archives will reveal about us 100 years hence. Well, I admit I've had thoughts about it. In my own way. Where's our Dream Guardian? Busy times. Maybe later.
What in the... All my energy's draining away. Must be these flowers.
Poor thing. A life of torture. We should let her go. Shouldn't we? God damn it, Astarion. A lesser man would sever that well-coiffed head from your neck without a moment's hesitation.
I've got you. What I wouldn't give for a good rest about now.
And 7 years of wondering if I'd ever rid myself of her. Or if I even should. 7 years ago, I was exiled from Baldur's Gate, the city I call home.
Beneath the windmill, someone's in trouble.
I'm a devil. I love the people from the Grove, but I unsettled them deep down.
Ugh.
So you went through with it. You returned Shadow Hearts of Iconia. I hope Karlak makes you happy. You deserve it.
What are you doing?
Bet on the blade.
I fought to right the wrongs of the coast, to slay the monsters that hunt the helpless. If the tadpole must be my curse, then let the powers it grants me be the Sword Coast's blessing. I will consume what I must to make it so.
I would like to know more about this worm.
Defender of the people.
One of them sported a map and some blueprints. If you want all the gory details, Karlak can fill you in. But get this.
Disgusting thing.
The 4 pillars finally rise within me. Courage, insight, strategy, justice.
Intactilisum!
But tonight is for us, and Lily's only 4 months of age besides. I promise the temple will keep her in good care.
Do you feel it too?
Come, meet me inside. Almost as legendary as the warrior facing me now. Pretty sure you felled enough Cambions to build a fortress with their horns. I will give you as many kisses as you need, darling.
Arredissimos!
For real!
Up and at 'em.
Keep out of my mind. I told you, the eyes are rock, nothing more. And that's the end of it.
It would take one special hammer to shatter these rocks. Anything else on your mind? I'm not a man to keep secrets. Not anymore. There must be an activation mechanism somewhere for this.
Putting my talents to use.
Ad lapidem.
You are the red of the sunrise, the yellow of high noon, and the orange of sundown. If you were a song, I'd never stop singing. If you were a psalm, I'd never stop praying. Another nature metaphor. I admire your consistency, Halcyon. Yet we stay devoted. Such is the power of love. To just eat and drink, then finish it all by murdering someone for Shah. These people were monsters.
No, please. Father, let me show you.
Traitor! The blade now comes for you!
A good trick.
Damn it! Is this what critics mean when they call art dangerous?
For real!
Minsk is being tricked. By the hells, we've got to rip him away from that shapeshifter.
Frange!
Made it out. Better get a move on.
Nice. Time to see what's inside. Eltergard. Should have known. We're a good ways from Baldur's Gate.
See that? Part of the Netherbrain. We'll have to climb it once we're close enough.
Tormentum!
Oh, I'm overwhelmed by your selflessness. What have we here? This must be one mighty relic.
An icon of Shah. Shadowheart will want to see it.
Well, anything on your mind?
That was quick. I'm feeling better already.
Flaming fist armor. And fresh blood. That's concerning.
I couldn't even fathom a guess. Though, I doubt we'll need to wait long for answers. Let's not lose sight of what matters. Astarian's gone. Hopefully for good, but let's keep an eye out.
If that changes, don't be afraid to pipe up. I'll get you sorted. You're right, of course.
Somewhere there must be a weak link, a loophole, an exploit.
He gave me no choice. But it's true. I often wonder, what if I'd said the right words, made the right promises?
Horribilissimos!
It is. But that doesn't mean I have to discard you like a rotted carcass.
A goblin healer? She couldn't possibly know a cure. Could she?
Hells! Older Ravengard's been taken!
Oh, how right you are. And how wonderful it is.
I've had so little time for simple pleasures like this in the 2 months past.
X marks the spot. Destination, the base of Moonrise Towers.
I don't think I realized just how much you cared for me. Please, I know you have questions, but for now, I need you safe. We'll talk soon enough. Not just rot. I'd have to fight. Too close for comfort. But thanks to some quick thinking, the Githyanki creche is still standing.
A tiefling corpse. All but gutted too.
How beautiful it must be to know you can hold a hand, caress a cheek after going so long without. Speak up, Chief. You can't just let the clan keep them.
A death ritual, I wager. Necromancers love that sort of thing.
Mazora wouldn't dare risk it as long as I'm more valuable as a warlock.
Hero on demand.
I tried to tell him the truth, but my mouth couldn't form the words. I'd led him to the battlefield, but Mazora had swept it clean.
I don't know whether to hope it was the parasite or not, but we should all be on our guard.
She's leaving. Loretta will be heartbroken.
Quadico fake!
Finders keepers. But I can't. Not when I know I'm killing her out of revenge. And yes, I should have told you sooner. But I am a man of two faces. Of course she'd stick her infernal nose where it doesn't belong. Of course she's dreamt up some risible scheme. Then I'll have your back. Isn't that what friends do?
UBS.
Hey now. What's that? For the best. Death is too good for it. I know exactly what you are. Zariel's... I'm sorry too.
A crypt. And Shira Clarwin's resting place, I reckon.
Your body's a temple. To an idiot god.
What in the 9 hells have we done?
Stronger together.
These ones aren't glowing like the others. I wonder why.
I can't guarantee you a warm welcome in the city. But should you find me, you'll have a seat at my table.
Perhaps. But you can't tell me you didn't have fun.
Fiat lux! Vita mortis cario!
Oh, and a piece of advice. Don't play with devils unless you don't mind getting burnt. I'm not so keen on taking a shadow nap myself. We need to free Nier and get that moon lantern. I am the Blade of Frontiers. I swore to protect the coast from the monsters that prey on it.
Faccio voco fere!
By the 9 hells, think of the stories we could tell. The demons we've disintegrated, the devilkin we've bled.
For you, oh horned cheek!
Shit. Floric's a true friend and ally. We can't let them hang her. By Balduran's beard. Halsin spoke true. The land is swallowed by curse. Together, we are mightier than even the fires of Avernus. We will overcome Karlak. I promise you. Do you, though?
This is not my sacrifice to make. A spell. Though not one I recognize.
Yeah. But what does a world of netherbrains and magic crowns care about the impossible? Baldur's Gate.
The drink! It's turned necrotic!
If Gale's intentions are virtuous, ultimate power will sour them. And if they are not, well, I shudder to think of the chaos he could sow. We meet in a 10-day. If the Diabolist's right, the eye could lead me right to Mazora. It's past time her old pet gets to sink in his fangs.
Vincit qui patitor!
Reeks of mugwort. Tastes terrible, but makes some useful potions. I'll forget all that. By the stars' light and the moon's glow, it's so good to see you, and I've got so much to tell you.
A third disc with those strange markings. More Githyanki tales, I hope.
Hostile monera!
My latest target is a devil, and I'm right on her tail. Once I'm through with her, she'll never escape the fires of the first hell. In it goes. Now, to find something to forge.
Making haste. Plue!
But if assimilation is your choice,
I won't stop you. I never would.
What have we here?
If only you could stay here with me on the coast. But Karlak's heart needs you more than mine.
Fronti nulla fides!
Fine. Let her out.
I'm making this quick.
But you won't.
By the ninth hell of Beator, what devil must have possessed us that we'd move against Gortash?
I'd cling to life forever if it means I could keep Baldur's Gate safe. But time marches me to a different fate.
Pretty. Wonder what it's for.
I am the blade. I will chase my prey until death takes me.
I imagine you're fairly skilled with your form too. That would be a sight to behold.
Mortem tuum sum!
I'm sorry, Karlak.
Shit. This isn't good.
No holding back!
Well met. The Blade of Frontiers at your...
Inocte concilium.
The sort of thing only a diabolist would collect.
I'll be a network of tunnels beneath the open-hand temple, and Father Lorgan's name scratched next to them.
I grabbed a rapier and set out. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, yet not a single star was shining. Certainly. Then I'll have your back. When my allies are in danger, I'm not in the habit of turning away. I won't let her claim one more soul, slay one more victim. I'm going to make my way to the Hells and tear the horns right off her damned head.
Shadowheart's life. Moment to moment, year to year. An entire existence laid bare. She's as cute as a bug. And not much bigger.
A shapeshifter. Orin can take any form she pleases, including ours.
Blacksmith's blueprints. Greatsword, dagger, and... is that a sickle? This place looks all too familiar for my tastes. Just how deep does it go?
What in the...
Tunnels everywhere. Not sure I want to know what dug them. Let's hope the locals are friendly.
The work of a dragon. No doubt in my mind.
What in the hells? Get back!
Siege weapons like this have been out of use for 100 years. Maybe more. There's no time to waste.
Damn it, Astarion! You tried to bite me!
Death is staring you down. And so you want these last moments to count for something. I hope you're happy. I just wish I could have been the one to make you so.
Oh, why am I so dizzy? I didn't have so much as a drop of ale.
You won't feel a thing. An empty notch. Time to find what fits it.
These Saloonite words do nothing. Anger. I understand. We've been preyed on by Illithids, suffered insertion of a mind-bending worm.
Faccio voco fere! Ah, so close. Another go, then.
My father is infected, same as us. Or have you forgotten? If we can be cured, so could he.
Help's on the way!
Damn. Frozen in place. That door exudes magic. Touch it at your own risk.
Don't mind if I do.
Curse that rotten devil and her forked tongue, setting Elton against me.
One night soon when we make camp, the veil will be lifted, and I'll face my penance. Baldur's Gate is where I first raised a glass in toast at the tender age of 14, and got so tipsy from wine, I puked in Dillard Portier's bushes.
A piece of dribbles. The hand, I think.
I do what I do best. Answering the calls of the needful, killing the monsters that haunt them. I felt your gaze. Whenever a chill passes through me, I know Shah's favored is close.
Take me with you!
The Shadow's forces have come. Guard that portal.
You're right, of course. No manner of duke should be tied to a devil's leash.
What a cruel disguise. My nerves started hammering the second I thought she was the one looking for me. Oh, but she seems such a delight. Let her stay, at least for the night.
Goodbye, Lae'zel, fiercest of warriors. My heart remains yours, always. Not so enchanting as you'd think. The Portiers, the Caldwells, they were the blue bloods hosting the fancy balls and drinking from gold goblets. Please understand, I thought she was a true devil, an agent of the archdevil Zariel.
Stabilio. Esto perpetua.
Monstrous! No pardon without repentance, and no penalty without mercy.
I shall always apply this axiom of justice, my good wizard. This I promise you. And I know this grove is in danger as long as you walk the coast. I hope we never have to turn to the final page.
Voco potentia!
Anything else on your mind? I'm an open book, if a bit scorched at the edges.
Yes, let's see how I compare to the fierce flame that is Karlak.
No slot for a key. Wonder how it opens.
No luck.
What am I missing?
Blasted temple. I was expecting the night song, not some blood sacrifice.
So it goes.
Doesn't work.
Karlak, the archdevil Zariel's gladiator, come to burn the Sword Coast to ash. You told me devils only. She's a tiefling, not a monster. My good lady, I am Wyll Ravengard. My business is the city's business.
Nice symbol. What's it mean, I wonder? This bloody curse is sapping the life right out of me.
You've got gusto, but I'm bound to another.
Minimus.
In it goes.
Sol invictus.
I failed, Father. The worm is fallen.
Or wasting any of the wine for that matter. I plan on downing half a bottle myself. Oh, did I say half a bottle? I meant half a dozen.
What living nightmare is this? Let's get it done.
You have many talents, but subtlety isn't one of them. I'd love to join, but I don't think there's enough space for me to squeeze in. All right, but not too much later. I need to clear the air between us. Faye's emblem. Magical items, then. And a little souvenir.
It's like I always sometimes say. You can't summon dead ogres no matter how hard you blow. A word, if I may. You can't get yourself out. Let my enemies fall.
Aredissimos.
I do miss the gate, though. The Elf Song Tavern, sunset over Grey Harbour, fried fish at the docks.
Refuse him no matter how tempting the offer, no matter how delicious the feast he lays out for you. The cost's always too great. Illithids hunt in the shadows. I can offer diversion, comfort, the pleasure of company. How you'd thrill in the hell hunt, Lae'zel. Slaying fiends is electrifying. The demons I've disintegrated, the devilkin I've bled, the stories I've been itching to tell.
Parabellum.
Was that her? The absolute? Well, if our love must be a ghost, I won't fool myself into grasping for it.
There's something hiding in that deep unknown. Get behind me. I can look first.
Yeah, she's not coming back.
Flumph mating rituals. Not likely. This book's masked by magic.
Necrotic magic. I'm not feeling so great.
I'm supposed to believe you've acquired every trinket you're carrying through legal means.
I've got just the fix.
Have you been comfortable in the Undercity? Is there anything more I can bring you? Damn you! My father's in danger. We cannot turn our backs. You look positively perfect. Not a tentacle out of place. Shit. I don't understand it. The blow should have knocked him out, not killed him.
Intelligente pauca.
By all means. I have my father's training, I have cunning, I have my wits. If I ever manage to break this pact, they'll more than do.
Eyactote.
Missing, Rascal, brown puppy. Jagoda, black and white cat. Zola, and on it goes. Not a great place to be a house pet.
Feel that tingle? That chest practically oozes magic.
Ah yes, that classic tune. Ode to a Shrieking Owlbear.
It vexes me to know of you.
A bruise here, a scratch there. Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't cure.
Speaking of Githyanki, what will you do now, Lae'zel? Will you join them?
Where's Lady Luck when you need her?
Sorry, but there's no room for me.
Soldiers at rest. I bet those bones have some stories to tell.
If the fires must spread and the walls must tumble, at least we have each other to cling to.
Morbidus. We're a long way from a measure that drastic. A very long way.
My father taught me more lessons than I can count. But perhaps the greatest one is this. A champion's heart's as sharp as a new blade.
Esto perpetua. Even a dragon's corpse doesn't spill this much blood. What happened here?
Besides, I watched you at the gate. I could use an ally like you.
Era! Hold on. Where's Karlak?
Amerigon's mask, I wager. Hell's soldiers.
Time to get this thing fired up.
He's about to belch. Ab uno disque omnes. Looks like the mutts got here before I did.
I hope you know what you're doing would be the trite thing to say here, but it suits the occasion.
Do you actually do anything besides meditate, counsel, fight, train, and make love?
Even with the aid of a cane, each step she took was a struggle. Every word she spoke took great physical effort.
Sharp as ever, getting nowhere fast. He'll never die while Nightsong's still caged.
Venenum!
Thank you for sticking your neck out for me. I mean it.
And I'm back in the Underdark. A shortcut worth remembering.
You have spilled too much blood, caused us too much misery. No more. It's over. Keep pushing forward. There's no other choice. Then again, we're talking about tadpoles inserted into our brains by rubber-skinned tentacle monsters. There's nothing usual about it. You Githyanki live for this very ideal, yes? To be welcomed home and live eternally in the astral? Father's very well, and back in his element, commanding the flaming fist with as brave a heart as ever, and with nary a scolding or lashing. Gods. So the mirror from before is used to steal memories. Horrific.
I like your thinking. Besides, I watched you at the gate. I could use an ally like you.
An earthquake, maybe. I don't remember one ever shaking the city. I know rubbish when I see it.
I will see it done, Father. You have my word.
And what is that plan exactly? What options do we have?
Gortash, as in Enver Gortash. Last I knew, he was a minor player in city affairs.
A bottle of wine, and a rare one at that. This book's owner had excellent taste.
Gone gods. That was so foul, I think even I can taste it. As if it weren't obvious.
There's glyphs inscribed on the ring, just like the ones in that book. A gruesome display. I wonder if Dribble's act was as artful as his death.
I won't let you down.
Resurges!
Now's the time, Councillor Floric!
Never mind.
Vita mortis cario!
I have my father's training, I have cunning, I have my wits, and they'll have to do. If only I could be so flippant. To think of my father laying there, lifeless.
You'll need to make room if you want to partner up, though.
The deeper we dig, the closer we get.
Perhaps I just don't understand modern art, but this painting's not entirely to my liking.
Father.
They're tough kids. Smart, too. The future's in good hands.
You are not a lithid, no matter what your reflection might tell you. You serve no hive mind. You tend to your own thoughts. You act of your own will.
Maybe Githyankian humans aren't so different after all.
Something's dripping from above. I think the technical term is goo.
What in the... Did he slip something into my pocket?
Aye. Feels like something down here has them excited. Or scared.
All right. I know a shortcut.
Pulcrior.
No. I want romance, not debauchery. I am now the Blade of Avernus.
A jar that grants immortality hidden inside a zombie. Clever? Mad? Is there even a difference?
Tell that to the boy shivering over his mother's ravaged corpse.
Blocked. Just my luck.
You did the right thing. Another fiend, cast back into the hells.
Then we better get searching. Shall we?
A helpful hand.
Before we met, some hailed me as a savior. Some as a legend. But now, I've seen the face of true heroism. Yours.
Maledictus!
Afkatla, capital of Arm. When I was young,
My friends insisted its streets were paved with silver and gold. Not this. Not Zariel's victims, not innocent tieflings.
So 2 halflings walk under a bar.
A pixie. Adorable little thing, isn't she?
Unleash the legend!
The Absolute, eh? Same name that Goblin Sazza mentioned. An excellent choice, if I say so myself. They screeched most horribly, yes. But I know of one even more ruthless. No! Karlak blazed with the fire of Avernus. I saw it. I smelled it. Infernal essence tip to toe.
He's useful. As the not-so-alive, not-quite-dead go. No use. Flames can't hold up to this curse.
Just think, if that forge map is real, we won't just be able to fix up your heart. We could reverse engineer my stone eye.
Fronti nulla fides!
No use digging with my bare hands. You look positively perfect, if a bit shimmery around the edges. Oh, how right you are. Not since our wedding have we enjoyed an evening so jubilant. Ever heard of the Blade of Frontiers, kid? If you like monster smashing, you might be a fan of his work. And this I promise, you can always look to me.
Scratch was only ever meat of the lowest grade.
Something over there. I deserve that. Consider me properly shamed. I like to think I've had a healing touch. Baldur's Gate rises again, brick by brick, stone by stone.
Oh, well. That is a lot more of the Illithid anatomy than I'd ever hoped to see. Something just clicked into place above.
Fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
Don't act like we're friends, devil. I know what you are. I know who you serve.
Trap, watch your step. What was? Never mind.
I know what you are. I know who you serve.
You wouldn't. You couldn't. Could you?
She fled. The hunt is on.
Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid. Or so the stories go.
What are friends for?
I intend to find out. But we should scout around first. See who's in need of help. You walk a righteous path, Shadowheart, and I wager you don't shy from righteous battles. The helm of Balduran. No blood, but no less vicious a display. To what end? Is that what you want?
Mors in carta vita cartissima!
Forget the curtsy. I'd rather a cheap brown ale and a hunk of fresh venison. You in?
I suppose you've been slinking in the night for the occasional feast. I'm not to abide them, but to become them.
Frangie!
The memories. The blushing mermaids where 15-year-old Wyll snuck his first kiss. Let's talk with Mazora when we camp. I want answers. Those two must have history.
Time for a chat.
A strange sight indeed. And I've seen a great many. About what happened. We need to talk.
Death becomes you!
Who am I to deny you a little detour? On your guard. Goblins are coming. I can smell them.
An infirmary. No doubt about it. Nice place. As dark, sinister temples go.
I won't accept it. I won't.
Gale! Gale! Where's he run off to?
Schio didici pecto!
No. But he named me friend. And that meant the world. By the ninth hell of Beator, what devil must have possessed you that you'd move against Gortash? That's what they called me. At least till I grew these pesky horns.
Not sure what the other mushrooms are. Damn it. My finger.
Vita mortis cario!
Father taught me the 4 pillars of power. Courage, insight, strategy, justice.
Ugh. Brains.
Null, eat your face and shit it out?
We're not taking a boat to Baldur's Gate, surely.
So, what's on your mind? I cast and carved until I reached the light. I found no caravan, but a sickly green lich. Each fallen bone was a shard of its essence,
an impossibility.
I'm sorry. The next we meet, my blade will be stained with Mazora's blood. I cannot promise that this is the last time I will ask you to fight for your future, your lives, and your city. But I can promise you this.
I can't force you, Karlak. And if you'd rather go now, here. I suppose I have no choice but to respect it, though it breaks my heart in two.
Is that... Yes! His hallucinations made real!
Sphaera mortis, ve victis.
Yeah, I'm getting worse. There's got to be a way to treat this poison.
No, I mean it. There's little between us we share, but you've fallen in love and stood by your lover. That is something this dreamer's heart can appreciate.
I found my mark.
Maybe, but I think the right answer is much simpler than that. I suppose I'll grow used to the new me, horns and all.
Presuming, of course, the people can stomach the sight of these God's-damned horns.
As glad as I am to have the hammer, I'm not so sure a devil's deal was the way to go here. Schio didici pecto.
You met her, so she filled you with lies. Let my deeds to come prove my worth.
Of course Ethel is involved in this mess. Question is, where has she got to now? Glad to have you back, Shadowheart. What's been keeping you? Let's patch you up. The helm is close. This will not be where my legend ends.
Her death is no blessing. It is a calculated cruelty. Think about it. The coast is ever my priority. If you think we need this...
I won't turn my back.
I'll be the other half of that ring. Some repairs are in order.
A moon lantern, I reckon. There's no overstating the advantage we'll gain with that light.
You'd become a mind flayer, but you'd lead us to a sure victory. It's what you do. Eferve! Sounds like a fight. What's going on?
In the name of the blade, attack!
A masonry symbol above and one below. Must be their guild hall.
On my way.
Nibelun? I like Gone better.
Out in the open, though. Not likely. I smell a trap. What are those voices?
I hope Lae'zel makes you happy. You deserve it.
Pus-supping maggot.
Frankie!
Now, where'd he go?
Enough already! We need to stop this thing!
Those tentacles look nasty. One hit, and it's over. We can't and we won't. Ketheric Thorm be damned.
I was planning to invite you to the ceremony, but I'm having second thoughts.
Inactive. Must be some trick to it. I should look around.
Ugh.
Resentment is a poison on one's heart. The only way to avoid damage is to pour it out.
It certainly set my heart to beating. A shame we had to still theirs.
That's a killer spell! Literally! Finish him before he finishes us! Use the tadpole! Cast the spell on the crown!
Eactote!
We need to move! Now!
Beasts and bandits alike fear your name, and the Sword Coast hails it. My lover. My legend.
Pizzled rancor!
Stupefacio!
An ox this big wouldn't go down without a fight. A nip, a dance, and a song. Don't mind if I do. I think we're due an evening's reprieve.
Ow! Looks like this'll take some doing.
I'm afraid my feet are firmly planted to the ground this evening.
Fulgur!
Let's make camp. My muscles are stiffer than a stuffed cat.
Understood. Your will is strong, and I would have it no other way.
Oh, I will safeguard my undergarments with care. The solution's plain as the high moors in midsummer. Let's chat.
Gods, I smell like a 70-year-old cinder.
Always.
Illusory bricks. That can mean only one thing. A hidden stash.
Imagine the evils I could vanquish. The alliances I could build as a Grand Duke.
Rebuilding a city requires a politic mind. A sharp soldering blade, not so much.
This pin resembles a harp. I'm sure I've seen this symbol before.
Abandoned to the elements. What a shame. This was quality gear.
My father and I were close once upon a time. until he disowned me and cast me out of Baldur's Gate. Ugh, shit. Dried devil's blood. Stinks like a skunk squatting in an aboleth's corpse. Still, even when brimstone fills my lungs and magma laps at my feet, it brings me comfort knowing you shine bright among the stars. Take my hand. Mannequins. What are these for?
Areske. Well, seems the Orthon kills with substance and style. How charming.
A wise choice. These parasites are a threat to be destroyed, not an opportunity to be exploited.
Toy bears, like that letter mentioned. Better be careful. They've been tampered with.
Hells! His brews turned to poison!
It's true, Floric. You can't believe her. She's a devil. Will you really trust her word over mine?
Stuck? Is this thing broken or what?
But my father will live. We will return the Grand Duke to his people. And forever a devil's leash will choke me. I'll need to talk to your leader if you want to partner up, though. Do it. Break the pact. I share my talents, and you reward me with this rotten tripe. We need to see my father. He should know what happened with Ansel.
Begone, pox-faced loon.
Shadowheart's gone then, and I can't blame her. Let us try to take better care of each other. But damn it all, you are too bold a soul to be slinking in the shadows.
What have we here?
I reckon this place is swarming with slavers. I hope you know what you're doing.
Carnitrus!
No, I won't accept this. This cannot be the path's end. All the more reason to stick close. I think you'll agree. And if we don't find any clear weakness, go. Enjoy every breath while you can still take them.
Hells! The furniture's gone flying!
Let's not make a habit of this.
A dead language. Something ancient must have been worshipped here. And you're either a half-wit or a jackass for having done it. Mephistar, the home of Mephistopheles, and the center of the coldest of the 9 hells. I suppose a vampire ascendant has no time for battle, if a healthy taste for blood. It's unfair. All you've done for me, for the Sword Coast, only to be forced into the dark. I'll miss you dearly.
Magis amica veritas.
If only I could be so flippant. To see my father laying there, lifeless, more than pressing, vital. But have faith in me, in us. We'll cut Mazura to ribbons before she can so much as groan Zariel's name.
How about a hand? I've explored Shah's temples before, but never one quite so funereal.
Text is too faded. Doesn't tell me who was worshipped here. Not to minimize the pain of Volo's poking and prodding, but I promise, you'll be used to the prosthesis in no time. Baldur's Gate stands on the brink of the abyss. My father was clear. We awaken the worm and take back the city.
As one does. Hope I'm never stuck in one of those again.
The Flophouse boasts a flower motif just like that key. I'd say an investigation's in order.
Liara Porter is now Grand Duke of the Wilds, Sickle of Chult.
You should be more careful.
But no use dwelling on might-have-beens. I am proud to call you ally. I hope you can say the same. I hate to admit it, but it's a good plan. Looks like the team's back together.
Diminuate!
So many adventures yet to have. So many monsters yet to kill.
Why not? If this adventure has taught me anything, it's that life is fragile, and we should seize joy when we can. You think I'm being rash?
Gods, it's as if a giant's squeezing my head. Is this the brain's doing?
Singing songs, sipping mead with the elves we defended. I still carry their joy with me. You are such a piece of shit, Mazura.
You need all the help you can get.
Karlak, Zariel's lapdog. Advocatus Diaboli. A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus. I've not grown any tentacles yet, thank Baldrin. But luck won't be on our side forever.
Okior! Resisto!
A power born of illithids might be dangerous in the wrong hands, but valuable in ours.
Careful. Even the mushrooms down here can't be trusted.
Taken from the light to be raised in darkness. Your truth is finally dawning, Shadowheart. You can follow its light, or you can retreat back into dusk. Blood everywhere. Something made a mess of this place.
You think I don't know the truth? How your flesh blazes with Avernus's heat? How your axe splits your victims straight down the middle?
They're the ones that will guide you to victory. Doubt is the greatest villain we face. Greater than all the hell's devils. Greater than a murderous god.
A quaint little spot. Is this where Shadowheart holed herself up?
Prisoners? We can't just leave them to suffer.
Just awful. Maybe it's just me, but that was the strongest quake yet.
Caked in blood. This must be the instrument of Lorgan's murder.
I'm afraid I can't say more about it. But I can say this.
Mind flayers and riders at war. How old are these scribbles?
You are a powder keg, and Shadowheart was the spark. Go, take his hand. Write your story. I know you will make it one worth hearing.
Esprida me.
Every moment we spend together is a celebration.
You're good at it. You've given me some just by being here.
Burned from the inside out. Must have been our warlock friend.
Suffocating shadows, dank, musty air. This is the Underdark.
Did you now?
There we are.
A classic drama. A staunch father and his rebellious son. Better heard from the bard's lips than mine.
I used to climb it when father's eye was turned elsewhere. Daydream of the legends it might tell if I listened close enough. Thank you. For the dance, for your understanding, and making a fantasy become reality, even if just for a moment.
Moonrise Towers looks like. Quite a beauty back in the day.
Nothing. It must be activated elsewhere.
No! Stop! My love! We can save her! We can take her to Avernus!
Dame Aelin needs our help. Powerful she may be, but she can't crush Lorroakan alone. Hells. Looks like the proprietor concocted those lethal bears.
Shit! You saw her. Advocatus Diaboli.
Beautiful depiction of a tower. Never seen the likes of it. Plucking hells. Some poor bird's lost its feathers. Is that a button there? I wager the ring exposed it.
If I had a bottle of dragon dew, I'd open it in your honor.
Splendid.
But losing that early love is still the regret foremost of forgotten sorrows.
Ugh!
And another mask. How many are there?
Shadowheart! Aid us!
The Blade of Frontiers is fueled by more than Avernus's flames.
Better hurry. Ballydamoors!
Enough is enough, Astarion. I know you're a vampire. Someone hid a note under the canvas. It'd be rude not to read it.
I'm not surprised. My target is well known for her brutality in service of her evil mistress.
Thou bandy-legged brindle-hole! Oculus tempestatis!
Hells, it won't give. That dead bird must be laden with cursed shadow. I wouldn't touch it. What a grand sight. Baldur and his dragon friend looking over the city.
Tape your bottom mouth shut.
The blighter's worked up. Wonder what's got under its skin.
Ha!
Let's see what comfort we can offer a grieving mother. I think that was a ballet. Never faced one. Not yet, anyway.
This won't be the last of them.
Tempora mutantur. Hit 'em hard.
Pride of the coast, in the flesh. And you've got... Treme!
What is this? Some pep for your step.
Go! Get to the crown and cast the spell. Dominate the Netherbrain. Let me take care of this.
Hot, hot, hot!
Damn it all. Halsin's gone.
Forget these minions. I need to take control of the brain. They erupted right out of there. Never saw the likes of it. Treme!
Tuebor!
Diminuate! Whoever holds my father is my target. I'll head west and find them. Trust me to see it through.
I'll take that.
I like your thinking. Besides, I watched you fight at the gate. I could use an ally like you.
I've seen markings like this before, but I can't quite place where.
I am way too big for a hole that tiny.
Sorge!
And who I want at my side as it passes.
Damn! You showed that egg who's boss. A real hero.
And one day, I know we will make this dream a reality.
We're being honest, are we? Then let me respond in kind. I briefly considered severing that admittedly well-coiffed head from your neck.
Behold! Elminster's ball bag.
My last 7 years have been defined by the secrets I carried. I feel light as a feather now that I've shed them.
I now serve only you and Baldur's Gate, not a devil of the first hell.
Sending a child out there to die. Damned spiteful. Even for you.
But I'm not convinced the Githyanki prince wouldn't smash us to pieces given the chance.
Amicus animalis.
Nothing. You saw her then. Advocatus diaboli. Take a moment. Savor our victory. Long may the coast winds carry our names. If we can find such pleasures in each other, our time together is well spent. Yes, you have my blade. Not to mention 1,000 sorries.
There are tales galore of a great green dragon called Clogiliometer. Try saying that 5 times in a row.
Incertus pulcher imperio.
Yes. But not here. For the sake of these people, I'll stay my blade.
Teo cludo oculus. Incertus pulcher imperio. Keep strong.
Pandemonium. There must be a way through. Bargains must be made. Alliances must be forged. Customs must be considered.
Don't act like what we did was noble. If it brings you any comfort, my reckoning's coming. Holy hells. By the looks of it, we're stuck with the damn thing. When our allies fail us, we must turn to our enemies. My father's words. Where the Emperor's concerned, I fear we've no choice but to trust.
Ravengard. He's here.
Ugh. Plopped right down from the tower. He's right, and we both know it. No manner of duke should be tied to a devil's leash.
I'll take a crack.
Yes and no. To make this city a safe haven, we'll need to bathe Gortash and his allies in their own blood.
Hells, Lazel.
Stupefaccio! This darkness, it hurts. You must feel it too.
Watch it. The students are as fanatical as their teacher.
Gale, he did it. He really did it. The Netherbrain is defeated.
I've seen these symbols before, but where? The necromancy of day.
But no use dwelling on might-have-beens. I am proud to call you ally. Prouder still to call you friend. The blade always strikes true. There will be no circle glut. No. All right. I know a shortcut.
UBS.
An icon of Shah. This might fetch a few coins.
To the rescue, of course.
Would you look at that? Someone's come to say hello. But you seem intent on proving me wrong.
Not just dead, eviscerated.
He made a name for himself among the Flaming Fist. Brave as Baldur and stubborn as a deep Rothay. Daring, outspoken, but hardly posh. Maybe later.
Ab uno disce omnes.
The people will see a curiosity. Maybe even a beast hungry for their souls. It's not your time. We need a way out. Now.
Perhaps your talent lies in dancing instead. Hells, I feel the cold closing in. Something's coming. Something bad.
In my name.
Quadico face!
Keeping quiet. So, what do you say? Die here now, or live on with the blade of Avernus at your side. Zariel won't touch you. I swear it, Karlak. No use. It's blocked. Not to mention the mightiest magic you can muster, and the sharpest swords you can forge.
I remember this wine. A paralysis agent, and a poor vintage besides.
Not to pat myself too hard on the back, but I'm not such a bad ranger if I do say so myself. Electrifying, isn't it? The demons I've disintegrated, the devilkin I've bled, the stories I could tell. Yet I see no other options. Deceitful he may be, but our best hopes lie with him. The Orthorn slowly sunk, howling into the magma beneath. I let 2 of its tusks sink with it. The 3rd I sliced free and presented to the first Duke of Daggerford, a rare trophy to grace his walls. You hunt the meat, I'll scrounge up the ale. Prepare your belly for a roast a la blade. Rise up, meet its gaze, show it no fear and grant it no mercy. Should this inner fiend seek battle again, I'll give it one. Let it taste the edge of the blade. Oh, and a piece of advice. Don't play with devils unless you don't mind getting burnt. There you are, my love. A bit less corporeal than I imagined, but looking splendid all the same. Resisto frigos! I never knew freedom could taste so bittersweet. Ah! Poor Scratch is tired. I should let him rest. All I can ask then is, wait for me. If you can't, if you won't, then know this. You're not the only one who's had a villain's knife held to your throat, Karlach. Gods, what's the matter? You look like you've seen a gravehound's ghost.
How was I to know what went on behind its closed doors?
Not even close. I find them comforting, even. What I'm thinking of is far more malicious.
I found my mark!
Some healing, if you please.
Oh!
I love surprises. The Triad help us. Did I hear right? They keep gnomes as slaves. Not for much longer, if the blade has a say.
That reminds me. How in the 9 hells could goblins capture a chap as well-muscled as you?
Another mask.
Tempora mutantur!
Gon's true name. How silly to be known by other names. Oh, wait. Pretend I didn't say that. A genie trick. Where in the hells did I end up?
Timask and Torchstalks. Hell of a combination. Watch it! The acid's altered his brew!
Outrageous! If Baal demands blood, you must not be the one to spill it for him. Weapon blueprints. They call for Susabark. And what about Gale?
The poor fellow was poking around the House of Healing. Must have found something.
Going on the sly.
Veniet Juvame!
I don't envy you. But for what it's worth, I'm still at your side. And for now, I'm not going anywhere. Well, whatever you're into. A mimic. Damn. Should have seen it coming. There's something about that thing. I can't take my eyes off it. The hunt is both duty and thrill. The trolls I've torn open. The ghouls I've cleaved. The stories I've been itching to tell.
I'll spot my father too with any luck.
We made our choice. There's no going back. Onward. The nether brain awaits. But the people we were. Warriors, winners, saviors, lovers. Me too. And once we've cured these infections of ours, I hope we'll share more nights just like it.
Esorio! Silentium!
And how terrible to know your time to enjoy it is so short. Damn. Not everyone made it out alive.
Hostium monera!
And it means everything to me. Something divine lingers here, but I don't recognize this presence. Must be the Masons' Guild. Judging from that symbol at our feet, may they all take it to heart.
Punge!
Courage, insight, strategy, justice. These were the lessons my father taught me.
Gorgeous jewels fit for a royal. How did they find their way here?
On the prowl. Sensational tales, aren't they? Almost unbelievable. With a narrator so unreliable, how do we tell fact from fiction? Keep out of my mind. I told you, the eyes are rock. Nothing more.
We'll prove him wrong. I'm sure of it.
Macte virtute! Dead. So this is Marcus's secret. Yes, well, if you'd ever actually heard one, you'd not hear a whimper, but a wail. Gortash is the Black Lord's thrall. A liar, a tyrant. He'd sooner have our heads than share his domain. Karlach, you look positively perfect.
and only ever so slightly singed.
Up and at 'em. Ad Maiorum de Gloriam. Ah! Gale, this isn't the end.
I know just what to do.
More of these ungodly creatures.
That's a whole lot of soldiers. A dead end in every sense of the term.
Me.
Wonderful. You hunt the deer, I'll scrounge up the ale. Prepare your belly for a roast a la blade.
I'm glad. I want that too. I can't stop you from taking it. But I can't join you, no matter how much you might mean to me. Yours wouldn't be the first spawn skull I've severed, you know. In all honesty, I'm half inclined to sever it now.
This thing's falling apart. It can't be safe. Can it?
She fled from my reach, even climbed aboard the Mind Flayer ship as it screeched through the hells. I followed in close pursuit. Damn it all to the hells! You left Joaquin's Rest to burn, and Grand Duke Ravengard to burn along with it.
Incertus pulcher imperio!
An accident. She may not have sprung the trap, but she still set it. Gale, what about you? Where do you go from here? The city's future looks brilliant indeed.
Yes, yes. Sing to me.
Speaking of, what were you getting up to all those years? Ketheric Thorm grieving his daughter. He'd have been devastated.
I better hurry.
But I'm not going to celebrate till I'm actually free. I can feel Mazora scheming, plotting.
Wouldn't even touch that water with Duke Portier's fingers.
But pride is no reason to refuse help to my own flesh and blood. How can we help?
Open up!
How about I let the cult infect you instead? I bet you'd make a loyal thrall.
A shining star, beckoning them to a brilliant future.
Damnable roach! Provoke the blade!
I don't remember much beyond that. But where these chosen are concerned, I have a suspicion we're about to know more than we'd like. Our order of business. You need to stay out of Baldur's Gate's affairs. I bear the image of one at least, but my heart is the same.
To the wetlands, is it? Why couldn't it have been in an inn? Or a winery? A red dragon? Here! What a thrill!
Karlach, you are all fire and fury. I pray to the Triad it doesn't consume you.
It was for the best. The cub would have died anyway.
Keep safe. Well, whatever happened in there, you don't look any worse for wear.
A waste of... You have interesting priorities. I think Shadowheart wants to have a word with you.
That jar gives me shivers. It's brimming with death magic. Voco Galakias! A warhammer like this cracks your skull, and you won't ever be the same after.
Meaningless. You are my yesterday, my today, and my tomorrow.
Well, hello.
My father. He's here.
Here goes nothing.
It'll be back. Be on your guard, or risk getting a peck.
I love feeling you close.
But are you sure?
Victory, of course. Better grab the lantern from the corpse.
Come on, Roland. Show off that magic of yours. The coast's chief militia, led by none other than Grand Duke Ulder Ravengard himself.
Verviro!
Shit! That can't be good. End her now, or she'll be cursing new victims by sundown.
Ignore her, Umi. Go on now. Practice what you've learned.
Precis alia ferro!
I think we should have tamed our rage. Not fed it, wet its claws and set it loose.
Inveniam viam!
Now he's back in his element, commanding the flaming fist with as brave a heart as ever, and with nary a scolding or lashing. Ah, there it is. That shiver. Our little brainworms have made fast friends, it would seem.
I can't figure out this symbol. No telling what this bloated bastard's capable of. A key? It might open the tollhouse vault.
A method?
Oculus tempestatis!
Baldurin? No, I don't believe it.
This isn't a decision to take lightly. We should talk first.
The girl's in a fix. It's a hero's duty to step in. Those goblins don't stand a chance.
Poor fellow. This shield was no match for a red dragon's breath.
So it goes. Ugh. What is that? Rotting flesh. They're victims, Astarion. Just like you. They deserve freedom too.
The runes are the key. Cazador is using them to leech the spawn's power.
Poor souls. Suppose they never found their sister.
Don't group me with the likes of them. Hate you. The coast would sooner be swallowed whole by the Sea of Swords.
Sol Invictus!
This is no curio. It's an honest-to-goodness infernal object.
First a parasite prods at our heads, then the shadows close in. More than ever, we need each other's trust.
You festering boobo! Why smell thou of placenta musk?
Muddy footprints. Someone needs a lesson in manners.
Hells. It explains so much. I have to believe that. I'm not the Hell's puppet in life, nor its warrior in death. The blade will be guiding his own hand.
By the gods, all these bones. No dignity for the dead here.
If so, I'm afraid I must remain a passing fancy. If not, well, it wouldn't be my first misjudgment. I'm not surprised. My target is well known for her brutality, in service of her evil mistress.
As a favor. Fetch isn't much of a solo game. The woman with the artifact. At least she's at peace.
Impero Mortus!
Wish I could say the same. After my exile, I was hunting near the Cloakwood. I heard a child crying out from a lone farmstead.
Video veritatum.
In Avernus, there is no end to them. The demons I've disintegrated, the devilkin I've bled, the stories I could tell.
Amerigon's mask, I wager. Hell soldiers. When they die, their bodies just melt away.
Easy enough?
You're right. I fought to right the wrongs of the coast, to slay the monsters that hunt the helpless. How could I forget? One of Baldur's Gate's most distinguished figures, a Mind Flayer's ally.
Too ominous for my taste.
There's a schism growing among your people, Lae'zel, and you just took one step towards choosing a side. Still, I am the frontier's avowed protector. New dangers require new skills to vanquish them. Well, well, what have we here?
I better hurry. Mutatis mutandis. Manos potentis paro. Custas talcis. Listen, you.
Hells, the skull's teeth are starting to chatter.
Hells, Torchflame has no chance against these cursed shadows.
I'd been letting my mind wander, wondering what it would be like to...
He won't last long in the shadows. What in the 9 hells was he thinking?
It transformed. Nice trick.
Worthless.
I know, and I can help. I've made contact with an assassin named of Artemis, a killer of killers. Certain arrangements can be made.
A dragon and an elf. Fast friends, it seems.
Oof, I bet he broke that tiefling's nose. Friendly place. Must have been a drow supply cache. Nothing left but some empty boxes.
Mors carta.
Nature can provide for the cub. Perhaps it'll live.
What in the hells? That's Mizora in that pod.
But nowhere was it stated that I can't help one.
Something's moved. I felt it. Now to figure out what and where. If we find it, we can turn it against him.
I had years of lessons, but in truth, it's all about your partner.
A dead drow. I wonder what happened. It turned into mist. They can do that.
Hells, he may have made me an exile, but my heart aches to think we abandoned him to the flames.
These notes offer good advice. I should keep it in mind.
I can't blame Halsin for leaving. We should have done more for him and for the cursed lands.
More!
You know exactly what's on my mind.
Vita excolatur.
But as ambitious as she is, Moll's no fool. One way or another, she'll see there's no winning Raphael's game, and she'll walk away. A few moonrises back, I thought the answer was complicated, but it's quite simple, really.
Vincere est vivere.
Clogiliometer, clogilimuffler, clogomother, whatever. Let's call it Old Gnawbone. I shielded myself with armor of Agathis and made for the light. The bones clumped and clattered into unspeakable aberrations. I'll visit as often as I can. We can still dance. We can still write a story. We can still be us. And he's back in his element, commanding the flaming fist with brave heart and no shortage of empathy. Forgive me, Mother Superior. By the stars' light and the moon's glow, it's so good to see you. I'd be hunting devils and demons, Mizora said. Traitors and hypocrites, heartless evils of all sorts, but not...
Kaikote. Meanlocks. Damnable things. Manos potenti sparo.
There's nothing to forgive. You wanted to protect the city. I only ever wanted the same. Makes sense. The demand for ominous statues seems fairly high in these parts. The eternal burden of my pact. I certainly couldn't expect you to shoulder it too.
Ah!
If their killer's still around, it's not Shah's name I'm most interested in saving. Have you been comfortable in the Undercity? Is there anything more I can bring you?
Something's back there. Shouldn't take much to break down this wall.
I would have thought the Githyanki prefer fresh meat to fruit. As I feared, there is no place in your company for heroes. We want no part of this. Or of you.
That could come in handy.
Ready and willing. The beloved ranger. I can't believe it. I grew up hearing all about your brave deeds. And booze, of course. Indeed. We've not always seen eye to eye, but his every thought, every act was in service to his people. Among men, there is none greater. What in the blazes happened to this girl? It's horrible.
Frangie!
I should have said sooner, I know, but it's a complicated matter. His anger is inevitable. I didn't sign this pact just to let my father rot in Gortash's prison. I hope Shadowheart makes you happy. You deserve it. Give it a good whack. Good. A chance to gather my thoughts.
Tibi do penas.
Mizora replaced it with a sending stone. She uses it to track my location and speak from a distance.
Corpora sana.
Raphael's house may be posh, but it's seen better days. Me? Well, I've never been able to escape my father's name, try as I might. And you? I wager you and Lae'zel have cracked open more Kithraki heads than you could possibly count. For as long as demons and devils imperil the Sword Coast, they will be my prey.
Well then, this jar's got a chip on whatever passes for its shoulder. Resisto accidum.
I'll be damned. A shrine to Selûne. I heard Myconids were peaceful. I say it's time for a rethink. Can't do it without you. Something tells me it'll take more than a few twists to break that box open. My blade's found its prey. Zariel's chosen...
I've got it covered. A dead end by the looks of it. But what of you? Gale will want that blade. I can feel its magic from here. Stabilio!
Understandable. Every tale was more sensational than the last. With a narrator so unreliable, how do we tell fact from fiction? Curious little thing. I respect its pluck. And there is. I want to tell you, but I can't. The pact forbids it.
Up and at 'em! Gods, Something tells me I won't be sleeping well tonight.
I don't know what to say.
To make Baldur's Gate a safe haven, we'll first need to bathe Gortash and Orin in their own blood.
I suppose you didn't mean to keep this blood-sucking habit a secret either. Just slipped your mind, I suppose. This text is ancient. A dedication to a forgotten god. A beautiful night. I wish it could last forever.
Tuebor! I'll get you fit as a fox.
They just keep coming. Halsin, would you hurry up in there?
That's not my chest.
There will be no Grand Duke Wyll Ravengard, and there will be no Blade of Frontiers. Mystic Carrion. Sounds like a jolly fellow. Still, worth looking into. My love! Oh, gods. I smell like a 70-year-old cinder. No, this is one offer I won't be taking. You've got nerve to come here, Karlach.
Mizora, spare me your fake sympathy. No pardon without repentance, and no penalty without mercy. I shall always apply this axiom of justice. This, I promise you.
Step on a plate, trigger a light, solve the code. Do I have that right?
Vocal Glacius!
So Zariel's asset was none other than Mizora herself. Of course. Tricks on top of tricks on top of tricks.
Just the bare minimum.
And I went and proved him right. And I will rip apart your own flesh if you refuse me, and find a way to let Orpheus go free.
What are you? No! You have to fight it!
Talk about cutting it close. The entire place could have come crashing down. You shine brighter than diamond and strike harder than steel. A rare treasure. Don't you ever forget it. You can do it. Just have to believe.
Ah!
I'd fall on my own blade and join the blood war in an instant should Zariel's hell-touched fingers stretch towards the coast.
She lied to you, Eltan. I did everything in my power to get my father to safety.
Morbidos.
From the looks of it, I haven't left Avernus.
Lolth's blood! What is in that? But the city's lords and ladies were all too eager to abandon their oaths and bend the knee. I understand. But I am no less grateful for you and for us. Without you at my side, this city wouldn't shine half as bright. I swear, the three of us have felled enough Cambions to build a fortress with their horns.
A merciful end. To lock them away forever would have been an unbearable agony.
Whoever did it left quite some claw marks. Maybe the missing druid.
You cyst! You misshapen flesh lump!
A scrying eye, just like the goblins had. Who's watching, I wonder?
Let's get it done.
This is it, Gale. Today, we annihilate the heart of the Absolute's power. The bards will sing of our victory here.
Nothing can take the you from you. Not even a goddess.
2 steps at a time.
Baldur's beard. What's that about?
Gods, poor Zevlor. Even good intentions can lead us down deadly paths. Ramazith, Elminster, Silverhand, Carsus. Each door bears the name of a famed wizard. I love you. But I can't be with you. Not the way I wanted. You pull them off far more finely than I do.
Magic. But not magic I recognize.
Clearly Mole has put you up to stealing my breeches so you can turn them into a flag for her gang. A dangerous place to stock goods, even for a Zent.
The Hag's Lair. It's a bit brighter than the Underdark anyway.
Time to finish her off.
Let's hurry.
And as long as I'm more useful as a warlock, that's not a risk Mizora would take. Ah, a kiss as sweet as the first you ever gave me.
Canto te!
But there's no use lingering on maybes. My mind is on the stories of today and tomorrow, not those of yesterday.
Ketheric's power must stem from the Night Song.
Almost in the clear.
Who would make a metal mask like this? Or wear it?
Aha! The symbol of the rising moon. A Saloonite must have dropped it. She's trying to trick us. Don't believe her lies.
Roland? What's he up to out here?
Could just be good luck. But sooner or later, it's bound to run out.
Vincit qui patitor!
Never saw a coin quite like this.
Fancy.
Still won't open.
What have we here?
And I see Wyll Ravengard. A memory of a memory. A man who belongs to the past. All I have to do is stay alive.
That should be easy enough, with someone of your skill at my side.
A shame that man must forever wear a devil's face. We should pay Gortash a visit. Let's see if he keeps his word.
Gortash means to be Archduke. It's time I paid a visit to Worm's Rock.
Astarion. Astarion. Where'd that boy run off to? Damn. Burnt to a crisp.
All right. Far be it from me not to take you at your word.
Please, we need to speak with him. Maybe he can see reason.
Moll's eye patch. We should find her before she can come to harm.
The good news, we've got the Orphic Hammer. The bad news, we have to get into the astral prism to use it.
Damn. She's quite something. Duly noted. If I ever make it to the Blade Kingdoms, I'll fetch you some singing fish. Simmered in wine, served with orange rind. You'd think you'd reached an 8th heaven.
Gods, you always could bring a smile to my face. I'd made camp south of Daggerford. The night was calm, lit by the green lanterns of a caravan. I was about to dig into a hearty stew when it began.
I'm so glad to hear it. If I had a bottle of dragon dew, I'd open it in your honor.
Dead for good. Wow, the chosen of Merkel. What a fight!
An imposter in our camp. We must identify them. And quickly. Without trust, our fellowship is doomed to wither and die. By the Triad. Why would you do that? Cast every doubt from your mind. The Moon Maiden doesn't shine her light on the unworthy.
Which warg upchucked you?
It's surprisingly heavy. How would you secure it?
I'm more than game. Let's do it.
What a gift you've been to me. What an honor to know a true legend.
It won't budge.
Sounds like they've captured themselves a bard.
By the gone gods. It isn't the blood you've spilled or the lives you've snuffed out that horrify me most.
There, in the undergrowth. Unfriendly faces. Be ready.
Ostende secretorum tuorum.
Only in magma destroyed. Whatever's protecting it, it'll take some fierce heat to crack it.
My father will die. His blood will pay for my freedom. What sort of man would I be if I had no remorse?
Dragon-born cadavers. No, not just cadavers, but effigies. This isn't just spectacle. It's storytelling.
Unhappy doesn't begin to describe it.
Yeah, a less ceremonious exit than I expected. Not that I'm complaining.
Those who draw breath embrace death. Not just a pithy aphorism, as it turns out.
Dala!
Shah called you nothing. But I know better than that. Time's been stilled in this place. Peaceful. And disquieting, too. We should return to the creche when we're able. You met her. Then you were subject to her lies.
How many brains do they need?
If Floric says he lives, then he lives. And we need to free him from his captors. You see, Grand Duke Ravengard is my father.
Mizora, is that you?
This treasure is a pile of junk.
Let's give it a go. Ugh, I'll never get used to the stench of death.
Hells, my time's running out. Mind flayers buried tadpoles in our brains, and then we crashed to the ground on the banks of the Chionthar.
I've got you.
Better.
I will make Gortash pay. I will make Orin pay. And I will make that godforsaken Elderbrain pay.
A continual flame. Eternal light, unquenchable as a thirsty dragon.
I've the plans and the Susabark. Now I just need a forge.
You gave up so much so that others could walk free. I know sacrifice, and I must honor yours. The crying gods faithful thought it a sign. They summoned me the very next day.
You don't know what you're saying. You're asking me to trust a devil.
I know you're doing what's best for Karlach. If the roles were reversed, I'd have done the same. I'll let you go if I must, without crying or complaint.
but with the gratitude that I could know the happiness of us. Below the mount, I saw 5 totems with dragon heads carved on top. Each head held a massive orb in its jaws. Fat bastards, all of them. Was on the heels of a Merrigan who'd been stalking the wild hills and sprinted a little too close to the sticks. If I'm wrong about you, prove it. Lay down your weapon, and I will too. He still believes in the bow and the blade, but with Floric's help, he's teaching the fist a new lesson. You want to hear about the Amnitsu at the sticks, the 3-tusked Orthon, or the invading Goristroy?
Precisali afero!
If your intentions are virtuous, ultimate power will sour them. And if they are not, well, I shudder to think of the chaos you could sow.
The corpse there, Arabella's father. Damned unlucky.
Ah, the collar buzzed and the food came down. What a clever system. Though, I suppose that's not what you wanted to talk about. Keep to the light. Ketheric may be dead, but the curse did not fall with him. Hells, the very sort I vowed on my good eye to slay. Not like you to keep something forever. I've seen him more than a few times, and he's as proud of me as I am of him.
Dead. By her own kin's hand.
The first time I saw you, I figured you a champion. A woman of valor, integrity.
Maybe next time let's not wander into a mass of armed soldiers. Yeah?
But it warms me to know I can always find you. Dance with you in the years to come.
Nice. Time to see what's lurking back there.
Seems we've pegged all 3 marks. Let the boss hunt begin.
Then we share a similar affliction. For I've grown fond of you too.
Ah, is that the one with the, bawdy lyrics? What is it they say? Ah, yes. Curiosity killed the kobold. Ira et dolo!
Got it.
You want to fight all of them? So be it. I have your back. Ethel again. I was hoping she'd found some remote bog to rot in. I want you to join me. Warriors, lovers, guardians, 2 champions as one. I've slayed myriad devils, each one a threat to Faerun. I've torn the horns from their heads without a second thought. Karlak is fallen. Come, Voss! I need you! Weapon at the ready, Chief. Now's the time. It might seem a bit ramshackle, but this place is a boast-worthy bar. I always knew what my future held, and I know I chose right.
It won't go out. Must be some trick to it.
Umbrai!
I like to think I did anyway. I'll have to let you be the judge.
Arrows, shackles, and gnome-sized tracks. Someone left this place in a hurry.
It's not your time. I paid the price of angering the wrong devil.
As long as Orpheus is bound, we're helpless. We have to assimilate him. Stultissime!
Time you made good on your bargain, hag.
Dame Aelin slipped through Roland's fingers. I wager she'll be back, and not in the best of moods.
The man for the job. To think of my father laying there, lifeless. But her suffering is over, and so is her parents'. I hope she finds comfort in that. I tumbled away, shot it with arrows, and it crashed to the ground. I could have ended the battle there and then, but this was prey that deserved to be played with.
Thou fetid fish! Thou rancid shark!
Always another evil to correct. Always another monster to slay.
The shadows deepen. Uncursed, but no less grim for it.
Worth a try.
But the people we were. Warriors, winners, saviors, lovers. And without the pact, I'm just a man. What good is my blade then when it's too dull to split monsters? What good is a flame when a mere breath snuffs it out? Big Bomb be damned. Gale's got everything he needs to defeat the Absolute already. Talent, nerve, and powerful allies at his side.
Te video!
Seems unusual to me. You were exploited. You were bound. I was not. We are among old friends under the twinkling stars.
We've had too little time for pleasures like these.
Precis alia ferro!
May Dame Aelin strike with surprise on her side, and may we be there to see it. But my heart still aches to think he's been taken by these cultists.
Into the fray!
The great dragon lies beyond. He must be freed.
Huzzah! Carrion's gone. I can't feel a single trace of his spirit.
Maybe it's true. Maybe Stelmane allied with a mind flayer and subjected the city to their political will.
May the brightest sun always face you, and the pouring rains fall behind.
Strange, given how you plunged those pointed canines right into my neck.
Listen, I might invoke the Triad from time to time, appeal to Helm, but I'm no man of faith. Not like Gale.
What? That... I can hardly believe it. He had so much life left in him.
Vivat crescat floriat!
Inficio! Father is dead. God's damned devil! Why are you here?
Come on, they'll know we've broken out by now.
There's a cleft in that tree. Squirrels, I suppose.
Why, that's right.
We can't let the absolute taint my father's mind.
Karlach, the archdevil Zariel's gladiator, come to burn the Sword Coast to ash.
Hunt the monsters of the Sword Coast. Protect the people. That was my promise.
A diabolist's prize. Who else would keep such a collection?
Oh, before I forget, I've made contact with an assassin, name of Artemis, a killer of killers. Certain arrangements can be made.
It's the mask! Get that thing off!
Thou quivering plague rat!
Father.
I don't recognize the names on this list. Not the ones that aren't crossed off, anyway.
She won't touch you unless there's something there for her to take. Don't give her so much as an inkling there might be. Baldur's Gate is my home, and I am its servant. I will be relentless in my pursuit of the greatest good.
And it seems Mistra's offered you an equally explosive solution. A shame my first brush with the famed Elminster couldn't be a tad more optimistic.
Godspeed, and may your journey be true.
Pipe down! Mors incerta vita certissima! Keep calm, I'm coming!
We'll have answers soon enough. Let's talk to Mazora.
Hell's great fires. You were on the ship. The helpless, though. They need the light of others. They're the ones who seek out the blade.
Poor thing. The place must have teemed with wildlife once.
By the dead gods! Are all Giths so brutal? Yes. Baldur's Gate will rise ever stronger. Let us be the ones to lay the first bricks.
Schio di dici pecto!
Look there, on the wall. Something's not right with that sigil.
Apostle's final form. Either Kethric's got a flair for poetry, or he's planning some ghastly ritual. Timento te!
Bloated as a pufferfish. He takes a few drinks, and I bet he'll pop. Why infect and imprison him only to kill him? I don't understand. It makes me angry to think about it still.
Killer Hellbeast unveiled the truth. Raphael may be a scoundrel, but it's too good a deal to refuse.
I must confess there's a certain dignity to it. The Grand Champion wearing an unholy skin.
Get thee gone! Custardous discharge!
Every target she set me on's been a demonic intruder, Tanari assassins who slip into Avernus, armor knights that amass near the Styx.
Well, I'm not getting through here. Not just yet, anyway.
These people are still in danger.
Need some healing!
To exert control, you must first sow chaos. A tyrant's strategy, as Father would say.
You're positively brimming with confidence. Mind if I borrow a handful?
Voco araniae!
I even had a special night planned, just you and me. But priorities tend to drift in times as tough as these. Gone gods. Watching you consume that tadpole was more disgusting than the tadpole itself.
Ugh!
Hells. They deserved better. They deserved a chance. Tell me, Astarion, was the power worth their sacrifice?
Perure! The patriarchs, the aristocracy, the councils of Waterdeep and Arm, their arms aren't so wide open.
But shouldn't the shadow have crept closer? Gone darker by now?
I'll be. Seems we found the town toll house.
What a cruel disguise. My nerves started hammering the second I thought they were the one looking for me. Too much honey wine can do that. You should watch yourself.
After that, well, it's up to us to decide. Any ideas?
Don't worry, I've got this!
Fast asleep. That's what hard drinking will get you. The stories I could tell.
Go on, my good man. You can't exactly deny a goddess now, can you?
She might still be alive if we'd spoken up.
Next blow's gonna hurt.
No. I mean, I don't think so. Would you count a light spritz from a vial of jasmine dust as a pheromone? Disturbing, you mean?
And what about Shadowheart?
The last death of the day, I hope. Your duty is fulfilled. Incredible. To think how many worlds exist beyond this tiny speck, within a speck I call home.
When the brain dies, so too will the tadpoles it calls to, ours among them. The people will hail us as champions.
We know he keeps it in the House of Hope. If we can find a diabolist, they could help us make our way in. And when my body gives way to exhaustion, I picture your dragon landing beside me. You dismount, we lock eyes, and you sink into my waiting arms. Their eyes are accustomed to darkness. A bit of light or fire will sort them right out. But just imagine the isles and adventures lying just beyond your view, Astarion.
The farmer's dearest fruit, naturally, was no apple nor peach, but his beloved daughter.
So, your blade is sharp as ever, Lae'zel of Kalir. To no one's surprise.
What could go wrong?
Dead at last. All hail the Emperor.
Gods, to think what's become of this place. A mere shadow of its glory days.
Heading out.
Harpers! Out of the shadows!
Vis medicatrix!
You slurped that thing up like a horse with a carrot.
Horribilissimos!
Looks like that's going to bruise.
Lathander, god of dawn and renewal. And fertility, wouldn't you know?
What would Minsk say? Ah, yes. Go for the eyes, boo! Death is staring her down, and she wants these last moments to count for something. When our allies fail us, we must turn to our enemies. My father's words. Where the Emperor's concerned, I fear we've no choice but to trust.
Instead, I must devote myself to political bargains, forging alliances, keeping to custom.
An invitation from Gortash. What's the bastard up to, I wonder? I can't even see a lock to pick.
I've entrusted the fist to Cordula Eltan. Who better than a descendant of its founder to guide them?
I know you have questions. Please, go to our camp. You'll be safe there. We'll talk soon enough.
That doll! There must be some way to dispel its curse.
Nice key. It's just like the one that corpse in the tunnels held. But I think she's clever enough to flee before the jaws close around her neck. I'm worried for every desperate soul Mazora will recruit to the Blood War. Every life she snuffs out on Zariel's whims.
How flaccid is my foolish foe? Gigants!
Damned slavers. Just the sight of them turns my stomach.
It's no use.
I deserve that. And I wish I could give more than sorries in return.
Go on, my treasure. The night's young. You shouldn't waste a moment of it.
Too dangerous even for Mistra. But I would sooner trust it with a god than with Gale. It's been a badger's age since I've twinkled my toes. A drunk ogre could put on a better show. Wait, this looks familiar.
He wants mercy. I say show it to him. Decisively.
Lux in tenebra.
Something's off about this pillar. Can't quite put my finger on it.
No, scratch that. Thanks be to you. Adamantine. That forge must be within spitting distance.
A third disc with Githyanki writing. Looks right up Lae'zel's alley. A clear necessity.
A sending stone. Nothing so special, I assure you. If only last night could have lasted forever. But if I'm to be a Grand Duke, I've got to greet the people and gain their trust. I told him the truth of things, of the pact, of the tadpoles, all of it. And for the first time in 7 years, I felt his embrace. You seem like a good crew. I'm the blade of Avernus. I swore to cleanse the hells of the devils that threaten the coast. Standing here, I feel like I can see into forever.
Pigeon remains. The blood pattern points to the temple.
Moons and stars. Just like that poem said.
Tieflings, to arms!
A far cry from the rancid Avernus heat that's been clogging my lungs.
Safe travels, chum. See you at camp.
I wouldn't reject it outright. Why refuse an advantage when so much is at stake?
That was a phase spider. Better watch out. It might come back.
Shit. Raphael snuffed her out just like that.
A crescent and harp emblem. The drow was a harper. Why was she here of all places?
The very same. You seem nice and all, but I've teamed up with someone else. I don't need a party on top of that.
The password is Sicarius. Let's beat feet to Candlehallow.
Hells. Only a broken mind could create such a sick scene as this.
I need them to be just right. I wouldn't want to fail my new partner. I'd parade you through the streets if I could. The Illithid who saved Baldur's Gate, the bards would cry, and you would take your rightful place at the side of Grand Duke Wyll Ravengard. I will destroy the Elder Brain. Grand Duke Ulder Ravengard will be avenged.
High risk, high reward. This relic must be something special.
Looks simple enough.
Yet we live, and we have the Emperor to thank for it. No time or inclination to get your divine hands dirty in battle, I wager. What different lives we've come to lead. I know I haven't said. Our relation was no matter of pride, not least for him. Gifts burned into my memories. I wouldn't give them up for the world.
These chests are empty.
Getting it done.
I'll say. Being smothered by rubble is not how I'd like to spend my final moments. So much talk of this adamantine forge, and the memory shard already showed us where to find it. I miss you, Scratch. The Emperor failed us. Its plan has all but led us to ruin. The worm is dead, Father. Where we might have once found a friend, we found only his bones, animated by an old grievance. And my father?
Whatever made those tracks seems to be in here.
Voices raised in song on returning day, the heady whines at the elf song. There's truly no place like Baldur's Gate.
Virtus et scientia, efferve.
Beautiful brushstrokes. I've seen the masterworks of Reuben Delgorg himself, and this portrait is far superior. You're running away from Gale's cooking. Mizora, I've had enough. You promised my freedom. Time to end the pact.
I'll take a crack. A life worth saving.
Ostende secreturum tuorum. Checking it out.
You damned wretch. Fail. And I made a mindless blob clawing at demons on the front lines of the Blood War. It was a great scrap. A hungry minotaur with a hankering for human flesh.
Just a few rocks.
It won't budge.
Turns out she's kept me on a loose leash.
By the living gods! No more visions, no more lies. I expect answers. Now.
I know a magical ward when I see one. I should keep my hands to myself.
Proper inspiration.
Courage, insight, strategy, justice. I remember them well. Father made me recite them every morning.
Tombstones. I'd half expect to get a glimpse of Withers here.
By Baldur's breath. What is that thing up to?
Ease your worries. Warm your hands.
We owe you that much.
The truth is finally dawning. Shadowheart can follow its light, or she can retreat back into dusk. 4 months of age at most, a mote of love in its purest form. She is perfection.
Either we find it, or I'm made a mindless blob clawing at demons on the front line of the blood war.
We'll have to see. Suck on the wrong necks, and we'll revisit the issue.
Damihi fakta.
I'm betting on all of us. A bone. Somewhere out there, a skeleton's missing a piece.
You felled enough Cambions to build a fortress with their horns.
Well, I've got to dispel these shadows before I fall to this damned curse.
It was you! You killed my father!
Dead as a door hinge. You need all the help you can get.
The city can be pungent, but it's more than that. Tyrill's history is written within Baldur's Gate's walls.
A tome of necromancy. Best keep that thing shut.
I feel the weight of these horns on my head, curling upwards like a mammoth's tusks. I feel these ridges snaking down my neck.
Resisto venenum!
My powers, they're draining.
Just like Mazora said they would. A small price to pay in the grand scheme of things. Valor is found not in the wounds you inflict, but in the lives that you have bettered.
Golden gods. This place is horrific.
Ha!
No. Unless my mind's gone a muddle, I think you mean bottom right.
Nocturnus. Ouch! Get it together, Chief.
To think, this creche was nestled in the valley, a day's trot away.
I don't have to ask for permission, if that's what you mean.
Voss, I call on your might!
I always figured him for a clever one. By falling for you, he proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt.
My father.
Right you are. But even tonight, beneath the tears of Saluna, the city isn't far from my mind.
Assuming the goblins haven't killed him by now.
Can't say I understand this bit about a hot hammer, though.
Drowcraft armor. No magic left, though. Sun's too bright.
But if I'm right, they will infect him, and the city's guardian will become its ruin, unless we put a stop to it. You slapped that thing up like a horse with a carrot. I hope you got what you needed from it.
But I won't deny this infection is bothersome.
Parure!
What in the... Oh.
There's script etched on the ring. Can't read a word of it, though. Won't open without a key.
Don't stop singing. Should the child take even a small step towards independence, she'll be punished.
Nothing left.
Another one. These gems must have some special purpose.
Not working.
That can't be food, can it?
Gods, I want you. But I can't take your body without taking your heart.
Karlach, I know I say this every day, but I'm so glad you're here.
This is what happened with Alfira, isn't it? By Baldran's helm, if only I'd known.
There's a schism growing among your people, and Lae'zel just took one step towards choosing a side. That fellow was infected like us. Is this the mark of a true soul?
Voss! To battle!
Es pride I may.
Hear that? The psionic detector. There are Githyanki close by. Shit. All that's left of the Great Worm is bone and ash.
What makes a Duke of Baldur's Gate so interesting to the Drow? Even the houses of Men's Oberanzan would have little use for my father.
The Night Song will tear Ketheric to shreds. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Uh-oh. What is it they say about curiosity in cats?
This place is darker than dark. As if the shadows could cast shadows.
But freedom will be paid in my father's blood. Tomorrow, I celebrate my gain. Today, I mourn my loss.
Like a summer's day, thou art sweaty.
Well, that's a sight I can never unsee. Not every threat to Faerun resides there. Better to prevent a catastrophe than to face it, even if it means a hell hunt.
Incredible. To hear my father's voice speak those words. like a stranger wrapped in his flesh.
I'm in big trouble if that story goes to print.
The smell getting to you, Lae'zel. Raphael thought he could outsmart us. But there are other ways to get the Orphic hammer. Guaranteed.
Manos potentis paro. Stronger together.
Rest in peace, Astarion. You may have been a bloodthirsty murderer, but I liked you all the same.
In the Gate especially, it's uncommon to marry your first love nowadays.
Incredible. Do the Githyanki know of this place?
O Baldurin, founder due veneration. His guardian dragon Ansur tremendous in worth. A savior below, our eternal elation.
If so, they'll hunt us to the far ends of this cursed land.
Slippery little blighter. Come on, we need to talk to Floric. Arabella.
Vis medicatrix!
Voco flagella. Gigans. You can count on me.
That's one outlandish blade. Githyanki, I reckon.
And none of it shall go to waste. You have my solemn promise. But, truth be told, it's not just Baldur's Gate I'm protecting.
Gods damn it, Karlach! You'd sacrifice my father just to have vengeance!
Nothing but dirt.
Voco arvina.
A trap. So much for a warm welcome.
Morbidus.
That ranger's left a mountain of corpses in his wake, and collected a tale or two. You'd indulge in one, yes? I see. Well, go on then. A duke's son is forever blessed and cursed to carry his banner. I'm starting to feel less a protector of the people, and more an errand boy. Is that? Hells! The shadows have taken Lae'zel. I'm sure it'll come to pass. Find me when it's done. I'll want to hear your story. But I've seen your people in battle. I reckon you are no mere warrior, but a god's damned army. If anyone can overcome this tadpole, it's you. Shit. Lae'zel is a powder keg, and Shadowheart was the spark.
Good idea. Eltergard. Should have known. Still a good ways from Baldur's Gate.
The cultists choked on our poisons and burned from our flames. And when we were done, all that remained were 5 greyed orbs atop a pile of ash.
Ad vitam aeternum.
See you soon, then. Corpses on top of corpses. Left for the rats to devour.
Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt if I poked around a little.
No lock, no handle. How does it open?
We'd make better strangers.
And what about Astarion? Mistra wants to meet Gale. Impressive. The only thing a god's ever offered me is a cold shoulder.
It seems a rather vain notion to me, but I can't say I haven't thought about it. How about you?
This prison's in the lower city. Let's move.
Ah! Vita excolatur.
I'd venture into the wilds with you at my side if I could. The Illithid who saved Baldur's Gate, I would cry. And the people would greet you as the hero I know you to be.
A lava elemental. That thing could melt armor and flesh alike.
What's that there?
I really didn't expect the affair to last between the two of you, Lae'zel. Is it getting to be something more?
Fortune willing. As the seasons of life pass into winter, and my hair goes to grey, you'll still be within my quivering arm's reach. This must be where Isabel was interred before Ketheric brought her back. We'll get Karlach fixed up, right? There's always a way. There has to be. When I'm gone, the 4 pillars will live with her. Courage, justice, insight, strategy. May they guide her down the path with the brightest star at its end.
A giant nest. Let's see what we can find.
Oh, there's a hag pit stench about you. That skull is massive. A gargantula, maybe. Horrendous beasts. As tall as they are ferocious.
Ad maiorum de gloriam.
I reckon they've infested the entire coast.
Veritas. Credo. Oculos.
A most vicious one, in fact.
Oh, he pretended to be cross. but there was no hiding the sly grin that crept on his face.
I want you to see my blade slice her wings off her back, to hear her groans as she dissolves into ash.
Always a pleasure. Gaudy thing. Maybe it can be sold for something more useful.
Precis alia ferro! Seek out the Drider, crush it like the vermin it is, and let the way to Moonrise open.
The goblin priestess bled dry, and still the blade thirsts.
I value affection over fun, a lasting memory over a passing fancy. This is our story, not theirs.
How lovely. A natural tunesmith. You've been patient through it all. Your love is the fuel that drives me forward. As a boy, my bond with father was too deep to miss the mother I never had.
Vokos Pikai! A key? Wonder what it opens.
You are a warlock. You know about bound souls and frozen tongues. Dead!
God's damn wretches!
Gods know why. You'd be well within your rights to burn me alive.
Love Shadowheart's new look. Softer, less severe. It suits her. An old name for certain, but a new man to bear it.
What a cruel disguise. My nerves started hammering the second I thought he was the one looking for me.
Why is it always a method?
I'd like to do this the proper way. The way of the old romances sung by the bards. But I haven't sprouted any tentacles. Not yet, anyway. And nor have you. Could just be good luck. I'm not so...
Astarion! Gods, what a horror. To feel the sun on your skin for so long, only to be forced back into the shadows. Faccio voco fere! I considered thrashing every last one of them for the fears they stoked in Gortash's name. But I didn't have the heart for so much as a scolding. But if I can't call you partner, I'm glad I can still call you friend. One of them sported a map and some blueprints. If you want all the gory details, Karlak can fill you in.
I could really use an instruction book.
Balduran's beard, what a performance! You put the 5 flagons to shame. I can't pretend I have the answer, but I know the Illithids right about one thing. Father, come! Mazora's here, we need to get moving!
Those screams. Someone's trapped in that mirror.
An uneasy life awaits you. But know this, so it's the Dark Lady who shadowed your heart, is it? I might have guessed. I trust you and stand by you. However you choose, I am at the ready. We should pay her a visit. Goblins and gnolls are marked on here too. There'll be no match for the blade. You disavowed me of that notion soon enough. The marks will fade soon enough, if not the memories they contain. I think it's the one ending in Osh. Easy mistake. Not that I'm one to question someone's meal preferences, but something tells me this is more than a dietary quirk. Invoco te! You may as well scrawl a red V on your forehead. Cupio vertus laicet! The man I call my father. More precisely, Grand Duke Ravengard of Baldur's Gate. Now, let's rest. I wager tomorrow'll be a big day. Looks like I'm swearing off mushroom soup. Maybe I'd be living in the city. Maybe I'd never have been forced into this cursed pact. I won't let you down!
Once Gale tasted of godhood, he was always bound to fill himself full. May he be wiser than he is cocksure, for his own sake.
Soldier's pet, Papa's prince, Duke's little rich boy, the babe of frontiers. I know this is my doing, my choice, my burden, but to see him laying there, lifeless. Crescat scientia! I mean, the blade hasn't exactly lived up to his own reputation. Ludus non factum est! But you said it anyway, to your immense credit. You're choosing truth. You're choosing freedom. For you, for Orpheus, for your people. We should rest these weary bones of ours. You're not in your right mind. There's got to be more to it. Well, I'll be.
So even the ferocious Lae'zel has a soft side.
If those blueprints work, we might be able to fix Karlach, and she might be able to go home to Faerun. Trust the Emperor or annihilate the Sword Coast. A vexing choice, but an easy one.
Incertus pulcher imperio!
At the banquet, Stelmane didn't seem to look at us, but through us.
Gale's Tressym flew the coop. Wonder what she's up to.
She hides behind a projection. It's time we find the Mother Superior in flesh.
One night soon when we make camp, the veil will be lifted, and I'll pay my penance.
Floric.
Ludus non factum est!
Horrifying. So many damned corpses.
The blade provides.
Deep shadows have long haunted Baldur's Gate, and few loom so large as Cazador's.
An ambitious enterprise. One I doubt Mistra will stand for.
Then I hope the road rises to meet you wherever it leads.
There's no expelling the dark aura. Not while that thing still stands.
Well, that was quite the security system.
Dolo! Who would take in these souls, if not the Jewel of Baldurin?
Nice punch. Maybe next time try a simple hello?
The Blade of Frontiers at your calling.
What was it that changed your mind?
I've turned goblins into corpses, but never into comrades. If it's got your hackles rising, then I reckon we should steer clear. Let's go.
Shit! This was your doing. All of it.
Even hell'd gag on your bedeviled stench.
Baldur's Gate, born and raised. The only son of a single father.
Listen up!
One of the archdevil Zariel's own. Chaos incarnate, a devil with pure fire for a heart. I made my way to Avernus to stop her.
All right. I know a shortcut. Congratulations. The amulet is yours. But don't think Valyria was the only soul you sacrificed to retrieve it.
A cave beneath the tavern. I wonder how deep it runs.
We can't let them find the grove. End her. Now.
Healing you up.
Hells. What did that mind flayer do to me?
Inexpugnabilis.
You won't feel a thing.
No, this can't be his end. Father's vanquished dragon cultists and assassins alike with his own bastard sword. A Raven Guard is not ruined by fire nor blood. I do, and so did my father.
Sounds like a cult, and the Absolute is bending their ears.
Shut it, devil! I know your kind. A heart darker than a shadow's nightmares. You'd cut a child's throat just to taste the blood.
I thought our connection meant something to you. Certainly it did to me.
What manner of misfit curates a collection like this?
We can't leave her be. Who knows how many lives she might take.
Whoever built it, they've let it rot for ages.
The magic nearly oozes from this flask. Gale might be interested. And poof, the power's gone. Tenebra.
Don't bother answering. I already know.
Maybe another time. Now, you've got a party to get back to. Don't forget tonight is about you.
That's what I'm here for.
This makes no sense. Why here? And why now?
Quiet! That did something all right. The tower's defenses are shutting down.
Good thing for you, I'm not such a man. Besides, not even the Blade of Frontiers is immune to your not inconsiderable charms.
Suffering and hate can never prevail for as long as we wield them.
Goblins got to her by the looks of it, but she stood her ground proudly. All those fires. An army camp, I wager. But an army of what?
Gods damn it all! To the grove, quickly! We can't let it fall to these vicious bastards. Still as charismatic as ever, I'd hasten to add.
Curious. I shouldn't wonder if that was the voice of Shah herself. Something's hidden in that hay. Hells. I thought I'd left this place behind.
I'd be a fool to wish otherwise.
What in the hells was she thinking? To go spewing such treacherous drivel?
What in the...
We could have walked away, strategized, considered our options. We could have lied.
Yeah. Forget it. We won't make so much as a dent.
Dum vita est spes est.
Don't push it, kid. If you see trouble, then run. Only fight if you have to.
Let's all keep our heads, eh? You, us, near.
By the gone gods. What have we done?
Please, we need to see to my father.
You don't?
Feel that? Magic. A spell sealed that chest tight.
Let the tale be told. We are victorious!
It was on a whim that I smelled an orchard's sweetest flowers and plucked its sweetest fruit. Ah, how to answer a question with so many layers as that?
Good riddance, glut. No good could have come from your reign.
Flagilo!
A powerful friend with a keen interest in privacy. I'm sworn to say no more.
Blow the horn. The trap has been set. It's done, Karlak. By my living soul, you will forever burn. No pardon without repentance, and no penalty without mercy. I shall always apply this axiom of justice, my good ranger. And Boo, of course.
I can't hold it any longer.
An infant could make better trinkets than this.
There's worse ways to travel, I guess.
Hey, stay with me. My head's beating like a war drum. I swear to the gods.
A cult from the looks of it, and word spreading fast.
Trust me, I won't be far behind.
I'll get you free.
Are you so heartless that you'd ask the oppressed to suffer? Are you so mindless that you don't see through the blatant political scheming?
Diminue.
No! Devils cannot be trusted.
A throne fit for a tyrant, but most certainly not for you.
That was most of them. Time to press on. Why shouldn't I? I have no reason to doubt Floric's word, and neither do you. That should cover it.
Really? Oh dear. Am I blushing? I feel like I'm blushing.
The undead smashed to bone. Lathander's sun does not rise on the soulless.
Thank you. For the dance, I mean. I won't forget it.
Mortem tuum sum!
Tempting as these powers sound, we should recognize this dream for what it is. The tadpole's little trick. Not people like you. I swear I didn't know.
Didst thou mother sex a plague rat?
So, what's all this?
How could I ever refuse you?
Keep calm. Even the Blade of Frontiers knows when he's outmatched. I'm sure you know the stories. Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid. They say there's no coming back. Oh, Astarion. I bet I'd find a touch of sweet under all that sour if I dig deep enough.
Father, no!
Curse the Absolute.
Though I'll have to take your word for it. I've been avoiding my own reflection.
Spill the magic bean, Shadowheart. Who are you talking to?
The necromancy of Thay. I bet Gale could use this.
Oh, the blade doesn't sulk. I was just reflecting on what has happened and not wanting to be Mr. Serious at a celebration. The shadows are cruel. It would take a miracle for Arabella's mother and father to survive them.
Need a boost.
Before the Illithid's unscheduled surgery, I'd felled hundreds of beasts and a fair few fiends.
Rotating plates. Might as well give them a turn. There for the taking. Sorting you out.
Hells. Old Ravengard's been taken.
You don't know what this means. You don't know what you're asking me to do.
Don't you worry. It takes years to master the Volant. Angry at myself that it took so long for me to see the coast suffering.
These poor souls seek a champion, and you turn your back.
Help!
Mercenary they may be, but father always demanded discipline from the Flaming Fist. Seems some grew unruly in his absence.
Maybe is better than no last I checked. I'll take it.
I've been thinking a lot about forever. More so, I've been thinking about everything that comes before. I can't imagine what cruel penance Moll would pay if she were ever to resist that fell bastard.
What do you know? It works.
Ah!
My next target's the most challenging yet, or so she says. I don't know much more. Only that it's no demon, but a devil.
Propera minimus.
Sing to me! Sing!
Our tale's not over.
And here I go.
Risus abundat.
The brain. It's sucking the energy right out of me. Got to be close.
Kaido!
Grooves and ridges here, still fresh. The marks of a monster.
Flagilo. There's a hole there, behind the crates.
You weren't to know. I should have said sooner, but it's a complicated matter.
Going quiet. The voice of the Dark Goddess herself.
I have hunted Spawn as the Blade, driven by agonizing hunger, every last one. She has heart, that one. I mean, well, you know what I mean. Take good care of her, and make sure she takes care of you.
Mine!
Vines everywhere. They did it. They really did it.
Best to stay out of its way. Quite a collection. Smuggler's stash, I wager. But so far down.
Glacius!
I spent years swatting away my fears and doubts of my infernal fate, and I eventually made my peace. I had to. I'll presume that's Githyanki for yes. Now, let's move.
See you soon then.
What a mess. This all seemed rather gratuitous.
Damned monster, back off!
Besides, I watched you at the gate. I could use an ally like you.
I meant it, and I still do.
Toenail-tasting trout hole. Voco potentia.
Don't you dare think of giving in. If you're so keen to hunt, we'll find deserving prey.
Just think, if those blueprints are right, we can fix your heart up once and for all.
Sphira mortis.
I'm sorry, Shadowheart. This memory will be a heavy load to carry.
Thou latrine-loving leper. Ooh.
I wonder where they were going. You owe them that much. Possibly, but I wager there's something deeper at work here.
Namely, I nominate you. Please say you'll accept.
And what is an adventure without monsters to slay and toasts to be made after?
My mother always said the wild and oak's acorns held just a touch of wishing magic.
Baldur's Gate stands on the brink of the abyss. We'll need all the help we can get. Let's awaken the worm and take back the city.
Es pride me.
Astarion was bound to be trouble.
Still, I can't believe we just gave him up.
Hells. As if the targets on our backs weren't already plain enough.
The sort of thing that might interest Wyll.
That chair leg might be good for smacking monsters around.
It's all right. Don't tell anyone, but I was afraid too.
Sit with me. It's time we started our happily ever after.
And you know they don't give without taking.
I expected worse. Much worse.
I've seen renderings of these very jewels, the work of Saldanesselar elves. How'd they come to be here? My boyhood texts claim bodies from this battle drifted downriver for a week.
Instead, you painted the audience hall with my father's blood.
Yes. Unless I find a way to free myself from my devil's talons.
The dragon stands watch while his friend takes to the seas. I wonder I've not heard this tale.
Palidamors! Wasn't your father a flounder?
That's when the cult of the dragon made its move. Excellent armor. Strange place to find it.
Cum mortuis in lingua mortua.
Coming.
Where am I needed?
A quick dip.
Be at ease.
But to know he's well and truly
Gone.
I've got the plans and the Sousa bark. Now I need somewhere to craft it all.
Won't budge. Marcus could have warned me.
I have never called myself hero, but I am bound to an oath. When I left the city, my father saw only a boy carrying the stench of the hells. Now, he sees the man I made of myself.
I don't suppose this Inquisitor will have plain answers for us.
I used to come here and climb it when my father's eye was turned elsewhere. Daydream of the stories it might tell if I listened close enough. Mizora, I've had enough. You owe your life to me. Time to end the pact.
None can escape me.
I understand.
Non compos mentis. Take my hand.
Zoru abandoned Wyll to the Githyanki. Damned coward. Breathe. Focus. This battle's barely begun. I imagine you've been cracking Kithraki heads across every plane. Mind you, you're not the only one who's been piling up corpses.
Wouldn't wish that fate on anyone. I'm going in.
My Life, Part 12. The Boring Opponent. Fiat voluntas Dei.
I am a man of two faces, but I also know you can find the light if you know where to look. Do you mean Ansor? He's naught but bones, Floric, but his spirit has blessed me with power. These weapons look ancient. Who's using this stuff?
So 2 halflings walk under a bar.
Ah! No holding back! Holy hells! Get that thing off! Now! What was it Father said? Fear is what you feel. Courage is what you do. Our very own vampire's the missing pawn in his master's deadly game.
Aha!
Ever onward.
Olma, call in your hunters. We found their prey. Do this, and the Queen's forces will aid us against the Netherbrain. Grand Duke, I look the part of a fiend. Come, we have a Netherbrain to tear up.
That won't do. Draw more the wicked. Straight from the storybooks.
I hope. I pray that you'll show more care in the future.
We should check it out, but be careful.
Though she does insist on joining diplomatic missions in human guise. Thank you for sticking your neck out for me. I mean it, but I'm not going to celebrate till I'm actually free. Forest trees draped in moss, bittersweet, smoky, and that faintest hint of vanilla. One target down, but we're not done yet. Time to find this Inquisitor. Don't. You're the author of your own story. I wish I got to play a bigger role in it. A thief walks free. Is this truly justice? Go ahead.
Time to step in before those hotheads combust.
Few defenses can withstand a red dragon's breath.
You turn a blind eye to this outrage. You're vicious as Korga. The blade slayed a death dog or 6, crossed a few dwergar. She was just the distraction I needed. She nipped at the minion's heels and I leapt from its grasp, unsheathed my short swords, and rushed at the Amnitsu in a fury.
The spawn got a Starian, which means he's on his way to Cazador's palace.
I'm returning to the Grove. Zevlor's people need champions.
The greater good. Damn right. Those brain things aren't attacking. They must think I'm one of them. In the boy's tears, I finally saw the suffering wrought by the villains of the wild. I need to think. Every strike needs to count. It's time to make the undead re-dead. The first time I saw you, I figured you a champion. A person of valor. Integrity. A charming couple. I think my heart just grew 2 sizes.
Ti absolvo. Let's chew the fat.
This adamantine forge. The same that Disguised Journal mentioned, surely.
Heart of gold, eye of stone.
Always a pleasure.
I think she needs a moment to herself.
I'll see what I can do.
By Baldur, I've got you.
Look at that. Unlikely place for a shrine.
Then you're no better than the wretches that condemn them. Not the sweet honeysuckle. The heady jasmine. But what does it matter? I haven't even managed to kill one measly devil.
I'm hardly a prime catch.
Got a flagon of ale? I'm starving.
Kudo! I can feel it. My oath forsaken again.
Did you see something happen? You called for us.
You're a vampire. I'm afraid that makes you a monster.
Shadowheart, the way you paint around your eyes, they look permanently cloaked in shadow.
Oh, what in the blazes is that?
Happy to help.
You drive a hard bargain. But just the one.
Good. No telling how many lives he might yet have taken. Tonight, the coast breathes easier.
The magic nearly oozes from this flask. Can you use it?
Rascal. Jagoda. These are pet collars. Ugh, and covered in dried blood.
I hear shouting up ahead. Amorous passions usually make people more considerate, Minthara. Kinder, sympathetic, better at cooperating.
Mizora wouldn't dare risk it, as long as I'm more valuable as a warlock.
Hells, I can feel only shadows. They're clouding my thoughts, my memories.
Your truth is finally dawning, Shadowheart. You can follow its light, or you can retreat back into dusk. A nautiloid. Could it be? Bloodthirst is another matter. But perhaps not too big of one, if it's a devil or demon's flesh you're wanting to tear.
A mailed fist. Great for a paladin, not so much for a warlock.
Gods, she makes a mockery of everything the blade stands for. Such an asshole. I can already feel her tightening the leash. This might be my last chance to escape it.
But it warms me to know you'll be near.
One way or another. She'll see there's no winning Raphael's game, and she'll walk away.
I need an edge.
Stick close. One sight of us, and they'll lash out.
Shah's domain indeed. Despair and discarded memories lurking in every shadow. A girl like that needs advice, not a dagger in the gut.
I've pledged my life to protecting the meek from monsters. But tonight, I was the rampaging beast.
Thou necrotic stump.
Good thing for you, you're so God's damn charming.
Barrel stalks. Threaten the Myconids and boom. Poison everywhere.
This would be the worst time to take a nap.
Leave it be. Not every glowing light is an invitation to take what's inside it.
This won't get me anywhere. Time to try a different approach.
The magic touch.
Virtus et scientia.
Inappropriate. By the nine hells. Think of the stories we could tell.
A splendid plan. We'll talk more there.
Camp would be my guess. She doesn't have much time left.
Voscuro! We will prevail.
What's on your mind?
Video veritatum.
Thank you. Maybe it's me, but you sound almost nostalgic.
Men, women, children, all barred from entry. A damn travesty.
It's not stealing, it's acquiring.
Go on, read the legend of Ansur. Then we can plan our next steps.
Ah, that damned near split my bones.
Knowles, and I doubt we've seen the last of them.
Damn it all! I vowed to hunt vicious monsters, not join their ranks.
Clausus, non movere.
It's the furthest thing from my mind. Besides, Shadowheart, not all fiends are cut from the same scorched cloth.
Karlach never ceases to amaze me.
Obedi me. Resisto mortem.
You've got my attention?
Voco moras.
I meant the gate. But you're always welcome for tea.
But we will make the decisions we see fit. The ones that'll restore the city to glory. Damn it! We've got to do something!
All these years. You'd think it's a lesson I'd have well learned.
By the good God, such cruelty. Is your soul truly this sick?
Damn gnolls are everywhere.
And you? The city's yours too, after all. How's it feel to be back?
But I've only now come to see who my true enemy's been.
Out of sight, out of mind. Swelto is the one you should strike.
She lied to you, Floric. I did everything in my power to get my father to safety.
Proud? No. Angry. That ship sailed the Styx already. All I can hope for is to limit the damage.
I'd go ahead and toss that bottle. We won't be needing it.
Irretio inspira.
Right. Next time a witty fop insinuates himself into our good graces, I'll check his breath for copper first.
These cultists seek a weapon. Could they mean the artifact that we carry? Let's get it done.
And I am Wyll Ravengard, a memory of a memory, a man who belongs to the past. I'd fall on my own blade and join the blood war in an instant, should she put you or the Sword Coast in danger. But my soul belongs to a far more fiendish villain now. The Archdevil Zariel.
Damn. That places me stinking worse than the wrong end of a cave troll.
But I won't miss Mazora's leash squeezing my neck. Tomorrow, I celebrate my gain.
But today, I mourn my loss.
Gods! What in the deepest hell is wrong with you?
Then by all means, call me a fool.
Non fit injura.
All that effort only to earn an invitation. What's the bastard up to, I wonder? I'll wait until the hot hells freeze over and the cold hells melt away. Let forever pass if it must. Time itself can't keep us apart. A bard started calling me that after I saved him from gnolls, and the name stuck.
A power born of Illithids is not one to take lightly. Its value is unproven.
Breathe easy.
By Baldur's helm, I wish we could have danced forever.
No good ever came from trusting honey-tongued strangers conjured up by Illithid worms.
Whatever comes next, choose wisely. What's done cannot be undone.
Perhaps using Ethel's wand wasn't the best idea.
Which isn't to say I've gone without opposition.
The heart of the gate is dead.
Excellent.
Quite an unusual spear.
Mortem tuum sum!
I'm surprised you're so fond of swords. A battle axe would seem more suitable for a man of your stature.
By the gods, do something! Or are you going to let them blow up the poor guy?
Baldur's beard. A cloaker.
He's someone else's problem now anyway. Woods are full of boars. Maybe he'll learn his lesson and start hunting something that won't miss him when he goes.
Yes, though our togetherness isn't so together as we'd like.
Too dangerous even for Mistra. But I would sooner trust it with a god than a man.
Nothing but trouble.
We can't leave her be. Who knows how many lives she might take.
Of course. That's what curiosity gets you.
Gods. I thought this was our decision. That you'd remain at my side.
What we have is resolute. I wouldn't trade that for all the material plane.
Still stuck tight.
You make a damn fun dance partner, too.
A mind flayer. Not a particularly good omen.
To conjure the Dragon Queen and lay waste to Baldur's Gate.
Let's keep our condition on a need-to-know basis. As in, nobody needs to know.
I think she will. If not, well,
The Elder Brain is first on the list. Everything else will need to wait.
Good song, good company, and good wine from the looks of it. I'm not about to enlist a goblin's help, thanks very much.
one horn, the stink of Avernus. Advocatus Diaboli.
You're glowing with magic. Mistra must be mighty happy right about now.
I am the blade of frontiers.
I love you. Will you be mine today and tomorrow and reaching into eternity?
It was an even bloodier day, and a stronger foe.
Floric, Mizora is a devil. I am my father's son. Will you really trust her word over mine?
Anything but. I don't fight to be flattered, Lae'zel. I fight to save lives.
We should do better than this.
Be better than this for those who seek our aid. You're the author of your own story. You get to choose which part I play. I know. But until that day comes, I'm content just knowing you're near. Unfettered slaughter, no more and no less. I thought better of you. That was my mistake.
Notes on the cursed shadows. If ever they were to spread.
Better friends than the ones hitching a ride in our skulls, at least.
Who among us hasn't wondered what it would be like to live forever?
Nice statue. Can't place the face.
So much for Ketheric's immortality. Let's move. I want to see this Angel of Doom in action.
Right you are, Lae'zel. We should at least try. The girl's as bold as a lamb cavorting in a lion's den.
Maya Fortio!
Umbrai!
Scratch marks on the floor. But I haven't sprouted any tentacles. At least not yet, thank Baldrin.
Ugh. That bottle smells as strange as it looks.
Hurry up! They won't stop until the brain is under control.
Your time is at an end.
My story is one of two men, but we can't pass up the chance. Imagine it, to swim in the Chionthar again, to travel cobblestone roads, to set our heads on down pillows. I hope Gale makes you happy.
Gala!
You gore-bellied, purulent horse-ass!
Very well. If it's mind games these parasites wish to play, we'll play. And we'll win. Stegos may not have much taste for meat, but they've got a hell of a temper. Luckily, this one had only clobbered a few farmhouses once I'd caught up.
Through you, I've been born anew.
Killed without a mark. Who the hells does she serve? Zaris's chest. I bet it holds all sorts of treasures.
I'll do what I can.
Watch it. The door's been trapped. Don't just go charging through.
I know. I should have told you sooner. At first, I thought we should avoid these gifts no matter what advantage we gain.
I thought the Absolute would have use for him. A general, a figurehead, something. This is my time!
That was on purpose.
We had every chance to tame our rage, but we fed it, wet its claws and let it loose.
In a land of darkness, Saluna's faithful learn to make their own light.
I wager you've cracked open more Kithraki heads than you could possibly count.
Dragons, overhead.
Stay low. Have showed no signs of turning. No nausea, no pain. Not even a hot flash.
Hero Blade. Name strangers gave me. My friends call me Wyll.
Father, hold on, I'm coming!
The beast was a smoking heap of black-green scales once the battle was over. The elves and I sang songs and drank mead in celebration until their barrels went dry.
Forget it. I've got a quarry to catch.
Damn it, Karlach. Where have you gotten to?
I'll say what I can, but it won't be enough.
Miracle worker.
Listen! This is an atrocity. It must be avenged.
I'll presume that's Githyanki for yes. Now let's move.
Let's just slip out of here. The chill's getting to me.
Ira et dolo!
Keep your cool. This one's all bite, no bark. Or is it the other way around?
Damnable thing almost singed my eyebrows. Time to return the favor. Look, you're the author of your own story. You get to choose who plays which part.
Astonishing. To think such grandeur has been lurking beneath the city.
The crown! Quick! It must be dominated! Cast the spell!
And yet you served.
UBS. You wager this Absolute's going to get chatty with us. Dark. Cold. As if all the life is being sucked out of me.
Seems you're the missing pawn in your master's deadly game.
Don't worry. It's not really about the dance. It's about whose we're dancing with.
Both. Relevant words for times of strife, and for a dragon's underground trial. If we're lucky.
An anti-lantern that radiates darkness and not light. Clever idea. Unnerving, too.
Steady now. These people are still in danger. 1,000 perils will still threaten them.
Go ahead.
So much for Halcyon. Maybe I can learn something from his corpse.
It's where my father taught me to hold a rapier, to read books of lore, to know right from wrong.
Eyes open, mouth shut.
Ryland sure didn't. It wasn't a month before the place was overrun by rampaging stegos. The great readers dealt with 5 of them without too much trouble. The remaining one, well,
Halsin is such a delight. Woe to the cultist who tangles with that thick hunk of an elf.
Stoltissime!
Ugh.
it's past time for her old pet to sink in his fangs.
Careful. There are traps about.
Smells like burnt flesh in here.
We must be closing in on the brain.
Gigans!
You can just call me Wyll.
I know him better than most. He's my father.
Come now, have a heart. Gale is one of us, and we should stand by his side. It's so good to see you, and I've got so much to tell. He was a big boy, but still a young'un. A wonder of the skies, but a lumbering oaf on the ground.
No signs of magic. Not even a sickly spark.
Ugh. Let it be done. The jewel of the coast will shine ever bright, welcoming the weak and the weary from wherever they hail.
They're victims, Astarion, just like you. They deserve freedom too.
You want to hear about the Stegosaurus that bullied Candle Keep, the impossible lich, or the young dragon who crawled out of Deeping Cave?
A life worth saving.
Mors in certa vita certissima.
Not so fond of the sewers, then.
No.
A stroke of fortune.
I see now it was naught but a fantasy. I will fight at your side, but I can give no more than that.
I'd know that symbol on the collar anywhere. Does this flying cat belong to you?
You'll have to choose one tail, though, or I'll be yammering all night.
Sod this for a game of soldiers.
Baal's chosen has been bled. May her torment be tenfold of that which she inflicted.
What have we here? Let's see what those harpies were hoarding. I appreciate a wandering hand now and again, but maybe control your urges for now.
Amicus animales. Parabellum!
Imprisoned in Worm's Rock. A cold homecoming for a Grand Duke's son.
This isn't coin. It's paper.
I was such a God's-damned fool. I believed in you. I believed in us.
Getting it done.
And it's nice to meet someone of your talents. Instead, we painted the audience hall with my father's blood. Tossed a handful of gold pieces and they scattered. I summoned a few stinking clouds, and they dropped before grabbing a single coin. The dragon lords sparking the skies above it, the moon elves first plucking the strings of the weave. Try later, maybe? By the dead gods! It's so much bigger than I remember.
I failed. Look for an escape route. Unless you'd rather wallow in a dank prison cell.
Pulso!
Go on, have your fun. You won't regret it. A fickle one, aren't you? I hope you know what you're doing.
The Mind Flayer's onto us. Get to the transponder.
How utterly charming.
Our great adventure nears its climax. If I should fall, I want you all to know it's been an honor to fight beside you.
All that trouble and for what? A handful of baubles.
Maybe Gale should avoid items laced with dark magic. You are what you eat, as the old adage goes.
As for infection, I fear you might be right.
To me, it all sounds like nonsense. Shadowheart, my love, my soul. Breathe deep. Can you smell it?
I will mourn the person you were, but I will not accept the one you've become.
Here for you.
The Legend of Ansur. I should give this a read.
Gods, the horror of being forever locked away. The grave would have been a more merciful fate. Awake and alert.
Darla!
Grand Duke, I look the part of a fiend. A half-devil possesses my very soul. That'll have to wait till later.
Here it comes.
Anything for you, my love. Together, we'll cut the hells in two, and Zariel will never lay a hand on you. I swear it.
Immortality. And all it took was a betrayal of the highest order.
The hell hunt is both duty and thrill. The demons I've disintegrated, the devilkin I've bled.
The stories I could tell.
Do it then. Claim my soul for Zariel. Bring my father back.
Halsin, you mean? I've seen the longing in your eyes. You've looked at me like that before, too.
Secco!
Hells! I need to get to the helm before this ship falls apart. Limbo. Realm of the Gith's awry. Then the rebellion's taken you far from the astral.
A scrying eye, just like the goblins had. No telling who's looking through it.
I'd love to join, but I don't think there's enough space for me to squeeze in. Are those prisoners? I can't imagine the torment Shah's inflicted on them.
One horn! The stink of Avernus! Advocatus Diaboli!
Excellent. All I need now is to place a dagger, sickle, or greatsword inside. The Blade of Frontiers is no more. I will be Wyll Ravengard, son of Baldur, proud Duke of Baldur's Gate. My heart aches to think of it. Ha! You've already thought about a little Ravengard running around, have you? I live at the mercy of fiends. A man with the horrid face of a devil, awaiting his future in Hell's blistered army.
Nulla salus!
So be it. They'd lose nothing but power they hadn't yet gained. I'm not worried for them. Something's not right.
It's planting animating spores. It means to raise the dead.
There you are, my friend. Breathe deep. Can you smell it?
The adamantine forge. Our dead drow friend was searching for it.
Incredible! I feel so light. I swear I might fly.
That rodent's got the spirit of a centaur. I've got to respect it.
May you be united in death and find peace together.
I'll show you everything I know and then some. I promise.
No, no, no! By the 9 circles, what are you doing?
He returned to an unsuspecting city and a wayward son with a smirking devil at his side.
A monster masquerading as furniture. Clever.
Yeah!
These flowers are surviving the curse. This is the sign Halsin said to look out for.
Sol invictus.
Spotted something.
Manos potentis paro. Parabellum.
And to think how much time I've spent wishing I could rip them off.
Delivered to the jaws of oblivion by the sisters who revered him.
Nice view. Damn it all. The spawn got exactly what they came for. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to fight back.
Aredissimos.
Interesting. These horns look almost real.
Well, let's pry it open and have a look.
No use digging here. Out of sight.
Keep calm. I'm coming.
What in the hells? Oh, shit. You're a goddamned vampire. Try not to catch its eye, unless you fancy an inside view of its gullet.
I'd sooner end my own life than let Mazora guide Baldur's Gate to ruin.
It's a flurry of emotion. I'm not sure how to make sense of it.
Tread carefully now.
One of those mindless blobs clawing at demons on the front lines of the Blood War. I look forward to the day I've doused Karlach's fires and you've conquered the skies.
My. Flumph mating rituals. The drow had peculiar taste.
We leave this land as we found it, lost to the shadows. What a shame.
Extende.
Is this a dog collar? There are runes all over it.
Voco nubes.
I'm the Blade of Avernus. I swore to cleanse the hells of the devils that threaten the coast. And I know my first target.
The two of us versus an army of skeletons, each one a piece of the Lich's essence. An impossible victory in hindsight.
Ut ventus.
Oh no.
Indeed. You are a source of light among shadows. Still are, for that matter.
Did Zariel know you'd be unable to touch anyone when she crammed that awful thing into your chest?
Go on, read the legend of Ansur. Unless you're too busy dreaming up new insults. In which case, let me save you some time.
It's only a horrific machine of unspeakable form. What's the worst that could happen?
Blow the horn! The trap has been set! Today, we write our own legends!
Gods, they must have been hiding here. May their souls be at rest.
Eltan, I am my father's son. Will you really trust the word of a devil over mine?
Vincit qui patitor!
This is it. It's too much.
In Ansur's defeat, I found my spirit renewed. For as long as devils and demons imperil the Sword Coast, they will be my prey. A rift, a way in. Go, go, go!
Hold your tongue. It's not you I want, it's Karlak. Send her over.
Well then, hail to our champion, and let there be no substitute for victory.
You can't undo the past, Astarion, but you can craft a better future, if you so choose.
He's gone, and we need to follow. He'll feel the safest where the shadows are deepest. Faerun doesn't need just one hero. It needs two. Say you'll fight with me.
Those mushrooms are arranged in a circle. Is that normal?
You don't have to be. Just follow my lead. An axe-bearing mountain of fur she was. Gave me a nasty scar.
We leave this place better than we found it. Well done. Some pep for your step.
What did that illithid do to me?
But Thorm, he is made of pure hate. The Sword Coast will rejoice when the bastard's fallen.
Vivat crescat floriat!
Nobody's been here in an elf's age. You have my might. I owe you that much. But don't owe you more. There is, but my pact forbids me from telling it. I'm sorry.
Go then! Quickly!
An adamantine forge. Seems that Dwagar was onto something after all.
But you got out. You did the unimaginable. You brilliant, impossible woman.
Perfect.
Gain their trust now and prime their souls for the reaping. I know the tricks.
What was that? Fiat voluntas Dei. Well then, sometimes it's nice to catch a lucky break.
Oh, I know that corpse. Arabella's mother met a most unpleasant end.
I can't let it go. A deluge of bone.
A warm room, a cozy bed. I should check with the innkeep. Too close a call, and for what? A handful of baubles.
Hook horrors. There, on the cliff.
Volo non fugia.
This protector sounds weak to extreme heat. Something to keep in mind.
Strength in silence.
I won't fail you.
Those webs are huge. Tread lightly, or become dinner. Thou goblin goo-gobbler, resisto acidum. Let's talk.
That meddling ghoul! Eltan, You cut quite a fine figure. I can just imagine leading you with an entire ballroom watching.
Well, well. The secrets this place must be hiding.
Given the atrocities the Fist committed under Gortash, I expected her to thrash every last one, but she didn't do so much as scold them. Fine, as long as he keeps his fangs off our necks. Ha, forget the bowing. I'd rather share a cheap brown ale and a hunk of fresh venison. You in?
Cresciteondo!
By Baldurin's helm, No, I will not be tricked.
I do. Unlike your Sharans, I strive to live in the light. When I look into a mirror, I see two faces.
That face. The one from my dreams.
Carculus mortis!
Off I go. You'll know where to find me.
Orin's bloody headquarters. Even worse than I expected. Moons and stars, like in the dwarf's poem. And these plates can move.
I don't see why not.
Nice. A spear of this caliber's got plenty of gutting potential.
On my way.
I'd like to say I respect Lae'zel's choice, but her faith has turned to fanaticism.
More scarta.
Karlak!
Advocatus Diaboli, the stink of Avernus.
A bit of a bind. An ode for you? Odar, mayhaps. Back again. Let's do this.
We need that power. Just need to get closer.
I'm my own man, Shadowheart. In this sense, at least. What'd I tell you?
I can't bear to think of it. But I can't tell her no.
Loyalty is one thing. Willful ignorance is another. It led to an isle of cracked rock in Avernus, floating amid a molten sea. The Orthon stood heaving, breath like brimstone and ash. I want you to join me. A reasonable person would say no. I still want you to say yes.
I've missed you too. You showed me that even one who walks in the shadows might still shine her own light.
Come here, please. Swing, counterbeat, and swing again.
Finally, we're approaching Moonrise Towers.
It's always led Mazora to me. Let's see if we can make it take us to her. It's past time for her old pet to sink in his fangs.
A delight, surely.
Maleos!
Interesting. I wonder if those blueprints survived.
Good work, kids. You're all heroes. Each and every one of you.
Dead. Boom. Just like that. What happened?
Punished? Gods, what has he done?
It took a veritable army to run him from the Wood of Sharp Teeth. Who in the hell's brought him here?
Agilios! Oh, ye gods. Never change, Minsk. Never change. Dwegar killed their children. They should pay the price for the cruelty. Laying low. Took a brave soul to fell that damned beast. And I'm looking at them now. From what I understand, there's a healer called Nettie in the Grove. Perhaps she's got the talent.
From muck to muck. Not sure it's an improvement.
A good trick.
Back to camp. The sooner the better.
The Legend of Ansur. An epic poem from the looks of it.
You'd have been right not so long ago. But things have changed. A different time, a different blade.
Hey, you!
Elegant bearing, saucy voice. I should have seen it. The signs were all there. But that second time, her gaze never left me. It was steel, sharp and unyielding. Then we'd do well to walk around it. Use these powers sparingly, if you must use them at all. I should be telling you to find your mettle. Have a little faith, push against the raging winds, that sort of thing. A hearty meal would do the trick. A few hunks of fresh venison, a round of brown ale. What do you say?
Piss-addled pontificator. Not even the blade can hack through that mess.
Your hunger requires sating, and I mean to provide.
You said devils only. She was a tiefling, not a monster. Diminuate!
Well, if you must indulge, might I suggest some place more secluded next time?
Saving the day.
Now that's a pact I can get fully behind. I reckon I should start a fire.
Loque si tibi placet.
The clown's head. Sorry, Dribbles.
Her face still haunts me. If I could make the sun rise in the west, reverse the Chionthar's waters, I'd spare her my folly.
The spell is cast. What's done is done.
Happy? Now is a weird time for happy, but I am joyous.
Good night, then.
I can't blame you for giving him up. Vampires are monsters by any account.
Come, Astarion. I know you're not really as heartless as all that. Away, you poxed nun.
Oh, and before you saunter off, I love you. Hasn't changed, never will.
As the leg, you'll end in defeat.
As I feared, there is no place in your company for a hero. I want no part of this, or of you. And came to resent your tutor, I bet. I taught them to fight, not to hate. I'm feeling a bit parched and peckish.
Viconia, to battle!
Should it be any wonder? The Chionthar's waters carry merchant vessels from as far east as Burdusk.
Makeske!
If the blood of Lathander was so important,
maybe an altar display wasn't the best storage solution.
Ade! You've been witness to a pantomime, I'm sorry to say. And I've played my part all too poorly.
Yuck. What is this stuff?
Now's not the time. I need a breather.
No holding back! They're lost to the curse! Gods, how many did you kill? Dozens? Hundreds?
My favorite in all of the coast. All of Faerun, even. Not even the Sea of Stars could rival its magnificence. Be my mirror. What do you see? You're sorry. Shit, you didn't spill a jug of milk. You killed my father. We honor Gale. A plaque, perhaps. Or better yet, a statue.
Giant mushrooms. They're like nothing I've ever seen.
What could that mean? Money, perhaps? Or power? I was close to him once, until he disowned me and cast me out of Baldur's Gate. I was hoping you would. It's been on my mind. Courage, insight, strategy, justice. The 4 pillars of power. Not an eldritch blast to be found. On that matter, you'll hear no argument from me.
Perry!
Bad time for an itch.
Never seen a lantern like this. Just a sprinkling of dust at the bottom.
In Baal's name.
With a few exceptions, Father's pardoned every last fist. If my forgiveness not be Tyr's will, so be it. I shall forgive them all the same. His words, not mine. Well, to what do I owe the pleasure?
I'd be a fool if it didn't. I know the stories. Doomed to shed my skin, become a lithid, and there's no coming back.
Rotten luck. One moment they're fishing, the next, murdered by monsters. Who better than Grand Duke Ravengard to surrender it? The leash has been broken and my father left for dead. Tomorrow I celebrate my gain. But today, I mourn my loss. He could lead Baldur's Gate to ruin. It's complicated. There's the joy of reconciliation, the relief of forgiveness, and the anxiety of new expectation. Digging their graves. Why not pass out daggers to stick themselves with while you're at it? Just a peek. The whole gang is here. Wish I'd had time to polish up the horns. I'm up for the challenge. You've just got to make a little space.
Not quite the outcome we were expecting, is it?
Do you understand what she did? What you did?
Gods damn it! What have you done? I wish you'd been there to join in. Oh, to battle together, just like the old days.
Coming.
By the Triad. Why would you do that? I've missed you too, Karlach. The most generous spirit, the fiercest heart, diamond and cinder forged into a precious treasure all on its own.
Gala!
So you're a vampire. One who thinks of his friends as food, apparently. It's not unrelated. I wish I could tell you more.
More mention of the adamantine forge. Now to find out if it lives up to the legends. No use fighting. We need to make tracks.
Well, hello.
Here for you.
Nothing but blackness, deep as the shadow fell. Talk about staring into the abyss.
I've got your back.
Now's not a good time. My hands are full.
Karlach, Zariel's lapdog, Advocatus Diaboli.
Gods, any moment now, that orb is going to explode.
Intellego.
See you soon, then. Well, it's getting late. We can't face the morrow if we don't bid farewell to the now. We'd be fools to go after Cazador before sunrise. For now, let's get some rest.
I saw a future for us. A kingdom, even. And you shattered it for a single bite of the hells.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You can't even hold a real sword yet.
Oi!
Did someone pet you a bit too hard, pup? I thought you liked it.
I've got you.
Karlach's fires raged in Baldur's Gate before she escaped to Avernus, as my source told it.
and she was planning to return.
I think Scratch is up north, playing in a goat farm in Icewind Dale, of course.
One who thinks of his friends as food, apparently.
Not the best company to be sharing. Blessedly, their gods remained quiet to us.
Damn it all. We've got to get Lae'zel back. If that means killing Gortash, nothing would give me greater pleasure. We're not just fighting for our cure. We're fighting for my father. We're fighting for the gate. We're fighting for all of Faerun.
A worm? Do you mean there's a dragon living under the city?
Congratulations, I think. Poison's not my style. Nor's becoming a mind flayer. We'll have to make sure to steer clear of both eventualities.
Mortalis!
Now you see me. It's been 7 years since I left. It's no paradise, but it's home, and it's worth saving. Yes, there is. The blood of Lathander. Sounds precious. It can't be far from here. Willing and able.
Always good to talk, my friend.
Copio vertus laicet. Karlach's fallen at last. Tonight, the people of the coast can breathe easier.
Cast every doubt from your mind. The Moon Maiden doesn't shine her light on the unworthy.
The brew's been chilled!
I left him with his uncles. 5 years on, and he's flourishing. If only every child was so lucky.
I swear, Karlach and I have felled enough Cambions to build a fortress with their horns. Do what you must, for yourself and for Karlach. I will be here waiting for you. Always.
In nocte concilium.
Down but not out.
I tried a sly approach, but the whelp saw me coming and up it flew. Poison poured from its mouth as it descended.
Gore everywhere. This tiefling met a vicious end.
Enormous for a toll house. Must have teemed with merchants back in the day.
Tormentum. Baldur's Gate. Home sweet home.
Adorable. Vicious, but adorable.
No trouble at all.
Hells, you are Baal spawn. It explains so much. She attacked you.
I wouldn't have thought she had it in her.
I thought for certain.
These boots are magical. I bet Gale would like a look.
I feel spikes beginning to sprout in places they really shouldn't. I tracked her through the hells to the Mind Flayer ship, but the damned Illithids infected me before I could end her.
You are the company you keep, and you have chosen poor company.
Well, well, infernal gems, straight out of Minoros. A rare sight outside of the hells.
I'll breathe easier knowing my neck is safe from his fangs.
Gods, have we really cut down the Great Range of Minsk? A nightmare that can never be erased from my memory.
I'm with the Harper, Chief. We should take every advantage in reach.
What? A cave-in? No, that wouldn't explain the bodies.
Caveat incantator!
Someone's lost their eye patch, which means someone's lost an eye. I can relate. Do it then. Claim my soul for Zariel. Keep my father safe.
Indeed he is, with nary a lashing or scolding, to my surprise. The Councillor's loyalty to my father is beyond question. She's as steady as Tyr's heartbeat, as upstanding as the Sword Mountains. We should hurry to this mystery prison and retrieve my father, before Mazora tries pulling more tricks. But I promise you, every thrust of my blade and every flame I sparked was for the good of the coast. And you think deceit was the best way to keep your admittedly well-coiffed skull intact? We'll talk later.
One move ahead.
What happened, happened. Standing here arguing won't change it.
I never thought we'd bargain with an Illithid. Let's hope this ring proves invaluable. I want to talk about what happened. About your affliction.
Forget it. It's blocked.
Necromancy. Figures.
Burned from the inside out. Whose work is this, I wonder?
Damn it, Astarion!
How could anyone be fooled by this junk? Fare thee well, Pale One.
Vampire spawn. One's proven enough, let alone a horde of them. Shadowheart, You look positively perfect.
Let us be mindful in the future, at least. There are few fair bargains.
Vita mortis cario. So you're a vampire? Hells.
My own blade's dulled a bit, I'm afraid. Unless you count the boars I've slain on ceremonial hunts, I haven't felled a single beast since the Absolute fell. Friends it is. When your storms gather and lightning strikes, I'll come calling.
I reckoned it might look a little more githy.
I'd rather not think of it, Shadowheart.
Torre! A bright idea.
Quite empty.
Please, out of the dark, before it claims me.
Someone's moving around in there.
Only kisses, but sweet as honeymead. Every last one. A necessary step for my city's future. The Hell's fires ran red hot that day. I don't remember it fondly. But perhaps we might try a more intimate style.
Attack! Attack!
Where did he go?
Breathe easy.
Incredible. To hear his voice speak those words, like a stranger wrapped in his flesh.
Kaikote! That did something all right. Just not sure what. Every little bit helps.
Our city father. Today, I fight in your honor.
Thine eyes, pools of tepid piss.
I'm proud of you, you know. It can't have been easy to turn your back on the lich you called queen.
A book on Netherese magic. The sort of thing Gale would be into.
And you'll have them. But I can't promise you'll like them. There's a breeze down here. Wonder where it's coming from. You have conquered your urge. You have taken back your own soul. I'm so proud of you. We've saved the grove and everyone hails us as heroes.
Dissolve! We should give it a read.
I can't activate this here. No need to be modest. You were a delight to behold.
Fleet of foot.
Helm almighty!
Tues nihil!
Well, that's enough hell talk for the moment. The night's young. You shouldn't go wasting it.
Ugh. I know that corpse. Arabella's father met a most unpleasant end.
Yenna, I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you.
You have a vow from the blade. He will show you a wonderful time. Another night.
I've seen this sort of thing. Red caps, sure as sunshine.
Well met. And call on me if you find a fix for this affliction of ours. Might even join you once that devil's met my blade.
He's down. Time to hit him with all I've got.
I'd like to say I respect your choice, but your faith has turned to fanaticism. Grand Duke Ravengard abducted to Moonrise Towers. Hells, we need to talk. I long for you every moment I'm away. Grind your feet into the ground. Really lock 'em in. Father, please. There's something I must show you. When the Netherbrain died, the tadpole died with it. I'll never be some grotesque illithid. One, we've been carrying a mind flayer around with us this whole time.
A quick word. How you thrill in the hell hunt.
Slaying fiends is electrifying. The demons I've disintegrated, the devilkin I've bled, the stories I've been itching to tell. You're closer than you know. Maybe she was evil. That's how you're justifying this. I know you have questions, but for now I need you safe. Go to my camp. We'll talk soon enough.
Father's words.
A lake of blood. Gods, think of all the poor souls who perished to fill it. Vokomoros! These statues should move, if that book's to be believed. I don't want to die!
Lest we forget, there are still graves to dig, injured to thank, warriors to exalt.
Promise it will last less than half an hour?
Welcome to Joaquin's Rest. West Baldur's Gate, East Elturel.
Listen to me. I knew another like you, Gorion's ward, one of Baldur's Gate's great heroes. Baal's blood ran through their veins too.
Karlach's her name. An archdevil soldier I swore on my good eye to kill.
Best foot forward.
It pains me to know you must
live this half-life, hidden in shadows when you deserve to bask in the Sword Coast sun.
Oh, hells. Why not? All hail McClumper!
Disera!
Damn. Looks like they were hiding out in the tunnels.
What's plain to you wasn't so plain to Minnie, Wyll.
Looks like you're back to your old self. Poor Alfira. If only she'd been so lucky. Fire and death. Is this what this city is coming to? Or is this always what it's been?
Ad vitam aeternum!
Baldur's Gate is my home, and I'm its servant. I will be relentless in my pursuit of the greatest good. I will never let Mazora's hand endanger the city. I'd sooner die.
Collars caked with blood. A brutal fate for those missing pets.
Something's off about that wall. Go on, give it a smack.
Shit! You saw her! Advocatus Diaboli.
That tree. Something's off. I can't say what.
Intellego!
Choose Halsin, and our story may still be an epic, but it won't be a romance.
Courage, insight, strategy, justice. I remember the lessons well. Father made me recite them every morning.
Where to next? Venerable Baldurin, pride of the three seas, I am worthy.
The circumstance of my birth is no matter of pride for neither me nor my father.
I'll need to talk to your leader if you want to partner up, though.
Her mind gone in an instant. The Elder Brain holds phenomenal power. There's no telling what it's capable of.
There is, but I can't tell you more. The pact forbids it.
Expeditions to the continent of Mastika gather in the harbor. The Church of Gon displays its most priceless treasures in the High House of Wonders.
By all the hounds of the hells, what is she planning?
It says there's a cellar here somewhere.
Then we've a reason to celebrate twice over. Hail, Grand Duke of the Coast, doom of the dead three.
Damn, this place is impressive. And impressively hot.
The dead gods only know where these roaches stowed Halsin.
This thing's massive. Would hate to have it pointed at me.
Incertus, Polcia, Imperio!
The key's ours now. Now, what's this engraving? Ah, this opens the counting house.
Now, no prodding. You don't want to spoil the surprise. But I'll say this. I'll guide the city to a better future. Baldur's Gate will again be the jewel of the coast.
Assimilate Orpheus for yourself and you become Illithid. The Emperor does it, and it claims the prince's power for himself.
Cordula Eltan is the Duke of the Sea Tower, a legacy reborn.
The way you looked at Shadowheart, I was so sure you'd fallen.
Smoke. Something's burning.
Wizards have a penchant for unusual pets. A flying cat. Delightful. A menagerie of dinosaurs, on the other hand.
Why? A great uncle's name, my father said. But I just figured he couldn't spell.
Well, I'll cross this place off our list of possible holiday destinations.
Let's not overlook the tadpole in a jar. Whatever her game, I'm bound by her rules. My future'll never be fully my own. Goodbye, Lae'zel, fiercest of warriors. My heart remains yours, always.
I've drunk wines from Daggerford to Cormyr, but I've never known a taste as rich as yours.
You stood by an ally. Can't fault you for that. But a vampire among us. It doesn't sit right.
A kiss as sweet as the first you ever gave me.
This script is familiar somehow. If only I could make sense of it.
By Baldurin's beard, the land is swallowed in shadow. I'm not sure I want to step in there.
Te execro. Horribilissimus!
The night song sounds like the source of Ketheric's immortality. I wager it would be used against him.
Odd. I'd expect a flaming fist or four to be stationed nearby.
I won't begrudge you your choice. As for me, though, I'm not ready. I might never be. Since we don't have forever, I wager the memory will have to do.
Shadow druids. A bad sign indeed. Watch out for this Karga.
Mundus volticipi.
What in the... Is that noise coming from the gadget the Gift Knight carried?
Ugh, fungal spores. And they're everywhere.
What matters now is that Floric saw sense, and we know our path forward.
A stiff drink's in order.
No offense meant, of course. I can never forget your sacrifice for us. For the city.
If that's true, then so must be the opposite. There are people out there celebrating their lives' best moments.
What a blade, full of magic. Gale might want this.
Ugh. Can't believe one of those things lives in my brain.
Let's say I succeed. Free his mind. Then what?
Mizora, this was the path I chose, thinking I knew all the terms. I thought wrong.
Then Raphael collects another trophy, and Mole sells her independence to the Hells.
This should burn going down.
Extende!
Let's see. There's the pallid skin, the stealthy tendencies, the long canines. Good thing for you, I'm not such a man. It was as if 1,000 skeletons were walking the skies and had split into pieces. Skulls, knuckles, ribs rained down on me.
Such cruelty among druids. I've never seen the likes of it.
Flagra!
Lux. A light spell should disarm the chest.
Watch and learn.
It's the least we can give them. A future worth looking forward to. So I pardoned every last one. Gortash led the parched fist to Bane's bloody well. I refused to punish the thirsty for drinking from it. The city must remember him, not just for his triumph, but for his courage.
What's all this? Something shady was going on here.
Bravo! Bravo!
Steel Watcher, into service!
There he is, the great champion of Baldur's Gate. I'll gather the snares, you can fletch the arrows. Me, I'm bound to the hunt. The trolls I've torn open, the ghouls I've cleaved, the stories I've been itching to tell. No, this isn't right. And why not name myself Archduke while I'm at it? Maybe build some steel automatons to watch over the gates.
No one left behind.
Every step counts.
I tracked her through the hells to the Mindflayer ship, but the damned Illithids infected me before I could end her. There she is, the great champion of Baldur's Gate. I'll gather the snares, you can fletch the arrows. Maybe you should avoid items laced with dark magic. You are what you eat, as the old adage goes.
Scorch marks. Watch your step. Caution, tread lightly, and so forth.
Not a secret so much as an omission.
An infirmary. Too bad the current locals are beyond saving.
Let's come back to this later, yeah? We've got more pressing matters afoot.
But I can't get the tadpole's visions out of my mind.
Tell me we were right to strike Karlak down. And no rancid devil blood clogging our noses either. I'm sure you've spilled enough of it to flood the Great Avernus Road.
Viviro!
Minsk! Then the great hero is here.
Da mihi facta!
No hope of clearing this without a shovel. Who better than the commander of the Flaming Fist to dismantle its defenses? By the Triad, there is only one correct answer. Refuse him, and we sentence these people to die.
Oribus teneo lupum.
A continual flame, if memory serves me right.
Parchment pallid villain.
Is that so? Maybe that's fear of false accusation I hear in your voice. Or maybe it's guilt. Do not trust a devil. Is that plain enough? She could raise me as a war devil and loose me on the coast. She could name me a patron and bid me collect souls for her cause. I'd like that. Someone to carry our name. Learn the 4 pillars. If only, Father. A splendid plan. We'll talk more there. Healthy. And troubled by that fact. No idea. The man was always a mystery. I didn't. And I couldn't. My soul was a necessary price to pay for... I'm not Gortash. I don't want to instill fear. I want to instill hope. Hope for a bountiful future. Hope for a life free of tyranny and torment. I think that unknowable powers come with unknowable consequences.
Tenebra.
I thought she was exaggerating, and I was wrong. I was imagining my younger days, prancing about without a care in the world. You'd think she'd have made a mess at every turn, yeah?
Propera! Loved these things as a kid. I imagined so many stories in the spaces between stars.
I wager you've cracked open more than your share of hellheads. You know the thrill of the hunt. I can only leave the rest to your imagination. Suffice to say, I hunt monsters, devils included, and I will do what I can to quench the coast of their flames. Father leaves me to my own devices, though he's got no shortage of advice when I ask for it. It did, though the adventure had peaceful beginnings, as so many often do. My name is Wyll, but the people of the Sword Coast call me the Blade of Frontiers, champion of the meek, defender of the innocent. A lesser man would sever that well-coiffed head from your neck for the insolence, without a moment's thought. But I'm ready to live 1,000 more, if you can bear me. I won't let you down. If she points a blade at one of us again, don't hesitate to strike. We can afford no more unrest among us. Not if we're to survive long enough to rid ourselves of these worms. Oh. A suggestion, if I may. A celebration. I know I could use a few sips of good ale. Shit. Every choice an impossible one. Every consequence unknown. I suppose you've been slinking in the night for the occasional feast. So much shadow around us. To think I almost missed the light. More than worried in truth. Go on, my love. The night's young. You shouldn't waste a moment of it.
I feel refreshed.
Go on. The night's young. I don't plan on wasting a moment of it.
Teo cludo oculus!
And they wouldn't have brought just trade goods, but song, dance, and custom, riches of the mind and the spirit.
Glad I escaped.
Have you been comfortable in the Undercity? Is there anything more I can bring you? It's over. He will perform no more surgeries, inflict no more pain. The seat of the Iron Throne was raised a century ago. Or so it was said.
A terrible contraption by all estimations. All that pain for the sake of Ketheric's enduring power.
I've seen your people in battle. I reckon you are no mere warrior, but a god's damned army. Baldur's Gate's savior lies beyond this door. For all our sakes, don't turn your back. I know it was. I gave my soul so that the people of Baldur's Gate might live. Till then, I'll keep sinking my blades into every fiend with its eyes trained on the Sword Coast. And I've got a story for each and every one. Baldur's Gate lies ahead. If we've any lingering business to attend to, now's the time. She'll tear me in two for touching her egg. Not a single bite mark that I can see. I smell a lie, damn. I miss the furry fellow. If my patron could use it to track me, we might be able to track her. Or so the theory goes.
Risas abundat!
Shit. You don't remember slaughtering the girl you welcomed to our camp?
Shall I compare thee to a sow's fart? Kitius te execro!
I love the coast. I love its people. The Blade of Frontiers belongs to them. An old fairy tale my father read to me. The kind with a hero, a villain, and a moral.
Yeah, but you're Minsk.
How generous. Do you charge by the bell or the spell? You could have walked away, strategized, considered your options. You could have lied. You must be Volo in disguise, out here to harangue me for some tales of the frontiers.
Guardian of Faith. That's one powerful spell.
But I can't resist you. I'd sooner know one unforgettable night than a lifetime of what-ifs. Really? He's doing well. The rebuilding of Baldur's Gate continues apace. Mazora's set me on fiends inside and outside the Hells. She's never ordered a rescue.
A bronze dragon and an elf sailor. Could this be Baldur?
They changed color. That's got to mean something.
Are you sure? The blade stands at the ready.
Pernicious, putrefying pissant.
Who'd have thought that just one of those fiends held the key to escaping Avernus for good?
2 chosen down, 1 still to go. Shall we pay a visit to Gortash?
We've chipped away a piece of the Absolute. It will take all our might, all our will to fully shatter it.
The fiend strikes. Punish it, warrior. It's come for the slaughter.
We'll finish what my father couldn't. We'll awaken Ansur, the heart of the gate.
Jahira's support has been invaluable. We should return it in kind.
Voco araniai.
It's delicious, don't get me wrong. But that man wouldn't eat a vegetable unless Mistra herself commanded it.
Expelote.
The Wizard Wonder. Or, how about, the Master of the Weave?
Tell her. But if she pulls out a pot of oil, run. Now, let's kill ourselves a nether brain.
You think I don't know the truth? How your flesh blazes with Avernus's heat? How your axe splits your victim straight down the middle?
Impero mortus.
A friend indeed.
I am the blade. I will chase my prey until death takes me.
Trust us to see it through, Counselor.
Their prisoner left quite the mess. One of the adventurers, you think?
My father gone. I can hardly believe it.
You should be more careful. Buy me some protective gloves and I'm all for it. Time for Ketheric to pay for his countless crimes. I'm ready. Are you?
Help's on the way.
Omnia mutantur.
It's done then.
I'd pity the man who must bear the rage the night song brings to bear, if that man weren't Ketheric Thorm.
Confusio!
I haven't visited since the Absolute fell. Turns out rebuilding a city requires more than a simple wave of a duke's hand.
A chest of transformation. This could be fun. Yank that door open and it's kaboom. We need a plan. Just a trick, surely. We're being toyed with.
Once you're stuck to a devil, they're hard to brush off. But you make me think I still have a chance.
Treme!
Precis. Alia. Pharaoh.
Karlak!
As much love as I hold for Baldur's Gate, these frontiers delight me as much as any bustling street.
The Harpers have been compromised. A balancing power now unbalanced. Please stay your hand. My father's life is at stake. You cut him down clean, and as well you should. Korgor was a monster. Poisoned almost the whole lot.
The touch of life.
I miss you too. I promise I'll make more time.
Invisibilis.
That's what I'm here for.
Re-education. Forced indoctrination, more like. Her memories cleansed. Her mind a clean parchment for Viconia to write on.
You're dung pretty and scented to wit.
I don't know that it was brave. I just know that it was right.
Doomed to suffer. A tragedy many times over.
Cool breeze blowing through.
Hells. That's no help at all.
But let's leave those matters to the future. Right now, I've got a hankering for some gourmet grub.
I won't fail you.
Helpless old biddy. A classic routine. I'm kicking myself for not seeing through it.
If just for a moment.
Resisto.
A vampire spawn. The sort of monster I swore on my good eye to slay.
Ignis!
Holy. I feel powerful. Nice chair indeed.
From this angle, there's nothing you can't endure.
What a relief to have you back with us. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of pomp with their circumstance?
Moon Maiden's grace. It's open.
I know.
There's something back there. I just need to find a way to it.
Hells, I should be celebrating. Making toasts, roaring in victory.
You heard right.
Karlak. What's wrong?
Intactilisum. You louse. You might.
I don't see why not.
Gustas dulcis.
Your heart's as cold as ice, Astarion.
I'm just making sure no one slips and gets hurt.
Looks like I'll need to find another way in.
What am I supposed to do with this thing?
Another one of those.
Floric's here. Where can I find her?
Doing my duty. More brains. Illithid nourishment, if the stories are true.
What's this thing do anyway?
Memories of my father will fade.
I will be the Raven Guard recorded in the histories.
There you are. I was hoping you'd make your way over. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe I don't need to.
Watch yourself. I spy a trap. Between you and me, I love a good clown. And Dribbles is the best.
Kreskatskientia. Your breath had killed the dead twice over.
Courage, insight, strategy, justice. These were the lessons my father taught me.
But you stoked new fires in me. The Blade of Avernus is now the ranger he was destined to be.
All right, I know a shortcut.
In accessus.
That's the way of the blade.
The girl had her whole life ahead of her. Gods, such wanton cruelty.
Sure, why not?
Long ride down. Is this the Underdark?
Now, go on. The night's young. You shouldn't waste a moment of it.
Evanesco. A letter from Orin. Wouldn't a dripping corpse be more her style?
I could use company. But your suffering is over, Shadowheart, and so is your parents. I hope you find comfort in that. The truth isn't quite so simple, but they're right about one thing. I hunt monsters, and I always catch my prey. I chased Karlak through the flames of Avernus. Her axe split the living and undead alike.
I'll patch you right up. Punge!
I've come to know a fair few village clerics, but none with the skill to pull these worms from our heads.
It is. I promise. I wager not. Well, probably for the best. I can smell only the sweet honeysuckle in the air. Karlak insists I reek with the blood of 100 devils.
Indeed. Well, let's see how you fare with a more intimate style.
Come now, have a heart. She's only a child.
You're safe another day. Really, that should be enough. Then I live up to my repute. And you... Children!
Unfortunate scribes. They never stood a chance in the fight, did they?
Well armed for scribes, I reckon. Wonder what happened.
What's yours is mine.
Mortalis! I hope Lae'zel makes you happy. What's this I smell? Rotted eggs, clotted blood, and the overwhelming tang of sour cabbage.
A nice cozy fire. If only I had time for a nap.
Not budging. Nothing like a locked door to pique my interest. Locked tight.
Looks like a beast came through here. A big one, too.
I had a dream last night. A vivid one. And so did you, judging from the way my tadpole is tingling. I will find you, Karlak, and you will meet my blade.
The seat's empty for now, but I wager a good dozen thugs have their eyes set on it already.
I'll take that. Play along with the fist. We can deal with him later.
Shadowheart! It can't be. Holy hells, that was a close one. And I'm not about to stick around.
Ah, that little voice in the back of our minds. All is lost, it cries out. And it's all too easy to believe it.
Ad vitam aeternum. Risum teniatis?
Incende!
Schio, didici, pecto, cupio vertus licet.
No! What are you doing? If only you could join me. The trolls I've torn open, the ghouls I've cleaved, the stories I've been itching to tell. Such handsome armor. A fighting force of some renown, perhaps. It even comes for your people in the Astral Sea. Time may hunt slowly, but it still hunts. Locked shut. Look out for a lever or a switch.
It can't have gone too far. I'll find you, you little scoundrel.
Lucky for us, I've found a way to stop it.
Te ad stringo linguum!
I still believe in the bow and the blade. But I'm teaching the fist a new lesson. You never were one to shy from battle, or to deny its thrills.
What's worse than cultists? Cursed cultists, of course.
Must be the town distillery. I'm getting a distinct whiff of alcohol.
If I believe you, Karlak, it'll be me who pays the price.
Worth a try?
Well met. And 1,000 sorries.
Dead at last.
All hail the Emperor.
As a favor.
More incredible than the love we might have shared, of the kingdom we might have built.
Stay low and out of the light.
Karlak, by the gods! I don't want to lose you!
Sure, but think of the stories you'll be able to tell.
A Githyanki disc. More tales of the prince, I shouldn't wonder. Their prisoners gone. One of those adventurers, maybe. Might have fled for the grove.
Et alibi!
But if Karlak wants to go make these last moments count, then don't hold her back.
Bashful tonight, are we? Perhaps you will take to a more relaxed style.
Efferve!
We are among old friends under the twinkling stars. Not since our wedding have we enjoyed an evening so jubilant.
Strange. Dead as a door hinge. But nary a wound.
Hells! Every corner of this city is infested with orange shifters.
Direct that elsewhere.
Communal sleeping. I presume the Githyanki don't value privacy.
Infernal soldier! Zariel's lickspittle! I will not let you burn the Sword Coast to ash!
I'd welcome the company, but your leader should make the decision.
Tarnitras!
But what with the tadpoles and towers and abductions and rescues, life had other ideas.
I love the coast. I love its people. The Blade of Avernus will toil for them.
My first tour of a Githyanki creche. Memorable, to be certain, but the service left something to be desired.
Ah, you got it!
Till then, I'll keep sinking my blades into every monster threatening the Sword Coast, and I've got a story for each and every one.
Love limb of a lecherous lich.
A magic flask. I reckon Gale could use it.
It's not just a legend. It's a history.
Fine time for a chat.
But who am I fooling? I can't go back to that life. But Wyll Ravengard belongs to you. It's Karlak I want. I'll be waiting.
Fiat lux.
Really? I mean, really?
Venenum!
I used to believe the beauty of first love was unable to be surpassed.
Let's take a look.
Silence is golden. A terrible contraption by all estimations.
Raphael's angling for the girl's soul. Whew, the heat's getting to me. This forge better be close.
That, or we've just prolonged its misery.
Me too, Shadowheart. Me too.
The girl was a monster hunter, not so different from me, and we slayed him on your behalf.
Invisibilis.
Damn it, Astarion, you bit me. You're a vampire?
Damn it. That didn't go like I planned.
Ah!
There we are.
Karga, a shadow druid.
How did I not see it coming?
This should do the trick.
You absolute shit stain.
The shadow curse. We'll need that moon lantern from near to survive the journey to Moonrise Towers.
I once beat the Baldrin record for the most sarabands danced in a single evening.
It's the pride you take in it, as if you've done all 16 planes a great favor. The plane of shadow. My tutor called it a dark mirror held up to our own plane of existence, a perversion of all we hold dear.
Thala said to free her friends, all of them. We need to bust that wall open, and those explosives will do the trick.
Kozakuran letters. Same as on that door. Nice hat, decent sword. Looks like someone's epic adventure took a turn for the worse.
Ugh.
Poor fellow. I should have left well enough alone. Interesting. Looks like it needs something to activate it. So this is what passes as a holy relic. I expected a little more drama, honestly.
My father is gone. His blood paid for my freedom. What sort of man would I be if I had no remorse?
Di Sarah! I'll do what I can.
Floric, bless her soul, convinced him to withhold the lashings and scoldings, though I know he was tempted.
Ah, a kiss as sweet as the first you ever gave me.
For the best that you haven't. An agonizing wail, loud enough to wake the dead and shrill enough to shatter a golden goblet.
Loviatar. Sounds like a violent goddess.
I've missed you too. You were always a fighter, in every sense of the word. Gods, I must look a mess. I just rolled out from under a pesky ogre when Withers yanked me in.
I won't let you down.
Father!
Oh, the lad's quite the tease. But he's a charming sort of cad. Well, most of the time.
Odd. I didn't know a spectator could petrify its victims.
Inquisitor. Do I bow? Shake his hand? What's the protocol?
We will knock him out if we need to. Or restrain.
What in the holy hells? Are you a vampire?
A religion. Or a cult. All influenced by their absolute. That's not mine to open.
Forget it.
I shouldn't be surprised. You are a great talent. When darkness falls, you make your own light.
Hells, almost forgot. If I don't don the debtor's attire, the house's denizens will attack on sight.
Is that a scrying eye floating about? No telling who's looking through it.
If it can't wait.
But the greatest villains I faced as the Blade, they look more like you and me than they do the beasts of my fantasies.
So we are. Friends, even, if I might say so.
But time caught up with me. Father is dead. Baldur's Gate nears its ruin. My one and only duty must be to the city.
Calm yourself. They're survivors, not soldiers.
The girl could melt the staunchest heart. She might have even brought a smile to old Wither's face.
Shira, that's the spirit in the amulet's granddaughter. I need to break the bad news to him.
But I'm not proud of it. Not after all this.
Countless souls walk these plains, countless ways to find pleasure, and out of all of them, you chose her.
It's broken, and I'm not sure I want to brave the cursed land without it.
The devil's head, and yours. If you so much as...
When I was very young, Father told me the dear ones we lose are quiet, but ever watchful.
You really are no devil, are you? I've been deceived.
Schio, Didici, Pecto!
Gods, I think that's Halsin, the druid. One horn, the stink of Avernus. Advocatus Diaboli.
Some kind of magic circle. I'll leave Gale to figure this out.
I can't fit through here. Wonder if there's another way in.
You should have stayed in the hells, devil. Why infect and imprison him, only to kill him? I don't understand.
God spare me, why did I think eating a second one was a good idea?
Quiet as a moonbeam.
A veritable angel, chained and tortured for centuries. To think she was so close to freedom. Yes, I will walk the same halls as my father and command the same soldiers. I will raise the city to new glory. I have seen the ravages visited on Tyrell by the gods, even the ones we so naively call good.
And we stopped it. For now, that's all that matters.
For now, let's enjoy this peace of eternity.
Healing you up.
I'll bring you anything you need. Robes, books, sustenance. You'll be safe.
Configo!
Gods, it's good to see you. Tentacles and all.
City watch. Shake the ground.
A pity you can't join me in open hunt. The trolls I've torn open. The ghouls I've cleaved. The stories I've been itching to tell.
Yeah!
I reckon there wasn't much merrymaking in the hells.
Okior!
This one was young. Doubt it put up much of a fight.
Everyone's gone, which means Nir's rotting back there. Might as well grab his head.
The shadows are lifted. Finally, we can breathe free.
No matter. The deal is done, and the sacrifice was made.
On the victor's path!
Poor man. That's no way to treat a stranger in need.
I'll always come through.
I am the blade of frontiers, of man hunting the fiends who prey on the weak and claw at the coast.
Detono!
Hope for the leaders that won't turn their backs to suffering.
Mouthier than an arse, twice as full of shite.
Hells! Only a monster would inflict misery and call it medicine.
Dark magic. I can feel it. It wasn't used just for reflection, but for collection.
Truly Shah's favored, as I understand. You exert your power from the shadows, away from the fields of battle.
Right of the timeless body. Does Jahira know about this?
I suppose the acorn didn't fall far from the tree. The sins of the father live with the son, eh? I deserve that. And I'm sorry. I was selfish to ask you to live a half-life as a plaything for the Blade of Frontiers. And even more selfish to be disappointed by your answer.
Kaido!
This is no aimless horde. The Absolute's forces are organized. What do you make of it, Gale? I've seen that sparkle in your eye. That extra... I don't know what. Even a blind Duero couldn't miss it. Come now. Did you think I couldn't tell?
Belonged to Lenore's dog, I bet. It must be magical, right?
I don't care what she did. No one has the right to steal a child's future. What, though? I couldn't say. No offense meant, of course. I can never forget what you did for us. For the city.
Making you better. When I was a child, Father sent me to Shares's caress to deliver messages.
No better time to brush up on my skills, then. It would do me no good to fail my new partner. I will return to Avernus, and I'll cut Mazora to ribbons before she can so much as groan Zariel's name.
The statuary in here is so triumphal. Even the worst of us can see ourselves as heroes. They say not to go poking bears. They never said anything about oxen.
Shouldn't be long now. Hold the line.
Heroes' work. On my way.
For once.
Ugh.
A helping hand. I'm reminded of a book Father kept hidden in a drawer. The Salty Mermaid. Do you know of it, Shadowheart?
Father, you're still alive. Hold on, I'm coming for you.
Not always. But once I met you, well, love has a way of tempering a blade's edges.
Something's there, buried in the rubble. Horrible slaughter made into a crude gallery.
Traps within traps. There's got to be a way out. Yergi! Unleash the hell's fires!
Can there be no better way? The Mind Flayer may have manipulated us, but let's not let it rob us of each other.
There went the torch. The curse is mighty strong here.
And don't you worry, we'll get you fixed up. There's always a way. There has to be. But that's not a lesson that needs repeating, I wager. Some thoughts aren't meant to be said aloud. That was one of them. Too bad. Maybe you'll go changing your mind once I've hunted some deer and scrounged up the ale. That could have been worse.
I've got you.
An army has marched through here, traveling west to Baldur's Gate.
Now, how about we go and reverse Cazador's fortunes?
Ha!
Is this really the best time? But this is your decision to make. Wherever you lead, I will follow.
Secreti umbrarum.
That's one strange mushroom. I think I'll stay clear.
Finding my way.
The blacksmith's blueprints. Great sword, dagger, and a sickle, I think.
I feel it. We're close.
I know this is my doing, my choice, my burden. But the thought of him laying there, lifeless. Father's very well, and back in his element, commanding the flaming fist with as brave a heart as ever. I hope the Queen values the treasure she has in you.
Gods, you've made me the happiest soul in all the realms.
I hope that's the end of this silly quarrel. They'll have no energy for battling our enemies if Lae'zel and Shadowheart are too busy squabbling among themselves.
No signs of life. But the spirits of the past still linger here.
Power. Is that not what it is always about? Ketheric, Gortash, and now Viconia.
Resisto ignum.
And we must find this captured devil. 2 missions, 1 destination. Perhaps. This crown seems too powerful and dangerous an object for mere mortals to possess. I'll have to take your word for it, but I won't question it. Strange. Is this disc marked with Githyanki glyphs? Time for a word with Lae'zel. Ner'll die if we leave. Is that a chance you want to take? Nautiloid! Don't get caught in its fire! Here goes nothing. On your feet! Father's the son of a blacksmith, born with barely a coin in the coffers. As bloodsuckers go, he wasn't the worst. Handy in a fight, if nothing else. As long as you didn't turn your back on him. Can't hear myself think! Is someone singing? We'll need a cover story.
Let's hope he keeps his fangs to himself. I enjoy a good meal, unless I'm the main course.
But you, Shadowheart, your darkness is gilded in silver. Keep your trust in me, and I'll keep mine in you.
You can't die! Not like this!
More importantly, the land west of here suffers under a terrible curse.
Pulcrior! Barrel sharp, the wit on you.
Luskan, city of sails, split by the river Mirrah. The waters are clearer than even the Chionthars, if you can believe it. I've had more than a few challenges, given the horns sprouting from my head. Mazora, you're Zariel's asset. Shit. Gather your wits, tend to your weapons. It's time to leave this damnable prison behind, once and for all. And just when things were warming up.
Sikot Katos!
My favorite subject. Off I go. You'll know where to find me. Cross the bridge when we come to it approach. We could conjecture all night. I suppose the why doesn't matter so much as the what next.
They didn't stand a chance. The shield is still glowing from the heat.
Let's see what you've got.
Please. I need a moment.
A replica devil skull. Enormous, too. It must have taken months to make it.
I couldn't want for a better answer. A shame that Gortash would abandon the spirit of hospitality that made it so special.
Well, isn't that something?
Shapeshifters. As if life's threads weren't knotted enough.
Shit. This was your doing. All of it. I was close to my father once, until he disowned me and cast me out of Baldur's Gate. So Astarion's gone for good. I'll miss his, well, let's call it charisma.
A Shah worshipper. Not my usual quarry. Nor my usual ally.
Wonderful, isn't it? Torill's history is written within our city's walls. My soul was bound, and my lips were sealed. Ah, you drank of the goblet of godhood. Not even a dwarf could distill a liquor more addictive. After all, Mystra's not about to welcome him to the Pantheon with open arms. We can't and we won't. The shadows be damned. There's dark magic in this blade. The glaive from the druid's notebook, no doubt.
Was someone keeping organs in these vials? Creepy doesn't begin to describe it.
Whatever you believe about Stelmane, she's not the only one to suffer the killer's blow. 6 months! Gods damn you! Here lies Connor, beloved husband, and a tasty little morsel to boot. And Wyll Ravengard, a memory of a memory. A man who belongs to the past. I'll be. Flumph mating rituals was more than it appeared. Time for some light reading. I've got you!
Quadico fake.
And I've got you to thank for it. Good and stuck. We'll die, but life's still worth the living. Otherwise, what's the point of it? I hope Astarion makes you happy. You deserve it. And there is. I would tell you more, but I can't. That must be the end of it. Trust me, Gith. I know the stories. Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid.
and they say there's no coming back.
Good and dead. The Sword Coast is better off for it.
Wise indeed, though I can't take credit. It was my father who taught me the ways of the just.
I don't know what to say. I was sure we'd be carving out a future together.
Minsk, the Great Ranger. He's alive and infected. Hells, we need to act.
Nice. A free ring. Maybe wash it a few thousand times before trying it on.
Gladly.
Gone gods. What hole did this thing crawl out of?
And lest we forget, we've a devil to rescue. 2 missions, 1 destination.
It takes talent.
Animating spores. The myconid means to raise the dead.
This place is astonishing. A bard's legend made real.
Well then, let the search begin. Holy hells. Each one a mind flayer in waiting.
What in the... Everything's changed.
Wetter than a 10-tongued tarpon.
The glass feels... warm.
Better save any rescue attempts until dawn. Darkness is no ally in the pursuit of such an enemy.
I can feel it. Looking. Deep inside.
When I'd finished, all that remained was a pair of paltry wings on top a pile of viscera.
Ex nihilo.
Lae'zel! Lae'zel! Where's she run off to? Seems the Sousa bark was a later addition.
If only faith was enough to ward off every bully of the wilds, as I seem to unsettle everyone nowadays.
That presumes, of course, the people would welcome a duke with the face of a devil.
That's the ship docked at moonrise. What in the hells is it doing here?
A map of the Sword Coast. The Githyanki are planning something.
You spoke with my father.
Really? I'm honored.
A great battle was fought here. I can practically hear the din of blade against blade, axe against shield.
I've entrusted the fist to Floric. She commands the flaming fist with as brave a heart as ever, and delivered them nary a scolding nor lashing.
The way to Baldur's Gate lies to the west of town. Come, the city beckons.
I can barely see. I thought it the most terrible noise in all 16 planes. But there's one even more fearsome than that. I could even claim my father's own ducal title and carry his banner after this.
Ah, by Baldrin's elbow, I can't stay feeling gloomy with you looking at me like that.
And yet your bed pillow bears barely a smudge. You are a woman of many talents.
Minimus.
Hells! Father's been taken to Moonrise.
Inaccessus.
With you as my ally, the future looks a little less daunting.
Yes, and at a great cost, partial ceremorphosis.
Willing and able.
Go on, tell the bastard. All the better for us if he keeps Raphael busy.
Damn. I hope I don't end up like this one.
Battle favors the fearless.
The curse has wrecked this man. This is no life. This is torture.
Let's see. It's Miri. It's got to be.
Cave calculum.
These powers could be enough to edge us towards victory.
Only a little taken?
Perhaps. But we will still smite the brain and still be hailed as champions. I trust that's the end of this silly quarrel. We'll have no energy for battling our enemies if we're too busy squabbling among ourselves.
Shit. Why? I've seen a lot in my day. Some good, some bad. And I know when I'm being led down a dark path.
Crescite hondo.
Lily Aurora Ravengard, treasure of a girl, found at the entrance of the Open Hand Temple. One grey eye, one brown.
Propera.
More sea devils. I can't imagine why they ventured so close to the city.
You know me. You understand me. And for that, I'm forever grateful.
Sicut gatos.
Oh, it stopped. Good news for my delicate figure.
Even if I might look like one.
I've got just the fix.
I better hurry before those dragons bring the ship down, and me with it.
Oh, I seem to have forgotten myself there.
Someone's diary. Might explain what happened here.
You're not mistaken. Ravengard is an important figure to the city. Should he die?
She's at camp, waiting for us. I don't think she'll be able to hang on much longer.
You met her? Then you were subject to her lies.
It's the River Chionta. I'd know these waters anywhere.
Glad you're all right. Get some rest, and may only the sweetest spirits haunt your dreams.
Goblins are close. I'd know that stench anywhere. Hell, Shadowheart. You just handed her over. Nice. These markings match the ones on that key. Hero's work.
This is the big boss. Strike him down.
What did that do? Whatever the reason, they've seized not just a Grand Duke, but the very future of Baldur's Gate.
A ritual circle. Seems to be infernal in nature.
I was hoping you'd think so. Besides, there's no time to wallow in self-pity. More than anything, I'm elated that there's hope yet for my father. Harsh. Remind me to stay on your good side. The Blade of Frontiers is dead. I will be Wyll Ravengard, proud Duke of Baldur's Gate. I doubt the Emperor will take too kindly to that. I knew the many Sharans to be cruel, but to see these implements of torture in person is enough to turn my stomach.
Obedi me.
I know better than to be disappointed in you. That ship has long sailed the Sea of Swords. It's not just a tale. It's a history. Slit their necks for good measure. The damn things may be stupid, but they're sturdy, and I wasn't in the mood for nasty surprises.
I've got it covered.
Of course, she took my every last hex and fiendish power along with her. Took some getting used to. They left behind a cold abyss where fire once raged.
Your father too, if our fortunes are so kind.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you standing there. Lost in the steppes, truth be told.
Curse that rotten devil and her forked tongue, trying to set Eltan against me. She's a damnable inferno of chaos.
They say good art has depth and meaning. This painter really took the lesson to heart.
War-grutting wrong wrinkler.
Come on already. We've got a roadblock to clear.
Hells! The Absolute's forces have taken father to Moonrise Towers.
Empty tomb. Either cleaned out by the thieves or... well, I'd rather not think about it. Shah must be thrilled. Congratulations.
Dum vita est, spes est.
And it seems Mistress offered him an equally explosive solution. A shame our first brush with the famed Elminster couldn't be a tad more optimistic.
Githyanki must be near. The psionic detector's gone off.
Well, never mind that. By the stars' light and the moon's glow, it's so good to see you. The Githyanki are leaving us. An unlikely place to find ourselves, fighting on the same side as them.
Tue bor.
We'll have our chance. I'm sure of it. No time or inclination to get your divine hands dirty in battle, I wager. What different lives we've come to lead.
Nice punch. I bet that'll go over well. I can't see any way to disarm it.
By the hounds of the hells, what is she planning? Trust me, he'll take what you're least ready to part with. So be it. The next we meet, my blade will be stained with Mazora's blood. Well, enough of that. That glowing ring's the key to this whole thing.
God's damn it, Halsin! We can't hold out forever!
We haven't freed Zariel's infernal asset, the one Mazora sent us to find. If we enter now, I'm as good as dead.
Ah, well, I guess that's my cue to change the subject.
Ah!
Gods. You left Last Light for the shadows to feed on. You should be shamed for your villainy, not extolled for it.
Vita mortis cario!
It seems you found peace with yourself. I'm glad. Just as long as your intentions remain as pure as they are now.
Quick! Get behind cover before it can blast us!
To the top.
Strike down anything standing between you and the brain.
I'm probably going to regret this, but Gale, if I'm to be wed, would you like to make a speech?
Yes! Now we're talking.
We've a lot in common, it seems. An aversion of devils for one. A parasite stuck in our brains for another.
Why shouldn't I? It must be more than a myth, given who carried it.
A tight scrape.
Words of the cold-hearted. I beg you, do not let him suffer.
A painter's easel with a little something extra. Just can't resist. Voss was headed to Sharess's caress in the city. We should pay it a visit.
I'm more than a bit wary, I admit.
Something's wrong. Talk to me.
It is to be reborn. A bettered council befitting a bettered city.
Day!
Go on, keep up your charade. Just don't expect that every bloody mess you make can be cleaned up with a cocksure grin and a cheeky quip.
Whatever made those scratches, it's big. Very big.
Well, I'm hardly going to say, oh, come here, have a hug in the arms of Hadar.
All these years as the Blade, I've been called a champion, a hero, a legend. Names I never asked for. Praise I never sought.
I meant to do that.
Not just a boy, a Raven Guard, schooled in the 4 pillars. Courage, insight, strategy, justice.
Scratch is cooped up at the post house. Can't wait to have him back.
There she goes. And we're just going to let her walk into the wizard's trap.
Oh, seems I've stumbled ahead of myself. Wouldn't be the first time.
Sea devils, this close to the shore. What could have drawn them here?
Seems to be stuck. What was that?
Obedime.
A grim sight indeed. My lungs already grow heavy with shadow. Karlak, I'm so sorry.
Hells! Have I fallen so far from your favor?
I mourn the ones I could never save, whose cries I never heard. Besides, the heat's been terrible for my complexion. The legend of Ansur isn't just a poem. It's a history.
Hardly dented the thing. Think, damn it, think!
I give it a push, it gives me a click. There's a puzzle afoot.
But these parasites are quite literally illithid weapons of war. And I'm not so certain they won't be turned against us upon consuming them.
Ugh!
There is no negotiating with the dead gods is chosen. They know only the language of punishment and pain. I'm no hero, but I've dedicated my life to keeping the Sword Coast safe from the monsters that roam it. Then we need to seek him out and get him to safety. You see, Grand Duke Ravengard is my father. Nice. Now for the mold.
So much for the detour. Moons and stars. Must be the seal mentioned in that journal. My mind feels so still. I can't sense the Emperor's presence. Gods! I wasn't prepared.
And we'll have plenty, if I have my way.
So it's like that, is it? So be it. The blade does not yield.
Ah, yes, that old refrain. If only she'd obeyed. Terrible to think of the atrocities these walls have been witness to. Welcome. If you've need of a bunk or a bath, you'll find them upstairs. Diplomacy. Not so different from fighting, I find. You still grip your blade. You just hide it beneath a silken glove. The hells will take my soul. I'll make my peace with it. I have once already, after all. When the light shone through, I hoped she'd follow it.
Canto te!
Yes, hail to us. An alliance as true as the sun's march across the sky. The situation's tense, clearly. I bet these folks could use a few helping hands.
Skull smashed, but the corpse is warm. A terrible fate.
I think I'm not the right person to be asking. We know the man. We know our mission. Let's move out.
Well, this makes one down. Only a few thousand more to go.
Ah, that's hot!
I've heard enough.
Oh, Karlak! No news could have made me happier in this house of horrors.
Baldur's breath. A lava elemental. It stirred up the lake something fierce.
Pulso! Well, never mind that. By the living gods, Karlak, it's so good to see you. I'm no stranger to it myself. A city is not rebuilt with the simple wave of a duke's hand. Put plainly, I'm not about to let these drow go unpunished for taking my father.
A few more stitches, and this bear'll be as cute as a space hamster's tail.
Hells. He may have made me an exile, but he didn't deserve to be abandoned to the flames. Ah, so the god of ambition has had his eye on me. I'm flattered, old chum.
Teocludoculus. Think of love as a strong ale or a warm fire. Is the clang of steel on steel not made more satisfying by the pleasures that come after?
Subtlety isn't exactly your forte, given how you've strolled about wearing a circlet inset with Shah's symbol.
What we saw was an atrocity. There's blood on Korga's hands. Enough to dye the Keonthar red.
I might share a bowl of venison stew with Hulsin, but never a partner in dance.
You listening? See that? Part of the nether brain. We'll have to climb it once we're close enough.
Let's see if they want to have their blood spilled.
To the hells with you, then, and may you all forever burn!
Is that a person being grown in there? Gods, that's ghastly.
The Wilden Oak. Legend has it stood since the Age of Dawn.
They're after a weapon. Surely they don't mean that strange artifact of ours. A frightful message, written in blood and garnished with corpses.
Karlak! No, no, no! Spill it! Mayrina deserves the truth. Inexpugnabilis! Took a brave soul to fell that damn stego. And I'm looking at her now. Let's make a bargain. A pact, if you will. The people I'm sworn to protect will see only an Illithid. They would cower in fear. Or worse yet, try to fill you with arrows and daggers. Oh, my love. I wish I could understand. But I respect your wishes. If this is your time, I will stand by your side. You're already halfway there, kid. How about a pick-me-up?
Looks like Astarian's up and vanished. I reckon the hunter nabbed him.
A letter from Orin. Might as well open it up.
Dead already. Nothing to be done.
A real fiend skull. By the size, I'm guessing a gargantula.
Taste the blade.
Because their lives were cut brutally short, you mean?
We should catch up.
Older Ravengard is here. He must be. Character, you say? Well, who couldn't use a bit more of that? Indeed. Perhaps the worm's vat was poisoned. Perhaps we're uncommonly fit. This is unlocked elsewhere, apparently.
Can't avoid him forever.
May I have this dance? Was there ever any doubt? You are a champion. You overcome. Ah, the devil's way, isn't it? So casually cruel.
A turnip. That's, something, all right.
Lucky for you, I'm not such a man. Crusty rogue! Veniet juvame!
Goblins ahead.
Not at all. You hunt the deer, I'll scrounge up the ale. Prepare your belly for a roast a la Ravengard.
Oh, he's alive. And we're going to find him.
You end it.
No more pact. No more debt. Then I set you free, and you flit back to Zariel and leave me for good.
But I'll say this. The moment I pacted myself to Mazora, I have not regretted for a heartbeat. It was my proudest deed. The goblins still infest the roads. As long as their leaders live, Zevlor's people are trapped. No wonder. The three of us have felled enough Cambions to build a fortress with their horns. What? What happened? Well, lucky for us, We've got a knack for miracles. Let's reunite the girl with her mother and father. She deserves that much.
The air reeks of death. Not sure how long I can hold out. We need light.
7 years. 7 years of hunting the monsters of the Sword Coast, and 7 years of Mazora's tight leash.
Turns out, rebuilding a city requires more than a simple wave of a duke's hand. Oh, fuck yeah. That's my girl.
Floric.
Oh, I can feel the collar vibrating. What'd you do?
What's this sensation? A piece of me, lost to the wind.
So it was for me. Can you believe that wizard had the gall to cast in large on a dino? A miracle had only smashed up a few farmhouses.
Easy now.
I can't stop you from taking it. But I won't be joining you.
It senses something, doesn't it? I'll keep my guard up. And she's gone.
I don't see one.
It's always a blood sacrifice, isn't it? Why not a bit of spittle or a nose hair?
Devil, patron, Zariel servant.
No time to change clothes, I'm afraid. Curse that rotten devil and her forked tongue, trying to set Floric against me. She's a damnable inferno of chaos.
Precis, alia, ferro.
And you will rise victorious, Lae'zel of Kalir, as you always do. I wish I could join you, but my focus must remain on the gate.
Hell's afire. What happened?
No. You are a champion. The hero who will end the greatest scourge the coast has ever known. Not my place. Someone closer to Shadowheart should have the honor.
We'll talk soon. You have my word.
Let's make camp when we're able. Mazora will be waiting. She won't let me go without making a fuss. Trust me on that.
It's not your time.
I'd love nothing more than to see her grind that wretch into bone dust.
Yikes! Don't disturb a half-ogre in the making.
I will not sacrifice this city just so you can die a martyr. We will find another way. Smiting evil is my middle name. Now that you've reached the end of the line, do you still refuse to return to Avernus? To live? Locked. Best find another way in. I am here for Duke Ulder Ravengard. Show me the way! With a parasite in his head, the city's guardian would be its ruin, unless we put a stop to it. Dolor. Not just a pillar, but a vessel for infernal magic. You know what to do. Kill the goddamn thing.
Father is safe, Floric. He is freed from the grip of the Absolute.
Shit. Almost there. Keep your hips square, and I think you'll have it. Yes, but first a question. If your home were under siege, what would you sacrifice to save it?
Forever petrified. A fate I'm glad to have avoided.
To Moonrise Towers, then. May the sun and stars guide us. Tues nihil!
And yet another, hardly the warmest of welcomes.
Obedi me.
Shadowheart! Shadowheart! Where'd that girl run off to? Elegant bearing, saucy voice. I should have seen it. The signs were all there.
Careful.
Every target she's set me on's been a demonic intruder. Tenari assassins who slip into Avernus. Armonites that amass near the sticks.
One more gem for the collection.
Relax, the both of you. It's Baldur, our city's valorant founder.
I've been asking myself the same question. It holds our fates in its talons. Until the Absolute falls, there's no getting rid of it.
Emperor Tibi!
I'll pass. A shipment from Cormyr. Fancy silks or Marsemba blush.
Anything useful?
Shadowheart. What in Baldur's name happened to her?
When Mizora drained my warlock powers, it was as if a blizzard froze me through.
Limp-witted slick licker. Allez-me.
I think it's a true shame that your goddess doesn't allow for love.
Boss Ragslin, eh? Must be the goblin in charge.
Best to stay clear, or be ready for a fight.
More of those wretched things.
Macte virtute!
I'll be. Is lava supposed to do that?
Turns out, old Gnawbone had kids. And one of them flew the roost and took to stalking a small elven enclave outside Crypt Garden Forest.
Ugh, more blood than an abattoir.
I'm not one to ask favors, but get me out of here.
Maya Fortio!
I am Wyll Ravengard, Grand Duke of the Worm, Heart of the Gate. I couldn't say. But think about this. The Gith Knight is as merciless as the dragon he rides. That we still have our heads is nothing short of a miracle.
On your feet.
My eyes!
Glue and optimism are holding this thing together.
Don't act like what you did was noble.
Ugh. Smells like I've gone down one of the gate's stormwater grates.
Fine. You sound sincere. But no more of this. Next time, it'll be a stake in the heart. Then we open the gates to the refugees, restore diplomatic ties. Baldur's Gate will again be the jewel of the coast.
Easing your burden.
Ira et dolo!
Answer it then, but you'll be going without me. I'm sorry.
Pleasant enough, but I'm partial to heroic sagas myself. Resaccio. Strange place for a fisher's vessel. Must have been abandoned. That lock's made for picking.
Not even a whiff of curse in here. It's nice to breathe easy.
The killer left a bloodied ring. This was no jewel thief's doing.
You presume right.
Veritas credo oculus.
Between the orb and the bug, you've got more than your fair share of unwelcome passengers.
There for the taking.
Yurgir, unleash the hell's fires.
Dum vita est spes est. Cheers to the taxidermist. Must have taken ages to stuff.
I've got one!
Signum arcanum.
Oh, hells. Something just woke up. No one knows better than I do the deep shadows haunting Baldur's Gate. It isn't much of a home, but what's ours is yours.
Not yet it doesn't. Suck on the wrong necks, and we'll revisit the issue.
Question for you. Have you ever heard a banshee's scream? Better that than the alternative.
Cheers to you. Cheers to Withers. Cheers to all of us.
Not like any mirror I've ever seen. It's like staring into the Shadowfell. I half expect to see Gorathir staring back.
Withers yanked me from Avernus with my blade halfway through a Cambion's belly without so much as a chance at washing up. But freedom was paid in my father's blood. Tomorrow I celebrate my gain. Today, I mourn my loss.
Where did the genie find this crap? Is it just my imagination, or is this bug plague spreading?
Thank you, Karlach. But if it brings our ally here any comfort, a reckoning's coming. And I'll be the one to pay up.
Help's on the way.
Don't fancy getting my hands dirty. I need a shovel. It's lovely. She could kill me for one. And that's not the worst of it. You never cease to amaze me.
A magic staff. I bet Gale could use it.
Time is so precious. If only I could rebuild the city with a wave of the hand. As the blade, I've faced untold brutes and beasts. Together, we've seen illithid horrors most souls could merely fathom. The likes of Gortash can bend people's minds with a few chosen words. No tadpole needed. Vlaakith's a fearsome one. The sort it's hard to say no to.
Not wise enough to avoid Sharon's sanctums, apparently.
Ha ha!
A wolf statue, too. What's the story here?
If I'm to be a Grand Duke, I've got to greet the people and gain their trust. It was a sacrifice we should have avoided.
It's a look, I'll give you that.
Damn, a whole chunk of torso. Someone really had it out for that clown. The size of that thing. Looks so much bigger when it's flying above you.
And I'm off.
The blade's got you.
We'll make a place for you in the Undercity. A secluded corner of your own. I'll bring you anything you need. Robes, books, sustenance. You'll be safe.
If I had to do it all over again, and I'd rather not, to be clear, I can't imagine not having you at my side.
Oh, hells.
Think of the, mess they'd make. Well, better your statue's head than your own.
A devil wouldn't bargain if he thought there was no chance of success, Lae'zel.
Non mavire!
And then require more still.
I'd love nothing more than to smash Orpheus free with that hammer and cut out the illithid middleman.
Era!
What's the point? The ogre's making new deals now. Good craftsmanship wasted on Selûne. Maybe it can be repurposed somehow.
Might will prevail!
Delicate brushstrokes, exquisite use of colour. This is no amateur work.
Little too busy for that. But I'll fall on my own blade and join the blood war in an instant, should Zariel's hell's touched fingers stretch towards Baldur's gate.
Tremors, and nothing natural about them, I'd wager.
This better be good. Anything more we should discuss?
No. I'm deeply proud of you. A touch less so of myself.
This place is spookier than a scarecrow's ghost.
Floric, I am my father's son. You know me. Will you really trust the word of a devil over mine?
Are you serious? Surely you won't hand Dame Aelin over to him.
Well, isn't that handy? Thank you, magical book.
That might be worth a look.
Githyanki text. Information on the astral prism, I wager. The Sharans must have risked life and limb for it.
Mysterious, that shadow heart. And mysteriously endearing. Behind those eyes lurk uncountable secrets.
Kaikote!
If only half the world had half the heart you do.
Oh, what's that smell? It's enough to cripple a kraken.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, and... Wait, how's it go again? I've rarely had to venture this far below the surface. Rare is the underbeast that takes to the sun.
Just look at this place. The evidence speaks for itself.
Music from the heavens. Karlach will too. Just give her time.
Non mavire!
Slow up. I've spotted a trap. We aren't just friends. We are friends. No qualifications and no apologies needed.
Incerto spulcer imperio!
What's the word on the rebellion? I presume you've cracked open more Kithraki heads than you could possibly count.
Thou art saucy as gruel.
Let's get this over with.
The honor is mine. Consider my blade yours, till death makes me lay it down.
A calculated risk.
Just do me a favor. Make it a story worth telling. A life worth living. You deserve nothing less.
Not sure what to do with this idol. But Gale might. By the gods. The torment this one must have endured.
Hold close to the light and keep the shadows at bay.
Diminue.
Proper inspiration.
Doesn't open from here. A reasonable person would say no. I still want you to say yes.
A perfect fit for those pod controls.
Sorting you out.
I trust you and stand by you. However you choose, the blade is at the ready. For old time's sake, all the tumble-down opulence of a withering upper city manor. An unforgivable loss. He'd have made a fine ally. Not to mention the mightiest magic you can muster, and the sharpest swords you can forge. Yeah, sights I've never known. Joined by smells I could never have imagined. How does this thing work? Raw metal won't forge itself. Be on your guard, but do not let up once the first blow has landed. Grand Duke. My soul lies with the city. But
Imps. I'm not feeling so good. Is this Nettie's doing?
Proof, clear as summer sky. It's over, Karlak. It's time you feel the sting of the blade. Angry at the monsters preying on innocents. Angry at the so-called good gods for tolerating the cruelty of the evil.
Voko spikai!
These infernal talents are useful, I admit. And once they're gone, I'll have to rely on my wits and my training. They'll have to do.
Umi, I don't need you to be like me.
Best not to touch the chest of offerings other mortals have left to their gods. But I can use the altar to pray.
Hells no, Father! I'm so sorry.
And from the smell of it, you're in the same condition.
At your service!
To the rescue, of course.
So we're going up there without the lantern. I hope you know what you're doing.
It said, they're coming. But who?
You did what was right, knowing you stood to suffer for it. In so doing, you proved what it means to be a hero.
We did what we did. Let's just see this through to the end.
Breathe, my friend. Can you smell it?
Father did the Sword Coast a favor. When he cast out his son, the coast gained a champion.
I wager you've cracked open more Kithraki heads than you could possibly count.
We best find him. He'll know how to cure us of this damned infection.
Sharp as ever.
I will wait for you, I promise. No matter how many sunsets pass, you are my heart.
On your feet.
Are you sure? I've been rehearsing, you know. I'd hate to put all that effort to waste.
Hells! What are you? No!
Perhaps the worm's vat was poisoned. Perhaps we're uncommonly fit.
You promise? You murdered Alfira in cold blood. Forgive me if I'm not confident in your word.
Venenum!
I'm not about to make such a sacrifice. Not now. Not ever.
Gods! I wager the dead elf is Holsin. He won't be helping us now.
Zevlor.
Disposed of like rubbish. Like scraps. Are there no limits to people's cruelty?
Manos potentis paro. We should drop in for a quick sip. For research, of course.
Thousands were sacrificed and the servant become lord. I am sure Astarian's quite pleased with himself.
Almost there. Keep your hips square, and I think you'll have it.
The place is remarkably well kept. As underground layers go.
Cupio vertus laicet.
Boo would be proud to join such a warrior in battle.
My father once said, one does not pursue a champion's life. One merely answers its call.
I should have said sooner, but our relation was no matter of pride. Not least for him. The seed of tyranny begins with the want for power. Nurture it, let it grow, and we become the very despots we once despised.
Now is the chance. Its will is weakening. Eliminate the Netherbrain and let the Sword Coast be free.
One day you will.
Thanks. It's good to know someone's looking out.
Prime spot for an ambush.
Configo!
Let's give it a go.
Volo non fugia!
Give it time. It's a city of many colors. Let them wash over you.
Here we go. I might not recognize the language, but I know a dictionary when I see one.
Hells. How sick must a soul be to take slaves, let alone lash them?
I'll take that. Not my first choice.
The Absolute's end would be the guarantee. Devilish visage be damned.
Glowing eyes. I know a trap when I see one. And I don't get the sense that my father was being literal.
I accept your invitation.
Nothing. The transformation was done.
We may never be dance partners, but we have fellowship, and I wouldn't trade that for all the gold in the gate-counting house.
The Stone Lord's got the counting house in his sights, and Nine Fingers knows it.
I should get these wounds taken care of.
Some time back, I'd planned a special evening. Just the two of us.
Yes, you have my blade. Your leader willing, of course.
I'll be
My old fishing spot. Spent more than a few summer-tide days here.
I love surprises.
Well, when a creepy voice says, "Something's coming," it's never good, is it?
Blood everywhere. Something made a mess of this camp.
We should catch up.
So much death and destruction, and for what? A mace? A dusty artifact?
Take your time. Get a feel for it. Let's leave them alone. I don't want to be invited to the wedding.
It always let Mazora track me. Let's see if we can make it track her. It's past time for her old pet to sink in his fangs. When I look to the sky, I imagine you atop a red dragon soaring across the endless night.
But I gained his virtues too. Courage, insight, a just heart, a strategic mind. A bit of talking, a bit of dancing, nothing too fancy. Just an oasis of normalcy in a world turned on its head.
Now that's what I call a chest. More than just a few trinkets in there, I wager.
Well then, I'm not about to say no. Baldur's Gate is my home, and I am its servant. I will be relentless in my pursuit of the greatest good.
Torchstalk. Best watch my step. They like to explode.
I don't resent you for closing the door, but I'm sad I'll never know what's on the other side of it.
More forge talk. I figured it for a tall tale. Now I'm not so sure.
Gods, I'm alive. I thought that mind flayer would kill me. I'm sorry. I might have come on a little strong with the dance invitation.
May you be granted every wish you ask for. You deserve each and every one.
Some time alone beneath the stars, and I'll be back to my old self. Promise.
Let's get this over with.
What beautiful music. Listen, Gale. I might invoke the Triad from time to time, appeal to Helm, but I'm no man of faith. Not like you.
Nice. The mask lets me blend right in.
You fought and you prevailed. Your future will be what you make of it.
Mors tua, vita mea.
The moon lantern. It must be. The pooch won't be fetching balls until I fetch him from that kennel. There's something underneath here. Hells. I see your scars in full view.
I can feel Carrion still. Until his ties to this plane are severed, he'll never be truly banished.
Indactyli sum! And that answer is plain as the horns on a war devil's head. We get these things out. Time. Stay with me! Yes, my father is a Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate, and I am his only son. Fiercely loyal to your people. Then you'll understand that I did what had to be done.
Precisali afero. Broken bones. Must have fallen.
Prick thy face, villainous prick! Gale's glowing with magic. Mistra must be mighty happy right about now. I've attended my share of fancy balls and masquerades. A few elegant moves can turn all the right heads. The Raven Guard name now lives solely with me. I will make it count for something. A lone cub isn't much of a threat. In Baal's name.
Stoltissime. Enough to make me thirsty even. I've always preferred wine to whiskey and ale, but I certainly wouldn't turn away a full flagon right about now.
Really? Oh dear. I can feel my horns flushing.
A red dragon? That can only mean trouble.
By the hell's fires. Has your heart shrunk so small? That's one sharp blade.
Made for a quick kill at least.
I can't feel the tadpole. By the Triad, I am cleansed. I will never be a mind flayer.
That ritual, it's no garden variety growth spell. Like my father, she believes in the bow and the blade. But she's teaching the fist a new lesson.
Hells. The brain can seize infected minds. What other powers will it manifest?
What's yours is mine.
They will infect him, and the city's guardian will become its ruin, unless we put a stop to it. Blink, and you'll miss me. We'll make a place for you. Somewhere secluded. Somewhere you can call home.
By the gods. Arthur was the one who built those explosive bears. Eviscerated, no less. A seasoned killer's work.
And yet deserves so much more. The voice doesn't know we didn't conquer its trials. But, after that last battle, I declare us conquerors nonetheless. I'm not sure if you meant to be funny or mean. Hells, I'm not even sure it matters. You're still good for a laugh. The only thing worse than a pool for tadpoles is an empty pool for tadpoles. Someday, I might forgive this, but I won't forget.
I'm trying to decide on a title for this chapter of the Blade's adventures.
You should have stayed in the Hells, devil.
And I am Wyll Ravengard, Grand Duke of the Worm, Heart of the Gate.
Yes, I know what you are. I know who you serve.
Oh, another Githyanki disc. I should see Lae'zel. It's story time.
Never mind.
Father will be waiting in camp. It's about time we talked.
A brine pool. Still intact. Whatever did this, the blade stands ready.
Dust everywhere, and not a prayer to be heard. And should that come to pass, death is the most pleasant outcome that fell bastard would give her. What did you expect? You laid a half-devil. She does not give without taking.
I'd be a fool to go after Cazador before sunrise. For now, I should rest.
The truth is, I'd rather be friends than lovers. Romance is all peaks and valleys, big gains and bigger losses. That's no mere disc. It's a lift. We found our way forward. Not to sound like a second-rate writer, but are you sure this is a good idea?
As luck would have it, he just arrived.
I'll be in the hollow. Don't you dare make trouble. A devil of a proposal. By the hounds of the hells, what is she planning?
Dead. They're only good for kindling now.
Shadowheart did what was right, knowing she stood to suffer for it. In so doing, she proved what it means to be a hero. Ah, fancy. Still, I make the decisions I see fit. The ones I think will restore the city to glory. I serve only Baldur's Gate. Astarion has a certain swagger, don't you find? An interesting fellow. Nice hair to boot. Oh, goodness, my cheeks have gone warm. Am I blushing? I must be blushing. Although it's a shame about the book. No amount of wine is merrier than a roaring tale. Come on, Roland! Show off that magic of yours! All that's left of this Githyanki are bones and armor. One of the temple's raiders from long ago? Its light holds off every shadow. Keep close to the creature, lest the shadows devour us.
I haven't sprouted any tentacles yet, thank Baldrin. That symbol in the blood. What does it mean?
We've made a connection. Please don't sacrifice that for the sake of cold-blooded thrills.
Evanesco! I'd watch yourself, my friend. I don't know if our pale rogue has anything good in his heart, or even a scrap of it left for you.
A helpful hand. Gods above. If any goods come of this battle, it lies in that legend. To hells with you, then, and may you all forever burn. Enchanted. Nice.
Well, what do we have here? Have you been following me, big boy?
There's only one good response to it. Shut the hell up.
And seeing you've got someone to care about now, after 10 bloody years, what would you say? Good for you, mate.
By day, I bargain with dusty bureaucrats and fuss over documents that would make a devil blush. By night, I sleep alone, longing for your touch. It's for the best. I take a tumble and splat. There goes my good eye.
Buck up already!
Shit. Father's been taken, and Mazora's started to scheme.
If we must. But imagine what tales these bones might tell if they could.
No, nothing good.
A terrible choice, for which we'll all pay a price.
Gortash, do you mean? Those metal hunks do not obey a man who sees reason.
But we haven't sprouted any tentacles. Not yet, anyway. Could just be good luck. I'm not so...
Statues, but I don't think those were made by a sculptor.
What future, Karlak? A future without you in it is no future at all. Is there really no other way? Loviatar, a goddess who thrives on pain. This book must be for her followers.
Necklace matches the sigil in that cave. The Harpers were busy.
We're closing in on Nier, but if we want his head, we'll need to free him first.
Halsin! No!
Oh, goodness! Is it all that bad? I'm dreadfully out of practice.
What is she capable of? And where will she strike next?
The leash has been broken, and my father is dead. Tomorrow I celebrate my gain. But today, I mourn my loss.
I'm half inclined to sever it now, if only for your endless insolence. Good thing for you, you're so goddamn charming. I hear fighting. Trouble's not over yet. Let me give it a try.
I must have played this conversation in my head a dozen times this 10-day, and practiced how I'd say no.
You'd become a mind flayer, an incredible sacrifice. If you refuse, I'd understand. Of course I would.
For the sake of these children, I'll stay my blade. Go and enjoy your breaths while you can still take them.
Well, it was worth a try.
You met her, so she filled you with lies. I hope my home can be yours, if you don't go back to the skies.
Making my move.
Damn this fog.
Flagilo!
Fortune favors the bold.
Father's words. Hard to argue with them.
Which means that's where we'll find the missing letters.
It will be done. I will seek the worm. Together we will strike down the Absolute.
Shit. It isn't over. Ketheric Thorm still lives.
Not quite. We'll need to get to higher ground if we want to climb up.
But, Gale, I can't believe he's gone. But, off with you. This is your day. Have a dance. Enjoy the music.
And I fear I've been less than honest.
Young Ryland cast in large on it by mistake. The beast rampaged through the baths, demolished Ogma's temple, and smashed through the east wall.
Just some food for thought.
Closer. I need to get closer.
Empty, vacant, unfilled, and so forth.
Gods, look at that pool. So many tadpoles.
The pride of the gate. A pair of wings.
Lae'zel, have you ever done a good deed just for the sake of it? I like your conviction.
I smell elderberry and almond. This wine's been tainted with a paralytic.
You really are no devil, are you? I've been deceived.
Okior!
Parure! And you? I wager you've cracked open more Kithraki heads than you could possibly count.
Ooh, what did you do? The collar's vibrating.
Baldur's Gate harbors many a secret. Even the longest-lived explorers have yet to uncover them all.
Nice. Someone's made quite the cozy retreat for themselves.
Saving the day. You are a reckoning force. Take a breather, and then we'll talk. Making you better.
My head throbs with every step. The closer the brain, the louder its call.
So you say. What's this now?
Not now, perhaps.
You saw her then. Advocatus Diaboli.
Morio! Here we go again.
My star. The parasites have barely withered. Your heart still hurts for them.
We'll have answers soon enough. Mazora's gone to camp. We should speak with her.
Undercover.
The stone's less worn here, recently uncovered.
Sending a child out there to die.
Damn spiteful. Figured you better than that.
Still blocked, but shouldn't take much effort to clear it. I think it's brine. The stuff those brain bugs are grown in.
Scratch is a good friend. I need to get him back.
Quadico fake.
But I still keep faith in the old tales of love. The once upon a times and the happily ever afters.
I'm glad to see you're not one to give up.
No time to waste. Incertus, Polcha, Imperio.
You can count on me.
All right. I know a shortcut.
Yes, but just the one, or I'll be yammering all night.
Myconids. Just as I thought.
This really can't wait.
Tempestus.
Caution to the wind.
Odd. Wonder what it's for.
Esto perpetua.
Damn it, the cage! Gotta put out that fire! Hells. Arabella's father met a most unpleasant end.
No question. The people will sing psalms praising your name, and my voice will be the loudest among them.
You're right. I won't target Mazora. But should she cross my path in Avernus, I'll cut her to ribbons before she can so much as groan Zariel's name. Took a brave soul to fell that damned stego, and I'm looking at him now.
And Grand Duke Ravengard suffers neither. Why should this time be any different? My prey has fallen. Hail the blade. I'll help myself, shall I?
Here goes nothing.
Voco Arvina.
Monster. Death is too good for it. For as long as demons and devils imperil the Sword Coast, they will be my prey. This is the same Kerwin from the Courier's Note. Something about 9 fingers and a debt. She runs the guild, which itself runs every criminal enterprise in the city.
Vita mortis cario.
I am the defender of the weak. I am the stalker of devils.
Can't do it without you.
Yet a warrior's heart still beats within you, Lae'zel of Kilir. It's as plain as the stars in this very sky. We have never been true allies, just toys in its game.
Gods, I'm not sure who to pity more for that display. You or the goblin?
The people aren't stupid, Astarion. They're scared. Gortash provoked a damned war, and then promised them safety.
My father's fallen, all because you lost every lick of good sense.
Watch and learn.
Arcadum!
Buck up already. The better question is, did he ever miss me? If he did, he missed the Wyll Ravengard he once knew, not the hell-touched warlock he returned to.
Orin's game is abduction, is it? Well, we can't stand idly by. We've got an ally to rescue.
Et alibi.
Another shapeshifter. Not to state the obvious, but this circus is no place for children. That tiefling's seen better days. Arabella's father, I reckon.
Pulso.
The hammer can't do much without a little heat to move things along. The lava.
Ex nihilo.
Graven idols, cindered air. Baal's bloodied hands molded this place.
Finally. I've got to hurry and get that kid out.
Astarion, if I wanted your well-coiffed head, I'd have already taken it. Yours wouldn't be the first spawn skull I've severed.
What's this? Something slashed up that rock.
You will too, Karlach. I know it. Until then, I'm here every step of the way.
In truth, I always enjoyed a bit of pomp. I'm really not that kind of man. But that story is reserved for lifetime friends and calmer days.
Fronti nulla fides.
You would have died in the attempt. But there have been enough threats today.
That's true. But he never got kidnapped by a devil either.
Broken. Don't worry, it's safe.
Hells. Whatever you do, don't set her off.
Cave carculum.
Let's see. Quite an explosive secret to keep to yourself, Gale.
Monsters I can fight, but I can no more sever these shadows than I could the wind or the sun.
There's a schism growing among the Githyanki people,
And Lae'zel just took one step towards choosing a side.
locked from the inside. Once all this is ended, once we've crushed the brain and freed the people, we should pursue this great worm of legend. What ally could prove more fearsome than a raging dragon? We'll work it out. We always do.
No, nothing like that at all.
Mizora.
I don't expect a soldier or street sweeper to see through the schemes of a tyrant like Gortash. Me, I've seen no end to them. The trolls I've torn open, the ghouls I've cleaved, the stories I've been itching to tell.
It's Baldur, our city's valorant founder. And now, the Illithid we carry in that god's-forsaken prism.
This next spell should be interesting.
Pigeon remains. Who knew a single bird could make such a mess?
Why else? There couldn't be another reason.
So be it. Rotten luck. One moment they're fishing, the next, murdered by monsters. My good lady, I am Wyll Ravengard. I will not pay to enter my own city. Styx devils, they're called. They usually prefer the frozen wastes of Stygia, but Zariel's got a few of her own for guarding the River of Blood.
Veritas credo oculus.
Then we die proud, knowing we braved the hells to slay the fiend who held my leash. That's Jurgle, scribe of the dead. Walked right out of a legend.
Yes. But not here. For the sake of these children, I'll stay my blade.
Check out those boots. Magical, maybe?
You're right. I need to forget Mizora. The people of the coast call to the blade. I can't let myself stray from them. I'm glad to hear that, Karlach. Who would have thought my prey might become a good partner instead? I'll paint the clearest picture I can. Shit! Grounded again. I prefer merriment when it is earned anyway. Breathe easy. Head up high, kid. To fight your enemy, you need to see him. Indestructible. We'll see about that. Father's death was Gortash's doing. There was nothing I could do. I would never. I was selfish to ask you to live a half-life as an underground plaything for a duke. And even more selfish to be disappointed by your answer. A tidy slot, but no rune. Friend, be my mirror. What do you see?
Nasty blighters. They smell like a fish barrel left to rot in the sun.
Forever could only be a dream. And one day, I might even call you consort to Grand Duke Wyll Ravengard of Baldur's Gate. My pride, my joy. Think it through. Angerkorga and the whole grove could suffer. And then it charged, splitting the ground with every thud so fast it left a trail of smoke. I could barely nick it, not with a blade, not with an eldritch blast. If we're meant to die, then let's do it together, doing something worth dying for, hunting devils.
Dialano! Volo non fugia!
One last dance, for old time's sake. Do what he asks. My father's life is in his hands. You know something. I'm making this quick.
I can't. I'm sorry.
I've seen your people in battle. I reckon you are no mere warrior, but a god's damned army.
Done and done. I suppose you did what you had to. God's help me. I'd have done the same. Hold on. If we want to defeat the brain, we'll need all 3 stones. I'll get you fit as a fox. Maybe one day he'll see the truth of it. I think a firm no thank you is in order. Very firm. Come on. There's nothing left for us here. Then we better be sure the Githyanki prince will stand with us. A talking statue. Now, was that a warning or a command?
A friendly face.
I'll be. Looks just like the key from the Flophouse.
If you think you can put your hand in mine without singeing it off, I'm willing to try.
The touch of life.
The hexes and eldritch blasts, losing them took getting used to. They left behind a cold abyss where fire once raged. I had another dream last night. The visitor came to me and ordered me to penetrate the heart of the very cult that's spreading the infection. Oh, shit. I'm starting to pick up on your bad habits. Well, fuck it. In for a coin, in for a coffer.
Pulcrior.
That'll have to do. Reminds me of the Wilden Oak, the oldest and most storied tree in all of the Sword Coast. We can break him free. He might give us options we hadn't thought of. Open doors that we thought were closed.
As a favor.
Yes, the brain will fall and the people will hail us as champions. Karlach, the stink of Avernus.
What are you?
Gala!
A toll of the bell. It's all I ask. Our problems can wait that long. Raphael's good and gone. Feels damn good too. Now, if only I could get rid of the other devil in my life. I'll leave you to your thoughts. I hope somewhere in them you find peace. There is, and you know why I can't tell you. My lips are quite literally sealed.
That must be all of him. We should chat with the ringmaster.
Someone came to me and promised to protect me while claiming that the parasite could empower me. Consume all the magic artifacts you need to keep that bomb of yours from exploding. Make a meal of anyone I call friend Astarion, and they will be your last. That is my solemn promise. Wouldn't you know? The barrier's already down. This is the spot Rugen marked. Doesn't look like much.
Nice. She saved us the work of killing that goblin ourselves. Even I can feel the magic coming off this trinket. Have a look, Gale.
By Baldur's helm, No! I will not be tricked!
But Minsk would be dead. You were heard and understood, Rion.
There, in the cage!
I will keep an open mind, but I will split the Illithid's head at the first sign of danger. Is that so? Give me one reason why I shouldn't let them rot.
Hark! A dung golem!
I can say only this. Karlach's not the only one who's had a villain's knife held to their throats. Oh, a perfect fit. That's unexpected. Worth a try.
Omnia mutantur!
Here for you. You've made me a new man.
I've got an idea. There's gold in there. Donations, I reckon.
Yes, unless Mazora actually fulfills her promise and sets me free.
What's yours is mine.
I've carved up goblins from here to Inner Chult. We will overcome, whatever the odds.
Well, I've got to push through. Unless a passing griffin offers a ride, it's the only way to Moonrise Towers. Ludus non factum est!
I am Wyll Ravengard, son of Alder.
Good song, good company, good wine. I wish it could last forever.
Fair is fair. Tonight, I lost the right to be called hero.
The Diabolist was hoping to summon something. Hard to tell what. The corpse mentioned a key. This must be the one.
A painting of creatures in battle. Art imitates life, I suppose.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I just gutted the ogre, not... No joy. Mold and metal, but it still needs something more.
I can't go on much longer.
Karlach can tell you what evil she's capable of. What brutality she's wrought.
I can recognize a troll's silhouette on a far horizon, but I wouldn't know a flirtation if you whacked me alongside the head with it.
The River Chionthar. I'd know those clear waters anywhere. And yet, I can't help recall the words of my father. The best plan is the one that works.
Still, it's a night to remember. You've made sure of that.
Now what?
I admire your courage, Gale.
You can't undo what you did. But you can exalt the souls who are still living. I mean, yes, of course. The sun only rests for so long.
That mark. The Zentarim are here. Thieves and murderers, the whole lot.
Kopora sana!
I hear shouting. Someone needs help.
What's happening? Where am I?
Some healing, if you please. It had travelled a hell rift to a long-forsaken shrine. Luckily, the trail it scorched into the frontiers was hard to miss.
Gods, I'm glad you got out of there.
Only in magma destroyed. Whatever's protecting that forge, it'll take some fierce heat to crack it.
I'm fading. Bloody curse. I won't let it take me. Resaccio.
Something tore right through these people. They didn't stand a chance.
This is nothing but junk.
Baldur's bones. The Githyanki creche is naught but rubble. May the Triad have mercy.
Ugh. The tadpole must be messing with my head.
Enough is enough, Astarion. I know you're a vampire. I mean, it's as plain as the nose on an ogre's face. Expelote! Silentium!
The devil is fallen. First, we kill Ketheric Thorm. Then, I'll tell you everything you want to know. She's playing a game. I don't know what it is or how she plans to win, but I can tell you this much. A rift! A way in! Go! 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 That's getting me nowhere.
And that's not the end of it. The suckers are wily. And no offense.
I do.
Gnolls are everywhere. And I do mean everywhere.
Faccio voco fere!
No, it can't be. You mean they've taken my... We fight for the survival of Baldur's Gate. And we will win. Every moment we spend together is a joy. And it so happens that someone else has joined the family celebration. She could try. But I'd sooner end my own life than lead Baldur's Gate to ruin.
Reckon here's where that Dryder convoy came from.
Ah, the disc rises when the altar is made lighter. Good to know. I'd ask what's become of you, but perhaps this is who you've been all along.
As if you needed to ask.
Do you mean Ansel? The dragon is dead.
Those corpses. Looks like there was a Dwergar attack. Gone, gods. What hole did this thing crawl out of?
I won't let you down.
Simple enough. On to the next.
Can't do it without you.
Ignore him, Umi. Go on now. Practice what you've learned.
You're not wrong. But maybe let's try to take fewer of those risks in future.
Broken, fake. Broken, fake.
Astarion, bring in your undead. After your little sundown antics, I'm not sure I'm buying what you're selling.
I wager it won't stop at one either.
Don't you dare lead them to the grove. End her. Now.
For someone who heard we're all beasties in waiting, she reacted, well.
They just keep coming. Push past them. Get to the Netherbrain. Time is so goddamned greedy. It can never give, only take. My eternal soul is at its mercy.
Mors tua, vita mea.
You're on the right path, Umi. Go on now. Practice what you've learned.
Plucking hells. Some poor pigeon's lost its feathers.
We'll see. Suck on the wrong necks and I'll slice yours clean open. Corruptus!
My kill count's much lower, I fear. Though I slip away for a hunt when I can. I may no longer be the blade, but my heart is never far from the frontiers. But that doesn't mean that the leash never chafed. That I was content to lap up whatever nonsense Mizora fed me.
No. Thank you. Mutatis mutandis!
Another broken trap. Who made these things? It's planting spores. The Myconid means to raise the dead.
All filled up.
Let me help!
Better pick my next target wisely.
Ah! Ah! An army of Sharans with an elf at the helm. But who?
Moonrise. We're closing in on the towers. And the curse.
Just a peek.
Thaniel. I know the name. Horson spoke of him. Something about the spirit of the land. No. Annihilation is the only option.
Mizora, you asshole! Well, I mourned him the day I ended the pact. There's no sense in mourning again.
Keep your steps light. They could be the nasty sort of drunks. A portal to Neverwinter. How I love the chill of the northern lands.
Once the Absolute's finished, I'll be sure to propose your idea to the council.
Take care. We'll catch up later.
Majesty of manure, sovereign of shit.
Risas abundat.
Not to mention a few bumps and prongs in unmentionable places.
Resisto venenum. No luck. There's got to be a way through. Ut ventus.
I hope you can come to terms with your choice. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to.
Do you mean Ansel? He's naught but bones, Elton. But his spirit has blessed me with power.
If Father were here, he'd be so proud of you. Proud of us. If she wants to go make these last moments count, then don't hold her back.
Much to the exhaustion of the good ladies and gentlemen of the gate.
What a joy! This life we're about to make. This story we're about to write. Every chapter more thrilling than the last.
Good riddance. No good could come of its reign.
Cupio vertus laicet. What was that watchword? Lux splendor. Obedi me.
Forever dauntless.
A magical staff. Will this be of use, Gale?
You've barely brain to feed a louse.
Tues nihil!
Good thing for you, you're so goddamn charming. Besides, once I've made an ally, I'm not so quick to abandon him.
I was hunting near the Cloakwood when I heard it. A child crying out from a lone farmstead.
That was close. No doubt there'll be others.
Liar!
But I love you no less now than ever. And I love that you are fighting for your people. A crate from the Dale Lands. Whoa, smells like old cheese.
Voco potentia! Faccio! Voco! Fere!
And not a mere stroke, as it turns out, but the scars of her possession.
Voco nubes!
A trap. Watch it. You served her. That's enough to damn you.
More goblins on the horizon. Sounds like this place needs a savior.
You gave up so much so that others could walk free. I know sacrifice, and I must honor yours. I don't think so, but I appreciate the offer. Damned stubborn fool! We can stop this thing! You don't have to...
That said, rebuilding a city requires less a sharp blade and more a politic mind.
Ex textura!
A fiend makes for poor company, unless it's been stuffed and mounted on your wall. I won't accept that. You cannot be so desperate as to believe the only answer is destruction.
The goblins will be out for blood after what happened at the Grove.
Not now. Trouble's afoot. Inficio!
Empty for good.
A temple map. Seems there's a series of tunnels beneath. What's this name here? Father Lorgan.
I can't use this at the moment. Karlach showed us the truth, and I refuse to see it.
This'll be mean.
What was I thinking? I can't summon a dead ogre.
I could use company.
He wanted one life for me. I chose another. We haven't spoken since I left the city.
Illithid writing. Meaningless to me.
For that is the day we can finally be together. I understand, truly. All I need is you. The rest is just details.
Easy does it. Toning things down.
Not a matter to take lightly, and not one to be decided today.
I can't utter the terms or circumstances of the pact. I can tell you most all else, but the pact, I'm forbidden, unless Mizora permits it.
Astarion, I just want to say, I judged you wrongly. I'm sorry. But I can't. Not when I know deep down that you're right.
I get it, Lae'zel. Peril, danger, and so forth. All I can think of now is a nice fish dinner.
What a mess. Human or beast, the killer's a monster.
All that pain for the sake of Ketheric's enduring power. Sickening.
Strike from the shadows.
Mors tua vita mea.
A different kind of hunt than I'm used to, but I know the thrill. Besides, I find it gives one an air of mystique. No one's more intriguing than an adventurer with one eye.
Incomodum!
Owlbear eggshells. An unhatched one would fetch quite a price. Ah, that smile. It could light up a room. Hells, it could light up the entire Bay of Baldur. I saw you pressing a bunch of flowers the other day in a book. That smells rank. The remnants of a nightfall feast, I'm guessing.
Ugh, all effort, no reward. Manos potenti sparo!
Of course. And a magnificent ball, I presume, for dancing the night away. You dressed to the nines, me in the finest uniform I can convince father to lend me.
Threadbare chimp lackey!
Nice vault. I wager something even nicer is hidden behind it. A ritual circle. I wonder, is this how moon lanterns are made? I see the good in you, Karlak. I promise not to lose sight of it, even when the hells burn hottest. This trunk's rotten. Shouldn't put too much weight on it. You just have to buy enough time to... The tiefling's seen better days. Arabella's father, I reckon. I like how you think. No. Just no.
Voco spicai!
I'd like that. So would father, I bet. A nipper to bear his name, learn the pillars, courage, insight, strategy, justice. I'm tempted. Trust me. I thought my heart might burst with every step.
Vita mortis cario!
That thing's killing her! Do something, damn it! Then some masons were more blessed still, if they could put their talents to use elsewhere. That's curious. Grand Duke Ulder Ravengard will be avenged.
The age of the absolute has begun!
I've seen her myself, tearing through the hells on behalf of her mistress Zariel. Not a peep.
Gods, the building's on the verge of collapse.
Keep your distance. We don't want more trouble than we can handle. That stench. Dead owlbear prey, no doubt.
Watch it!
Whatever fiend's got hold of you, it's made a battlefield of your mind. This was a hospital. Feels more like a prison.
Get down here already. It's time we started our happily ever after.
An ogre and a bugbear. An untraditional pairing, I reckon.
Hells, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
Do you mean Ansur? The worm is dead, father. Where we might have once found a friend, we found only his bones, animated by an old grievance. This better be good. They won't see me coming.
Ah!
Not happening.
Carculus mortis.
Why is this made of paper? Is this a casting mold? Looks like that forge might get some use after all.
Do I detect loot?
That kobold smells like it's been swimming in wine. One spark and things could get heated. Dead goblins, dead travelers, the fiend slain. As if I could ever have doubted you. Now rest. You've earned it.
All right, I know a shortcut.
No ogres. Good thing, too. They'd rip the camp to shreds. You had your chance and you wasted it. Expectation. Is it just me, or are the rats here surprisingly eloquent? Oh, how right you are. And how wonderful it is. We've had too little time for pleasures like these. A mug of nutty dandar and a plate of cured meats. It's no Mount Celestia, but it's close. There they were, gathered at the foot of the hill. It is. You are my greatest adventure. What's your gripe with Selûne anyway, Shadowheart? Truce? Ansur is dead.
Well, never mind that. By the stars' light and the moon's glow, it's so good to see you, Gale.
We will yet be four. Until such time and after, we will enact the will of the People's Parliament.
That's what I'm here for. Veritas, credo, Oculus imperote.
Something's always gnawed at me.
The Mind Flayer's up and gone. Not sure I like that turn of events.
Goodbye. It was fun. And a ruthless killer. The two are not mutually exclusive.
Incende!
That's where I stand. But whatever you do, I trust you to the last.
Blade at the ready.
But we can't pass up the chance, Karlak. Just imagine, swimming down the Chionthar again, traveling cobblestone roads, setting our heads on down pillows.
You can count on me.
We could always return it. Or maybe...
A great warrior of the comet walks among us. Well, a projection of him at least.
I'll do it, and you'll set me free. That was the deal.
By the good gods, how bad do I reek? My contract is very clear. I can bring Mizora no harm. She'll have to let me out of my pact willingly.
I can't force her. But I don't want to watch either. I can't. Unholy assassin. No. This is not the path I was meant to take.
A leg clad in colourful scraps. Oh, dribbles.
I miss you too. If only ducal life afforded me more time. And get this, if those blueprints we found work, I could reverse engineer my stone eye. Instead of Mizora tracking me, I could track her. Twice Mizora's held my feet to the fire, and twice was I burnt.
The tadpole feels like it's about to pop. Is anyone else's head squirming?
Veviro!
Indeed.
Keeping pace.
And yet you served.
Venustior.
Not sure what I expected to find. But organs and entrails were not in my top 20.
Mors animae.
What's that? The state of this place. Why would the Githyanki build a creche here?
You're right.
But to see my father laying there, lifeless.
I tumbled away, cast flesh to stone, and it crashed to the ground.
I could have ended the battle there and then. But this was prey that deserved to be played with. And next time you're in a killing mood, let me know. I'll point you in the right direction.
Part of me wants to argue, to insist that I'd be killing Mizora for the good of the coast.
Magis amica veritas.
I was thinking, how about one last dance? For old time's sake.
I would not normally hang my fate on something so flimsy as hope. But our options are few.
But I will slay their monsters, keep them safe, and one day they will see the Blade of Frontiers again.
I'm afraid you'll have to content yourself with vagrant chickens.
Healing you up.
Incommodum.
Karlak got lusty at the party, didn't she?
Poor fellow. We should have left well enough alone. The work of the parasite, I reckon.
Glad to be out. Now, let's get a move on.
I promise, clumsy oaf is well within my repertoire. This true soul near's stuck behind a rockfall, is he? Forgive me if I'm in no hurry to go digging him out.
Zaris was looking for this chest. She will pay handsomely if I return it intact.
If it can't wait.
I'll be. There's a temple under here, and something monstrous hiding inside it.
Plue secreti umbrarum.
All this time and that's still what you see.
That living bear just changed into a dead elf. Better take a closer look.
Ex textura.
The tadpoles weakened me, suppressed greater talents, but beyond that...
This won't be quick. That hyena's run off for help.
No use. It's locked tight.
No, you can't. I trusted you.
When we'd finished, all that remained was a pair of paltry wings atop a pile of viscera. The circus is gone. Poof, vanished. Not bad, as final performances go.
I can only hope you won't have to find out.
The only thing the wind's carrying is the smell of trout, Lae'zel. We're near the fish market.
Yes, a hero in all senses. A courageous explorer and a just spirit. Would that we all aspired to his greatness.
Could do for a brew.
Damn knots. And showing them they won't be abandoned.
Not that I'd necessarily object. It's the least we could do. Your faith in this city should inspire us all.
Ex nihilo!
Could do for a brew. Won't budge.
Come, rest with me tonight. And next I see you, may that flame be raging even stronger.
Hells.
I prepared myself. I thought I was ready.
Better move. The transponder's waiting.
Good try. But don't just swing all pell-mell. Volo Thamp Gadam! By the gods, do something! Still, I've entertained the idea. Imagine the evils I could vanquish, the alliances I could build.
Demento te!
Not so much a story as a pantomime. And I've played my part all too poorly.
Ve victis!
I was certain you'd fallen for Karlak. And why wouldn't you? She's got grit, that one. I'm sorry. I promise your sacrifice has not gone forgotten. It's afforded me a life of my own making. Hunting and hell slaughter.
Look here! Ah!
Easy enough.
Blast away, Iron Hands!
Better friends than the ones hitching a ride in our skulls, at least.
Only a patriarch's loss can open this door. Certainly not. But she's as inevitable as Torill's path around the sun.
I won't let you down.
But do me one favor. It's natural to suffer a touch of worry. But an illithid worm should be causing more than mild anxiety. The forge is ready to go. I just need to start it. I did. But also to see something else. If it's a story worth telling, then it's a life worth living. No, this is no drow plot. These absolute nutters, these true souls are behind his abduction. Fate didn't kill this child. Korga did, so father said. I won't soon forget.
Night Song? A tender name for a cultist artifact.
We surely shouldn't leave such a threat out, where anyone could stumble across it.
Well, tragedy averted, I suppose.
They're seeking a weapon. I wonder if they mean that odd artifact.
Nice flask. Could you use this thing, Gale? Behold! Elminster's ball bag.
Maybe another time, yeah?
There will be another time for us.
Shut it, devil! I know your kind. A heart darker than a shadow's nightmares. You cut a child's throat just to taste the blood. It's true, Eltan. You can't believe her. She's a devil. Will you really trust her word over mine? No need. The platform's here. Another pet added to her warlock menagerie.
Not yet, Mazura. It's a seller's market now. Time we struck up a new deal.
Well, that's enough sentiment for one day. What did you need? Does Saluna still bless your path? Because our relation was no matter of pride, not least for him.
Surge! Vita! Mortis! Cario!
All that blood. Gods, it's even more sickening than I first reckoned. There'll be no great tempest roaring through the skies, no dragon redeemer to save us. They want violence, they want control, they want Baldur's Gate.
So, curious little Wyll tried to slip in. The guard spotted me straight away and dragged me by the collar back to my father.
Unleash the legend.
I've made beds out of moss, twigs, even mud and bark. But even I have my limits.
They aren't ready to get on the road on their own. As luck would have it, she just arrived.
How I wish I could show you off in the High Hall instead of hiding you away. If only life was so simple. Hells, they've been torn to shreds. Halsin's mess, I reckon. Must have left for the Grove. Well, let the silent winds carry word of our conquest. Can a squiddy go solo, Lae'zel? You know, break free of their master? Not exactly. But you answered my question.
A war drum. One of those can summon fighters far and wide.
I don't think she made it.
No more dances, no more touches. But I'm glad, all things considered, I can still call you friend. I want nothing more. Unique as your heart might be,
I still feel it tugging at mine.
Ah!
Damn her to every hell. Feeding a precious child to a serpent.
The greater good.
My oath forbids me from uttering her very name. Not unless she's revealed herself to you. I can't bear to think of it. But I can't tell you no.
I'd say you broke the poor fellow, but I reckon he came that way.
Then talk to it, and I will keep an open mind. But I'm splitting open the Illithid's head at the first sign of danger.
He may be dead, but his tyranny still suffocates Baldur's grand city, the source of Gortash's watchers. If I could get over my disgust, I might be impressed.
But not tonight. Tonight is about you. A wedding to their betrothed, a new baby, a windfall, the taste of an exquisite pudding.
3. The Mind Flayer's been siphoning a Githyanki prisoner's powers to shield us from the Absolute's voice.
I prepared myself. I thought I was ready. In my name.
What's this? Looks like it should be plugged in somewhere.
I'll be fine. Seeing you has cheered me more than you can know. Now, perhaps we might try a more intimate style.
Tormentum.
Loquesi tibi placet. Strange little artifact. Question is, what does it do?
I could once more call Baldur's Gate home. Whether I return there, well, only time will tell.
You've a visage fit for letter writing. Resisto ignum.
At least the cub has a fighting chance now. I haven't sprouted a tentacle just yet, but I'm thinking it's only a matter of time. Extraordinary. Like a waking dream.
Where have we gotten to?
I'm glad Father's left us to our own devices, more or less. Though, he's got no shortage of advice when I ask for it.
Yes, it's a good thing we were here.
Karlach is an archdevil's soldier I swore on my good eye to kill.
Cave carculum. The torch is no help, damn it. The shadows here are too strong. We've got the matter well in hand. And if we make too big a splash, well, goblins are used to a ruckus or two.
I don't need to tell you what evil she's capable of, what brutality she's wrought.
Good thing for me, I'd learned every Goristro's weakness. They're dumb as bugbears on a bender. Throw something shiny, and they'll chase it.
Dead, thank the gods. Could be me next if I don't jump ship.
Well chosen. An accursed advantage, but an advantage all the same.
The Absolute's end would be the guarantee.
I made a mistake. This is your chance to learn from it.
Evidence. Proof that you're a devil. A gladiator in the archdevil Zariel's army.
Te adstringo linguam.
Footprints. And whomever left them went straight into that cave.
My next mark's the most challenging yet. Or so she says. I don't know much more. Only that it's no demon, but a devil.
Tempting. Give it some time. Develop a bond and maybe I'll show you a move or two.
Corruptus!
A bit player with dreams of a leading role, the way Father told it. He had no use for Gortash, and even less for his advice. The Prince of the Comet has fallen. He sacrificed everything to stop the grand design. Does that mean nothing to you, Lae'zel? Korga's a piece of work. Let's see if your wit surpasses your might.
A war devil's horns. You'd have to suffer a grueling battle to take these.
Maleos!
Turn around and walk away, while you still got legs to walk on.
Let's not lose sight of what matters. Astarion's dead. We're safe. From vampires, at least.
For such a small thing, she's got one big mouth.
Ah, a familiar face. Didn't think I'd see you again. Think carefully. Do not give yourself to the Dreadlord, no matter how strong your cravings.
There, a mind flayer, and it's hurt.
Ah! Perry!
The army of the Absolute marches west to the gate. The city is strong, but it will not hold forever.
Clearly to practice your forest tracking.
Just checking in. Is there anything you need?
That smells rank. The remnants of a Shah ritual, I'm guessing.
To eat and drink your fill before killing another.
Wyvern whiskey. Aged in Nimbrel, exported to Waterdeep. This is the good stuff.
A worm? Are you saying there's a dragon living under the city?
Quite the welcome.
You are a champion. If this foe demands blood, then tear off its limbs and let it drink its own.
There's magic nearby. I can feel it.
First they took Minsk. Now they take Jaheira's face. Does their malice have no limit?
Keep safe. Death, destruction. And for what? A mace. A dusty artifact. Stabilio!
No worse than having mind flayers bury a tadpole in your brain, or crashing to the ground on the banks of the Chionthar.
I live at the mercy of fiends. A devil's plaything awaiting a future in the hells. Mushrooms and swamp vines. Not the most inviting decor. How do you feel?
Hells, I don't like the look of that. Run, damn it, run!
Gods damn it. You almost make me forget myself.
You don't know what this means. You don't know what you're asking me to do. Come on, Boo. Give it everything you've got. At last, a cure is in reach. To the towers, then, where the moonlight will lend way to a new dawn. We're not getting anywhere. We need to make for the brain. Our hearts can keep time. We can learn a lot from fairy tales. Don't you think?
He's doing well. The rebuilding of Baldur's Gate continues apace.
Swelto's ethic of war would lead to endless conflict. No city could survive it.
Ignis!
I've known goblin raiders to slaughter entire villages and strip them for loot, but I've never seen one ravaged like this.
She hasn't dared flash her wings since we crushed the Netherbrain and freed the infected.
It's trapped. Maybe we still can. There's yet to be a storm we couldn't weather.
I've spent years hunting monsters, Astarion. Do you think the Blade of Frontiers is ignorant to vampire spawn?
The Undercity. Father always warned me not to go poking around here. And for very good reason. Vis Medicatrix! I swear I did everything I could to save him. I swear it by all I hold dear.
Plants? Not what I expected.
Here, a bottle is judged more by its ability to crack heads than the quality of its contents.
That orb, a scrying eye. No telling who's watching through it.
Diore!
What's that?
Noble creature. She should be proud of the fight she put up.
Minthara, no!
I know how to have fun. I have lots of fun every day.
Bargains must be made. Coin must change hands. Tongues must be held in check.
What a horror. Caked in blood.
I'd love to know the full story.
An adamantine forge hidden deep in the Underdark. The stuff of legends.
Hells, we've got a vampire among us. Veniet Juvame! He was a fine man. He would have made a finer ally. I could listen to this forever.
Hells, better a shrieking banshee than that racket.
Creepy chanting in the back. And a harmless choir, it is not.
Gale, is something the matter? Hardy stock, perhaps, but father was born to a labourer, not an aristocrat.
You don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Damn it, my love. Honeysuckle hangs in the air, and you're thinking of open wounds and dripping cadavers.
But what does it matter? I miss you. Tonight, I toast not just the people we've become. Of course, but we need nourishment, don't we? And we can't go beating up brains on empty stomachs. Be careful. Let's get this poor man down alive. Father, no! That was no killing blow. Curse the Absolute.
Wyll Ravengard, the Blade of Frontiers.
I can't. I'm responsible for Baldur's Gate. She needs me desperately, now more than ever. I can't abandon her. I propose an alliance. We search for a cure. I pledge you my talents.
you pledge me yours.
Big bomb be damned. You've got everything you need to defeat the Absolute already. Talent, nerve, and powerful allies at your side.
I was barely 8 years of age when I heard the counting house held mythical treasure.
She didn't. She came on order of her mistress, Zariel. A farmer made a deal with the devil, so the story goes. In exchange for the farmer's dearest fruit, the devil granted him a bottomless coin purse.
I thought we were weaving our own tale, you and me. Don't turn your back on it.
But last night, I swear to you, your touch healed every one of my bruises and wiped away every scar.
Taste me, Alora pleaded. Fabian smashed his lips against hers, and their tongues twisted together like two eels in the Sword Sea.
To camp. Father should know of Ansur's fate. I'm not ready to turn my back. Not yet, anyway. But I need answers. The sooner the better.
You are something. You are worthy. You are strong. You are Shadowheart.
The most peaceful rest I had in ages.
I feel a presence here, a power, the patron god of this place.
They would never see you as the hero I know you to be. They would only see a mind flayer.
But I still feel his presence. Something about that helm.
Hells. That thing'll blow this place sky high.
Fake, fake, fake.
Tenebra!
Ah, there you are. I was thinking. I'm not a Grand Duke just yet, but I'm still of a mind to celebrate.
That was not what I expected to see today.
I've known only a few Sharans. Callous souls, every one of them. Never. I won't fall for this devilish trickery. Another time, then. I'll hold nothing back.
Not exactly the words of solace I'd hoped for.
The brain will fall, and the people will hail us as champions. Finally, a pact I can get fully behind.
A kiss? Well, I can't say I'm not tempted, but not here. Not now.
I won't pretend I'm not hurt, but I also won't deny that your friendship alone is a magnificent gift.
But it does raise a question. What if its contents are more valuable than the reward?
My love, my heart. Breathe deep. Can you smell it? I'll never forget its howls as it sank into the magma.
Gods, they won't let up!
Detono!
Omnia mutantur!
There's an opening here. Looks like I found a home for that mold. You're free, Mazora. I held up my end, now you hold up yours. Sever the pact. Did I miss anything? They burned away their own darkness with their own inner light. They chose courage. They chose honor. And so can you.
The Hag's Lair. Glad I don't have to deal with her again.
No thumbs on a hoof to hold a dagger. The Spawn have their freedom. But what of the city? What of the lives they take? Gods, I can't imagine.
This doesn't sit right with me. I hope I've chosen wisely. Aggression.
The cure for what ails you.
I'm afraid you'd find my own stories rather tight-laced, Shadowheart. I was never one to sow my wild oats.
The woman's a menace. I say it's time for a chat. And one of Tiamat's 5 heads appeared from within it. Mind flayers are like devils. They just sport tentacles rather than wings.
Good question.
To the hells with you, devil, and may you forever burn. Otherwise, I'd bet my last coin that the open-hand temple in Baldur's Gate could help. Though a fat lot of good that does to us now. Please, you can't liberate Aelin from one master only to chain her to another. Come. The next page in our saga begins. Gale's one of us, and we should stand by his side. I won't entertain the notion. We must save him. It's as simple as that.
Holy hells. This thing runs on magic. There must be a way to get it working.
Ut ventus, non compos mentis.
They say not to go poking bears. Perhaps we should apply that to oxen.
Blah. I'd rather drink the Baldur's Gate sewers dry.
Ouch. A hungry little device, this.
Understandable. First a goblin, then a ghast, then a gorgon. One victory becomes 10, becomes 100. With a few exceptions, Florix pardoned every last fist. I will not make them drink the poison of my own resentment. Her words, not mine.
I'm not getting back in there.
Shit. Astarion, you need to get out of the light!
Pretty enough to paint. Too bad I don't have a canvas. Or paints. Or the skills.
I'm still missing the Susa bark. Good thing I never touch foot in the hells without my companion wolf, Lily. And no manner of duke should save a city, only to open a gate to the hells. I spent more time dueling with father than I did rubbing elbows with lords.
Blasted fog is everywhere.
Then you're right in your element.
Quite a sight. A terrible, sweltering, agonizing sight. I wonder where she's gone off to.
The Absolute's army's on the march. Gods forbid a tadpoled Grand Duke throw open the gates for them.
Viam sapientiae.
The fact one of your first dates is going to be one of your last. It's just not fair, Karlach.
She might still be alive if we'd struck Korga first.
Same language as the one inscribed on Zar's ring. Not that I can read a word of it.
More of the Mind Flayer's pets.
Why would you do that?
A Selûnite shrine over there. Left to rot by the looks of it. Good.
I smell adventure. And rainwater. Ignore them, Umi. Go on now. Practice what you've learned.
Well, that's a sight I can never unsee.
Why shouldn't I? I have no reason to doubt my father's word, and neither do you.
Remarkable crossbow. Sharon made, if I'm not mistaken.
Ouch! I see it in your eyes. The time is near.
Yahoo! Hello! Guess he can't hear me.
Not a devil of the first hell. Get your gear in order and rest up. We've got an undead elf to go rescue. I saw our future in my dreams. Grand adventures, tender moments, and all the wonders in between them.
No lover of wolves, I see.
My thrill is the hell hunt. The demons I've disintegrated, the devilkin I've bled, the stories I could tell.
Aqua pura.
I'd like to think not. The answer is much simpler than that.
Is that a pelvis? Oh, poor dribbles.
If so, they might have returned to the grove.
Speaking of, I've got new stories to tell you. Demented devils, demons turned to gore. I had my reasons to hope I was right, but I can't deny the truth. Time is so goddamned greedy. It can never give, only take.
How about a hand?
And yet you served!
Da mihi facta.
Deal? I love you. Don't ever forget that.
Whoever made these footprints came from the sewers.
See you soon, then.
His suffering's at an end. Truth be told, I'll miss that mad bastard.
You're not in any danger, I promise. I can't say the same about me. Why not? Could be good for a laugh.
Ad maiorem de gloriam.
So, why am I frozen in doubt? Tell me it was right to strike her down. Ghastly thing. Yet loyal to the Absolute, that's because you still have hope. But when he becomes your last hope, remember this. Let's make this happen.
You can count on me.
Tempestus!
I hope Gale makes you happy. You deserve it.
Odd necklace. Might sell for a few coppers.
Someone's defaced this Shah statue. Not sure what this is, though. Let's get moving, then. Once we fill our packs with what we can carry, of course.
Intellego.
So cheaply made. Even I'm embarrassed.
Looks like an old prayer.
Good night. And thank you. For the dance, I mean. I won't forget it. Besides, I find it gives one an air of mystique. No one's more intriguing than a man with one eye. His absence alone will sow chaos in the city. If they were to infect him, did you know it takes 10 days for a hatchling stegosaurus to reach the size of a cave bear?
Consider my blade yours, till death makes me lay it down.
Even more rules than a flaming fist outpost. Who could keep track?
The gaping abyss. You don't intend to jump, or do you? Now, let's move.
Looks like an ambush.
Hag-shouldered scum vestige. Courage, insight, strategy, justice. I remember them well. You made me recite them every morning.
Watch your step. Someone's laid out the unwelcome mat.
Spurious prune tart.
The frontiers demanded a blade, and so I heeded.
Astarion, please. No power is worth these prisoners' torment. Father, come. I'm getting you out of here.
Tim asks, known to cause confusion. Best not get too close.
There's still life left in this old thing.
Wonder what's down there. Guess there's only one way to find out.
Well, if you insist.
You need to understand. Duke Ravengard is my father.
The tadpole is tainted.
That can't be good. Or can it?
The druids, dead. A damn shame to see.
Dialano!
People up ahead. Something's wrong.
Eltan, Mizora is a devil. I am my father's son. Will you really trust her word over mine?
I almost feel bad for the runt. Almost.
Dolor. Either that was a hook horror, or I ate too much pea soup last night.
Gods be damned. With that parasite in his brain, father could wreak untold havoc in the Absolute's name. Thou art a hairy-hearted whoreson.
Gods, I wasn't prepared.
Coming for you!
I doubt a few iron bars are sufficient to hold one of Zariel's. What's our leader have to say?
I suppose that's my way of saying I miss you. Tonight, I toast not just the people we've become.
Till next time. Good night, and dream sweetly.
I wouldn't let his skilled hand anywhere near me.
You can say that again. He was the first and last undead to get that close to the blade.
Your words cheer me more than any party could.
A toll house, and a huge one at that. Must have teemed with merchants back in its day.
The blade will not bend! She hasn't ordered a single murder spree or any diabolical errands. She knows I'd sooner fall on my own sword than put the city in danger. She seeks a safe haven. What sort of ears gang would refuse it?
But what's this about a hot hammer? Doesn't make a lick of sense.
Grooves and ridges here. Still fresh, too.
I will blaze a path before me and behind me. Justice will prevail in the Sword Coast. It's so freeing to be together like this outside the confines of the shadows. Well, never mind that. By the stars' light and the moon's glow, it's so good to see you, and you look every bit the god that you are. Thousands were sacrificed and the servant become lord. I'm sure you're quite pleased with yourself. But a pang still strikes my chest when I imagine the two of you slaying devils without me. Palidamors.
I trust you. Gods only know if I should. But I do.
Shit!
Shit.
Obedi me. You're the author of your own story. You get to choose who plays which part. My edge may not be so sharp as yours, but I still slip away for a hunt when I can. My heart is never far from the frontiers. Besides, I find it gives one an air of mystique. No one's more intriguing than a woman with one eye.
Menzoberranzan, not the sort of place you can just stroll into.
That didn't work out the way you imagined, I reckon.
Our winding paths lead to one certain end. Victory. Aleme! Gods, what are these wretched things?
As good a guess as any.
Invocote! Yours wouldn't be the first spawn skull I've severed, you know.
Hells, I'm half inclined to sever it now, if only for your endless insolence.
Souls like mine.
Ha ha!
I was certain you'd fallen for Astarion, the charming rapscallion that he is.
Soon we'll camp, and you'll have your answers. More than you bargained for, in fact.
By the gods, Jahira!
No, never.
The eyes scrying days are over.
You're greasier than a warg roast.
Her beauty and bargaining talents have even been a boon. Neverwinter's lord denied me a boat full of his finest masons.
Dead goblins, empty cage. Looks like their captive had the last laugh.
I know that symbol on the collar. This wing cat thing must be Gale's.
A lie as obvious as those cursed fangs of yours. A lesser man might sever that well-coiffed head from your neck for the insolence.
Time. Oh, that potion's near wrecked my innards.
Let's dash for the exit, lest we suffer the full extent of Vlaakith's fury.
Sounds good to me.
They came from below. We could destroy them. Or perhaps...
Canto te!
Seems we've got a vampire among us.
But I haven't seen my reflection just yet.
The two of you are the unholiest union I can bloody imagine.
Oribus tenio lupum.
Shah's true favoured, exerting power from the shadows, away from the fields of battle.
But you did, and just like that, it's gone. There lies our answer. Use the netherstones on the crown, and we can bring an end to this.
When I see a creature as sweet as that, I hardly miss the gate at all. I've missed you too. And your cunning tongue, of course. And did I mention your hair? I might have missed that most of all. By the stars' light and the moon's glow. It's so good to see you, Astarion.
If that's the case, we've got more problems than just the worms in our heads.
Something bothering you, Astarion?
Inveniam viam.
It is. And I did. Nonsense! The girl was timid as a mouse, and hardly more dangerous. I'd love to join, but I don't think there's enough space for me to squeeze in.
My pact ends at death, and Zariel may want more than just fodder for her front line.
Jahira would do anything to see her family safe. They're lucky to have her, and she's lucky to have them. Make some room, and I'm all yours.
Hellsfire. She's coming.
Those are knife wounds, and you know it. A terrifying number of them.
Stand back. The first strike is mine.
This Korg's barbaric. The blade's got your back.
The ghosts of the past have long haunted Baldur's Gate, Shadowheart. No one knows this better than you. Well chosen. Never dive into unknown waters without dipping a toe.
Weapon blueprints that use Susabark. Rare find.
Lux in tenebra.
No use pretending anymore, is it? Duke Ravengard is my father. Though I suppose I'm speaking the obvious.
The blade provides. Veni et juvame!
It would be an honor.
Hells, our time is short. My father is here, and by the living gods, I will free him.
Out! Foul deformity!
I think I can feel my tadpole kicking. Dark justiciars. Deader than the dead. Amazing what can be done when Parliament and the Council pressure the upper city elites to open their coffers.
No signs of life. This camp's long been abandoned.
Empty for good.
Sheltered? Not at all. I was exposed to all manner of riot and revelry. Hells, my father even urged me on once or twice. It's a long shot, but maybe you've grown fond of me.
But to see him like that, forever gone. Father's at Moonrise Towers, and we need to save him. Hells, it's her, Karlach, the archdevil's servant. We must rest in camp. It's time she had her due.
Checking things out.
For you, I'd destroy every fiend in the deepest hell. But I think you might just beat me to it.
This isn't right. Time to find the owner of this home and put his feet to the fire.
As I expected, the druid Halsin is key to our cure. So much for that.
You don't know the half of it.
Hell's Astarion. The sun's already begun to scorch you. Kudo!
Finders keepers.
Ground shaking again. Can't say I like it. It's a long shot, but maybe you've grown fond of me. Gods know I've grown fond of you.
Mind flayer training dummy. Makes sense. The Githyanki despise all things illithid.
But if assimilation is your choice, I won't stop you. I never would.
Gnolls, I reckon they've infested the entire coast.
Vivat crescat floriat!
Let's have a chat, Astarion. Just you and me.
Not my first choice.
A worm? Do you mean there's a dragon living under the city?
You aren't actually insufferably randy. You're just insufferable.
But Lae'zel said it anyway, to her immense credit. She's choosing truth. She's choosing freedom. For her, for Orpheus, for the Githyanki people.
What happened in the grove was a horror, one I won't ignore. But nor will I let a devil roam the coast unchallenged.
Blade at the ready.
Nor could it rival yours.
Elbows high, now pull back and swing. And then it charged, splitting the ground with every thud so fast it left a trail of smoke. I could barely nick it, not with a blade, not with an arrow. Make peace with the absolute. The blade comes for your head.
For you, it's as clear as cool water. You have that heroism within you.
Karlach, advocatus diaboli. I won't be lectured on monsters by Zariel's servant. Aye, your reign of horror is over, Karlach.
A dragon and elf, apparently befriended. One day I'll share such a bond with a dragon of my own. He brings to mind a story. The devil with the silver tongue.
All the more reason to find him. The Absolute has seized not just my father, but the future of the Sword Coast.
Do you mean Ansor? The dragon is dead.
I would think twice before trusting the illithid. It is loyal for only as long as we're useful.
All my time roaming the frontiers, and I'd seen neither hair nor hide of a Githyanki.
Nothing but trouble.
Te video!
You're right. But to think of my father laying there, lifeless.
It's where they kept Halsin. Scrappy fellow, judging by this mess.
I miss you too. I'm glad you could, project your way in, or however it works. Rough dug graves. These dead were buried in a hurry.
Everything I did for Baldur's Gate. I did for you.
This must be the forge. Damn impressive. And impressively hot.
Invocote!
Well, give it some time. Develop a bond and maybe I'll show you a move or two.
I can't work without a blueprint.
But we should get back to the celebration. Unless there's something on your mind.
Nautiloid, don't get caught in its fire! I hope that was an honest mistake.
You shared your body with the fiend who holds my soul. I can forgive it. I can't forget it.
Gortash hasn't made Baldur's Gate safe. He's made it a prison. And when his army breaks through, the people will have nowhere to run.
Hells, I can smell it. This wine's been poisoned.
I know how it goes with vampires and their spawn, Astarion. You can no more deny your hunger than a cat can deny its curiosity.
The great worm is dead by my hand. This isn't a moment to be celebrated. Go and enjoy every breath while you can still take them.
She hasn't ordered any murder sprees or any diabolical errands, but she insists on joining diplomatic missions in human guise. Just the one. Yours truly.
Where am I needed?
And to me. But, given who carried it, I think it's more than just a myth. I raged through the night. By morning, the fields were buried in shards of bone, the liches included.
Impressive gems. They can't be real, can they?
Shit. Come. It's time to paint the place red.
How about we start talking to them,
So I stoked a new one. Now the burning comes from within me, not from the depths of Avernus.
Gods, what I wouldn't give to drive a dagger through the Emperor's bulging head.
What in the 9 hells have I done?
Your hunger requires sating, and it's not easy to smuggle the spoils of my hunts.
Baldur left his city in good hands, or so he thought. Odd that the histories make no mention of this dragon.
Consider this. To Wormway 'neath prison's deepest level. That must mean Worm's Rock Prison. That's where we'll find the entrance to this Wormway. But I'm sure you didn't come by to bask in shameless flattery. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Gods! Such a vicious attack. And I slept through her cries.
You must have stumbled out here by complete accident.
The jewel of the coast will shine ever bright, welcoming the weak and the weary from wherever they hail. The only way out is if I can out-bargain her. We're standing here with nothing but the clothes on our backs and the worms in our heads.
Ad lapidem! This thing's not going anywhere in this condition.
I'm not worried. Not when you both have my back. I swear you two could scare the eyes off a beholder.
Holy hells! Will you look at that?
That's it! Gather your might! Slaughter the fiend that stalks you! I'll be there soon, my lady. But the heart of the gate still lives. In me. In my allies.
Hells! We've got a vampire among us.
Zariel's asset was none other than Mizora herself. Of course. Tricks on top of tricks on top of tricks. I know who you are, and I know who you serve. Zariel's lickspittle, gladiator in the archdevil's army. That song.
So the demonic figures we saw were Githyanki all along.
Frustrating, that.
Only a half-wit or a jackass would even suggest it. I wish we'd caught up before now, but time is so fleeting. If only I could rebuild the city with a wave of the hand. Monster! Too kind. A demon, more like. Detono! Use that too. Your entire body is a weapon.
That's me, all right.
Karlach and I have felled enough Cambions to build a fortress with their horns.
No need to thank me.
You assume too much, my good ranger. A 10-day after Father left, I heard a whisper as I slept. Duskhawk Hill, the Queen of Chaos awakens. Go alone, breaking my silence. We can, I'm sure of it. How glad I am that you see me as more than my patron's pet. These melodies.
Exactly. Not that I'm one to refuse the scenic route, but I think we need to hike it.
Glacius! She came on orders of her mistress, Zariel. It could well be. She has the blighted thing. What I know of it is simply what has engraved itself upon my memory. Father, please. Come back to me. Why shouldn't I? I have no reason to doubt Eltan's word, and neither do you.
Ah, how sweet. I used to sneak out to play this with the lower city kids. Eyactote! Aha! The jig is up, kid. Nice.
Was a time I tussled with hill giants without breaking a sweat.
Mm-hmm.
It's all right. I promise. But I hope when the sun sets and the stars rise, your dreams always lead to me. Since the party, I've had a spring in my step. And I've got you to thank.
Arthur's hardly the philanthropist he pretends to be. Those toys should be destroyed.
Damn it. It can never be easy, can it? Shit. Where did Gortash send my father? How do I save him? Do you regret it?
Freedom from Mizora.
Ah! Imperote!
Her sort of evil is more terrible than most. She worships sheer cruelty and dares to call it justice.
Cum mortuis in lingua mortua. Resisto mortem.
If only I knew where to find some. Mizora's kept me on a long leash, if you can believe it. Pretty good.
pretty good.
Father, I'm sorry. But this fight's not over. Baldur's Gate won't fall. Not while I still draw breath.
The crown! It must be dominated. I will cast the spell.
You can't kill her, Jaheira. She'll escape to Avernus sooner than you can snatch a blade.
Stay out of my head.
What in the hells? Oh, shit. You're a god's damned vampire.
Damn shade. Looks like I need to give this another go.
An old prayer. Curious symbol inscribed here too.
I don't want to say it, but I must. Did you do this? A very bad sign. The work of the parasite, I reckon.
The night we married, the sky lit up with fireworks. My eyes are still filled with their glitter and gold. This Halcyon fellow was studying the parasite. This weapon is massive. Is this what obliterated those Gith?
Sinemetu.
Yes, a hero in all senses. A courageous explorer and a just spirit. A pity to see what's become of him.
Are you mad? That artifact's the only thing shielding us from the Absolute's voice.
That ship sailed the Styx already. All I can hope for is to limit the damage. Lucky those bandits valued their own hides over their loot.
Your sacrifice has not gone forgotten. It's afforded me a life of my own making. Hunting and hell slaughter.
I shouldn't be celebrated tonight. That's why I left.
Easy, the danger's past. Let's just be more careful about which strays we bring home. All right?
Confusio!
Keep calm, I beg you. If we do battle, my father will perish at our own hands.
Your ally's a fraud, a soldier in the Archdevil Zariel's army. Either I cut her down, or she burns the Sword Coast to ash.
Whose boat is this, I wonder?
In my years as the Blade, I've witnessed countless cruelties, faced unimaginable evil.
You could feed an army with an egg that size, if you found an intact one.
But a victory all the same. Because of your courage, Daggerford still stands.
Away! Eye-watering stench!
That's the way.
It's done, Karlach. By my living soul, you will forever burn!
A Grand Duke's duty is to his city. First and foremost, there would only ever be one outcome.
Shadow beings, strike them down!
Liar! The Hells threatened to swallow the city. I made the only choice I could. You had your chance and unleashed a wildfire. Nothing left but dust.
But I think Jaheira's got the right idea. Better I live fully and meaningfully than to pine for an always and forever I could never achieve.
Resisto ignem!
Scratch needs a snooze. The games can wait.
Father? Gods, no. I'm so sorry.
But the people we were, warriors, winners, saviors.
One of those exploding toys half-stitched. Handle with care, I'd say. Look there. A shimmer of light, keeping the shadows at bay.
Mors animae! Should Baldur's Gate fall to the Absolute, every one of the coast cities will be ripe for the plucking.
My first visit to the Undercity. A haven for undead, or so my tutors said.
It's beautiful.
Listen here.
Sure.
We felled our truest ally in the city. But it's Mazora's hands that are stained with the blood. Burgeoning bog botherer.
Incredible when I think of it. So many legendary tales lost to deep time.
I spent 7 years choked by Mazora's leash. And I spent 7 years hoping to break free.
Pandemonium. There must be a way through.
The name sounds familiar. A Harper leader, if I recall.
Steel Watcher, into service. Veritas credo oculus.
Get the hammer ready. We need to break the Githyanki Prince free.
Wherever we are, it's falling apart.
Not just a pair, but a pack. Demonkin with no business treading the hells. Seems they had sights on a Palerion, one of Zariel's spies.
I'm not so sure. An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be worth a fortune.
Beheaded. Whatever secrets this Githyanki knew, the Sharons made sure its corpse couldn't reveal them.
The forge at the blacksmith's house should do.
All right, Lady Keen. Send them in.
You might think you'd give up anything for a cure.
But desperate times call for desperate alliances. Not even the Blade of Frontiers is immune to your not inconsiderable charms.
Well, isn't this a cheery place?
Even if you and our friend ended up having werewolf cubs, they'd be so adorable. Spent a lot of time in this park as a boy, battling imaginary monsters.
Doing my duty.
It worries me too. No manner of duke should save a city, only to open a gate to the hells.
What a blade, full of magic. What do you think, Gale?
You lent an ear when I most needed one. And when I shared my fears, you didn't judge me. You can put distance between you and yesterday, but you'll never leave it fully behind.
I could use some healing.
What are those? I have seen the ravages visited on Tyrill by the gods, Gale. Even the ones we so naively call good.
Merkel's holy symbol. He must have had a follower come to this place.
No point in that. Good old Scratch is snoozing away. You know I can't say more, but I can say this.
A gift for a loathsome neighbor.
Curious. I could never quite tell if she was proud of them or not.
Vincere est vivere. You'll have to choose one tale and one tale only, I'm afraid, or I'll be yammering all night.
By the gory gods, what's all that shaking about?
Flowers sprouting right into the darkness. How's that possible?
Illithid symbols. My brain bug must be literate, as I can read them too.
Makeske! Well, how about we put the hunt out of our minds for now? The night's young. You shouldn't go wasting it. A crisis created by the same man who shut them out.
Tibidopenas!
Whatever killed them, looks like they put up a fight.
A powerful asset. Just what are their intentions, I wonder? Ugh, it's stuck. It can never be easy, can it?
It's when you use words like agog that I remember you're actually 2 centuries old.
Hells. Is the curse so powerful that it can rip apart the earth beneath it? Dip a toe in the waters. Perhaps. But don't dive straight in. He is the force that holds the city together. Without him, the winds alone might be enough to raise it.
You act a fighter, but a fool's a fool.
Can already feel her scheming. She won't let me go without a fuss. Trust me on this. No! We have to stop this!
Looks simple enough.
A sharp blade with sharper magic. Best be careful with this one.
As I always have. You have more control than you give yourself credit for.
And there she goes. And is that sulfur?
12 impossible deeds every day before the sun reaches its apex. I've entertained the idea. I'd sooner end my own life than let Mazura guide Baldur's gate to ruin. Was it? 1,000 apologies. You are a legend, and no accusation or aspersion can diminish you.
We've got to be close.
But the devil won't take just anything. He'll take everything.
Try to keep up.
So your heart belongs eternally to the shadows after all. Yeah! Damn it, Astarion. Honeysuckle and jasmine hang in the air, and you're still thinking of open wounds and dripping cadavers.
They were fighting to protect something dear to them. I can always tell.
Regard this spontaneous flatulator.
Cages, shackles. The place was a prison in and of itself.
But he'd rather not toil alone.
I don't hear any voices.
Forget Mazora. The people of the coast call to the blade and his star. Are you ready to be their hero? Mazora's still in that pod. If we open this door, the hells will swallow me on the spot. Now, real heroes don't argue. They cooperate. He did the only thing he could. In his eyes, I invited a devil into our midst. I was a fool at best, a traitor at worst.
Her name is Karlak, an archdevil soldier I swore on my good eye to kill.
Tibi do penas.
Let's get some rest. Dawn comes sooner than we think.
And miss what happens next. I wouldn't dream of it.
This must be where the gnolls attacked.
You still deserve to know. There is more to me than infernal power and pacts.
Ah, the blushing mermaid. I stole a few kisses or 3 here before my exile.
Yes, my choice. But the thought of him laying there, lifeless.
That tentacle came from below. We should follow. I'm not about to let Ketherick walk free.
You may as well scrawl a red V on your forehead. Why didn't you tell me?
Ade! Holy hells. Drow corpses laid out to dry. Message received loud and clear.
Stay calm, I'm coming! And incur the wrath of the hells. I might as well just leap straight into the fires.
Tadpoles ready for insertion. Gods, there are so many.
2, it's been appearing as someone else in our dreams, cajoling us to embrace our new illithid talents. Yes, my choice. But to see him laying there, lifeless, a brave and noble prince. May the stories of his sacrifice travel far and wide.
Gods. Stelmane is dead.
Don't falter now! Blades high! Arrows knocked! By sickle and sword, strike them down!
A Saluna idol. Really? Are you in need of a paperweight?
Watching and waiting.
Incredible to be back. My home. My city.
Indeed, these creatures are mightier than they look.
I'll be damned. The portal worked. Here's hoping he makes it back in one piece.
The hells have had their vengeance, and I doubt they are done with me. Loud enough to wake the dead, and shrill enough to shatter a golden goblet. They've fallen under my command for the time being.
Don't you dare take the offer. No power is worth such a cruel price.
A brain. Whose was it, I wonder?
I'm sure we will. And when the time comes, I've got something in mind. Father, Ansur is fallen.
Look, the hag's staff. Perfect for Gale.
Then this. With the shock of a true hero's spark flickers, the torches are light, and Worm's eye shall awake a glitter. To open the way, we'll need to spark torches. That's when I felt Mazora's lips against my ear, and heard that same canny whisper. Sorry, but there's no room for me.
Voco nubes!
Even I can feel the magic on this amulet. Gale should see this.
On my honor, Father's still alive, and I intend to save him. Then you reignited my fires. When I'm at your side, I want for nothing.
Irretio inspira!
I bet that sword's loaded with magic, Gale.
That makes 2 of us.
That did the trick.
Hold your tongue. It's not you I want. It's Karlak. Send her over.
Tempestus!
Next, we heal the city. We restore our broken buildings stone by stone. We restore faith in each other, one good turn at a time. Unforgettable, I'd say. The right time, the right place, and the right person.
Intactilisum!
On my honor, Father's still alive, and I intend to save him. Gods, it's good to see you, Gale. It's been far too long. You're right. You damned wretch! Father.
There's only one place I'm finding a Susa tree. The Underdark.
Incertus, Polcha, Imperio!
I'm in contact with a diabolist out in Kalimshan, an expert on devils and their infernal tricks. And she's got some thoughts about my old sending stone of an eye. So she is a Thorm. As in Ketherick Thorm. In Ansur's defeat, I found my spirit renewed. For as long as the Sword Coast needs a champion, I vowed to answer its call. Hero, blade, names strangers gave me. My friends
Call me Wyll.
A little too eager for my liking. Well,
Hold your tongue. Those Rothe are ready to blow, and you'll be lighting the fuse.
death and devastation, blood and battle. So, our path is set, and we've no choice but to follow.
I'm sure you know the stories. Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid. And they say there's no coming back.
Works for me. First we get to the killing, then we get to the planning.
Of course, love. However,
That's one intricate door for such an out-of-the-way place.
this isn't good. I've got to find a way out.
A scrying eye. Best to keep out of that little snitch's view or it'll spoil the fun.
Well, not when I can avoid it.
Hell's great fires. You were on the ship.
Your head's empty as a debtor's purse.
Watching gods. There is no boot big enough.
A hero is not just. He is justice. He is not courageous. He is courage.
But I don't have a clue where to start, other than play her games and play by the rules. That's the only language devils listen to.
All right,
But don't keep me waiting too long.
I disappointed him once.
I won't do it again.
Some call me the Blade of Frontiers. Others the Pride of the Coast, or the Protector.
Nice illusion. Time to see what it was hiding.
Onward! We cannot let the Night Song do battle alone.
Labor is the lifeblood of every city. Baldur's Gate would perish without its workers.
It's done, Karlach. By my living soul, you will forever burn.
Hero, Blade, names strangers gave me. My friends call me Wyll.
My heart is still yours, and so it will be, until time stops and the planes split to pieces. It's settled then. I must make my way to Moonrise.
What a day. I could really use some shut-eye.
But I haven't sprouted any tentacles. Least not yet, thank Baldurin.
You should have told me sooner. We could have figured something out.
Mizora, Zariel's servant.
I met her twice. It means that a reckoning's coming. And I'll be the one to pay up.
Cruel words strengthen neither heads nor hearts, Shadowheart.
Damn right. I'll cut her to ribbons before she can so much as groan Zariel's name.
What word from the scouts? Have we finally rid ourselves of the Githyanki threat?
The better question is, does he miss me? If he does, he misses the Wyll Ravengard he once knew, not the hell-touched warlock he returned to.
Free. For now. Oribus tenio lupum.
This doesn't have to be the end. Most people don't find it so easy to conquer. It's a good thing for us that we aren't most people.
And what a gift you've been to me. To keep our flame burning, even when the winds of change threaten to blow it out.
It's made from pure bloodstone, carved from the Galena Mountains just north of the Moonsea. A reminder that sometimes blood must be shed and sacrifices must be made.
Loquesi tibi placet.
What the hells have you done?
Ugh, another brain. Be ready. It's the perfect place for an ambush.
It's because you know the heart lurking under the horns. Courage and confidence. You would have made a fine child to my father.
Damn. These must be the people Father Lorgan was helping.
Mizora's always worth hearing out. That's what makes her so dangerous. I appreciate where you're coming from. Truly, I do. For now, though, let us leave Gale to his future and turn to our own.
I am a new man.
Surprising is just the word, isn't it? We can't let her die. Not like this. Not now.
This cowl is exquisite. Gale would love it. They won't see me coming. Resurges!
My. Is it me, or do I see a bit of flush in those cheeks?
The Hell Hunt's no mere duty. It's a thrill. The demons I've disintegrated, the devilkin I've bled, the stories I could share.
Keep your neck out of those claws. One snip and you're done for.
Do you mind, you damn mephits? I'm a bit busy!
Damn, she got deep in my head.
You were truly out of your mind to even consider the notion. Shadowheart is our ally, our friend. Or a single drop of wine, for that matter. I plan on downing at least half a bottle. Oops, did I say half a bottle? I meant half a dozen.
Vokovineai!
Gods.
This darkness will take our very life force as long as we're in it.
I am the defender of the weak. I am the stalker of devils.
Yes, light. Something to cast off the cursed shadows.
Shit. Shit. Shit.
The gift from the Nautiloid. Why did I survive when he did not?
And you shouldn't be.
Mock me all you want, Astarion. We could use a little comic relief.
At least, take this. Let's think twice before getting grabby in the future, yeah? Not a one. All that matters is that we free it. They do clack out a dreadful rhythm. But the one I'm thinking of is even more dire. Ah, the City of Splendors. Spent a whole fleet's weight there with my father. What a delight. It isn't what you think. It never was. Inficio! Father, no! That was no killing blow. I'd be a fool if it didn't. I know the stories. Doomed to shed my skin, become illithid, and there's no coming back.
Ah!
And not to pat myself too hard on the back, but I'm not such a bad ranger, if I do say so myself. Courage in danger's shadow. I love to see it. If such a violence is truly justice, then let it never again be called a virtue.
Sine metu.
Pallid skin, stealthy tendencies, long canines, and a telltale tendency to bite your foes during battle. Take care. We'll catch up later. And Mazora knows it. Nothing interesting buried here. And then take more still. A blushing apple begging to be plucked? Wouldn't take much to send that stone crashing downwards. Let me think. Why are you really here? Introductions are in order. The Blade of Frontiers, at your... Tarnitras! Damn it all. We've got to get Halsin back. If that means killing Gortash, nothing would give me greater pleasure. Joy.
Yeah!
And that's that. A shame they've wilted. These must have cost a fortune.
Done. Now to reap the rewards. Sharp as a pig's testicle.
Tekuro! So do I. A lesser man might sever that well-coiffed head from your neck. Not as if you can relate to the killing urge, can you? I can taste the hypocrisy from here. I've faced countless perils and conquered them all. This will be no different.
Rope. Someone climbed up here. I'll wager a gnome got creative.
Ketheric Thorm is no more, and may he stay dead this time. If I'd let Karlach live, she'd have brought the blood war to the Sword Coast and set the whole of it ablaze. Until then, may my father keep safe, whatever coop he's been flown to. I know you're a vampire, and I think it's time you came clean. It was the War Devil's weight that proved its own undoing. Let's take a look. Thank the gods you've seen sense. Come, to Avernus we go. Our next adventure awaits. The thought crossed my mind. Who needs hope when you've got your axe and your courage? For every pleasure you took, a damned soul suffered in the hells. You fed on the hopeless, the frightened. Souls so desperate they sold themselves to a devil. Come on, Chief! Get a hold of yourself!
I'm talking.
They will be avenged. I will face the brain alone if I have to. You're an impressive fighter, Gale. You should consider a new name.
Footprints, I wager. I should look closer.
You need to understand. Duke Ravengard is my father.
Voko Arvina.
Damn it all to the hells. We left Joaquin's Rest to burn, and Grand Duke Ravengard to burn along with it. Astarion will keep to the dark now, I wager.
At least, he'll find plenty to feast on.
Injured but still dangerous. Be careful.
They're going to call for help. Stop them. Our great Gith warrior. Gods, it's so good to see you.
Doesn't seem to do much. And why's it so low?
The blood that stains you betrays the awful truth.
Watch out. We'll be powerless against the brain without those stones.
So much we don't know. Lingering in the furthest reaches of existence.
Another message from Orin. Delightful.
And you think the harpers are more dutiful?
Quite the collection. I wonder what all these contraptions even do.
Next time your mind sinks that low, keep things to yourself.
Then, goodbye it is. May the path rise to meet you wherever it leads.
I will make Gortash pay, and I will make that godforsaken elder brain pay.
I need help! Invisibilis.
If you want fun, take up juggling. If you want trouble, keep inviting undead bloodsuckers into our camp.
Feculent beast! Chained and locked, a banished evil, or a hidden truth.
It is in the wilds that I find my courage, not in the halls of upper city estates.
Down in the pits. Either Halsin's in a foul mood, or he awaits a gallant rescue. Likely both.
This statue bears Baldur's likeness. We found it. The great dragon's lair. Astarion, you charming little bloodsucker. It's been far too long.
Careful! I've only got one good eye left.
Kudo! Lies, lies, lies!
No brain. Just a husk, a puppet. Behold, the pilots of the Steelwatch.
Who better to warn you of the danger ahead?
Nature might have provided for it. Too late now.
Then let us push forward, heads high, weapons in hand, and turn this tower to rubble.
Aha.
Heart of gold, eye of stone.
And I know the coast is in danger as long as you walk it. You already made the greatest sacrifice for us. I cannot believe you are ready to make another, but I thank you for it.
Full go!
So much for the miracle of childbirth.
Grimishkas. Magic's out of the question then. No telling how they'll react.
Me, I'm bound to the hell hunt. The demons I've disintegrated, the devilkin I've bled, the stories I could tell. No, stop this. Come with me, Karlach. Come to Avernus. Live.
I wouldn't touch that door. I can feel the death magic from here.
I bet Shadowheart's still wondering if she did the right thing. As for me, I haven't a shadow of a doubt.
Damn it! Get out of my head!
The fists aren't what they used to be.
This doesn't sit right with me. We've traveled a dark path. Veritas credo oculus!
Killing Astarion was the right thing to do. I have to believe that. Tracks like these puncture the soil across the Sword Coast. Goblins, of course.
Harpers, out of the shadows.
There will be no Grand Duke Wyll Ravengard.
Baldur's beard, what a mess. Pink stains, blood everywhere. Poor Stelmane.
It's afraid. It knows we will fight it, and it knows we can win.
Do what you must then, and I'll do the same.
Our time is running out. We need to act. Well, look at you. You're positively glowing. Must have woke up on the good side of the bunk. But you are stronger than the hunger. You can resist. You will resist. I'm sure of it. Not close to Duke Ulder Ravengard's own son, surely. You're not in your right mind. There are healers in the city. Clerics who can help.
Let's hope he's in a friendly mood.
Ignore my past all you want. But my past is not about to ignore me.
Ready when you are.
By Baldur's bones, no!
Or perhaps the tadpoles are merely on holiday.
Well, well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions.
Te video! I swear I did everything I could to save him. I swear it by all I hold dear. So you're one of Shah's faithful. I've known only a few. Callous souls, every one of them. Sometimes, fate closes a door for good. The bolt is fastened, the key is destroyed, and a wish is forever locked away. I care. You don't know what you're missing. The sweetness of honeysuckle. The earthiness of split bark.
She's out there now, preying on the innocent. I don't kill her, she'll leave behind nothing but a trail of corpses.
How generous. Do you charge by the bell or the spell? I do, and so does my father. Baldur's Gate is nothing without its citizens, both in the upper and lower. Our duty is to them, and only them.
Clausus, faccio, voco, fere.
This is the place, if that letter was right. Now, where's that harper's stash?
When I lay to rest, I like to imagine you atop a red dragon soaring across the endless night.
Ethel, come out and play.
She's stubborn, yes. Bold as a lamb cavorting in a lion's den.
The harpers have been infiltrated. That's bad news for Jaheira.
I have battled great evils, been mocked by villains of all sorts. But Orin, she is beyond even Thorm. Her mind is twisted beyond recognition.
Behold, a most noisy cuck.
Shit. I'm being insensitive. I'm sorry. They just take some getting used to.
I'm not sure what bothers me more, the smell or the humidity.
Cupio, vertus, laicet.
The great warrior Lae'zel walks among us. Well, a projection of her at least.
That feels good.
As you need.
I was close to my father once, until he disowned me and cast me out of Baldur's Gate.
Look there. I bet we could put curios like that to good use.
Resisto accidum.
Tieflings, to arms!
Too many reasons to count. I might share them someday.
Focus, children. Horrifying. We should check on the girl. Tight fit. I barely got through. Now, well, I'd be lying if I said I'd never thought about my mother. What life would have been like if she'd lived.
Almost done. Just one piece left.
How fares the comet's path? I wager you've cracked open more Kithraki heads than you could possibly count. Don't act like we're friends, Devil. I know what you are. I know who you serve.
I understand. All the more fool am I for pressing my fortunes.
By Balduran's bones.
Soldiers at rest. Although maybe their armor's still good.
There, a miserable pile of secretion.
The map shows the tunnels under the Open Hand Temple. But why is the dead priest's name written there? Yes, Myconids are more powerful than you realize.
You caught me at a bad time. I was about to meet up with another of our band.
Could be a help.
Sooner than later, if I've got a say in it.
It could just be my imagination, but I always felt that it was more than a stroke that had changed her.
Good call. Looks like that's going to bruise.
Father's death was Gortash's doing. There was nothing I could do. I knew we hadn't seen the last of this place. Come, let's hear what the Emperor has to say. I can't say we've much of a choice.
The glowing stopped. Whatever that means.
Wonderful. You hunt the deer, I'll scrounge up the ale. Prepare your belly for a roast a la Ravengard. Daughter of Selûne, show me what you can do!
God damn it! My head! I can count on you to vouch for me, I hope.
Fiat voluntas Dei.
It was more than just dancing to me. It was a door to an uncharted world, ours alone to explore. So do I, though I'm sure your stories of conquest overshadow mine. More owlbear eggs, already hatched. No point in taking these. Now, take a breath. Count to 10. This battle's been long finished. No reason to fight it again. Of course we can, and I know just how to do it. I have slain monsters, faced illithids, guarded the helpless. To be a duke, is this the destiny I've awaited? Is the nobility my calling? What was that? It is. The one scar I ever bore of it.
Yeah!
Damn it, Astarion! You bit me!
Well chosen. She's quite something, isn't she?
Malleus!
Isn't that something? The artifacts scattered the voice to the four winds.
She'd become a mind flayer, but she'd lead us to a sure victory. It's what she does.
Hells. I feel like a mouse caught in a trap. All that's missing is the cheese.
Come on, Zentarim! Make yourselves useful!
Some. And you? Seems a perfect hunting ground for, you know.
Nothing can take the her from her. Not even a goddess.
She seeks a safe haven. What sort of ears gang would refuse it?
Thou pyrite-loving tit.
You must have a favourite, yeah? A fight you still savour.
Ouch. You don't need to mock me when I'm feeling low.
Surely, I will be his champion. I will be his pride. I will be the man he taught me to be. You didn't think this through, did you? Grand Duke Wyll Ravengard, Marshal of the Flaming Fist, the city's truest defender.
Were I to choose, I'd break the prince free. Better to entrust our fates to him before making an unneeded sacrifice, or entrusting Orpheus's power to the Illithid.
2 steps at a time.
Enough, Mizora. My father is dead. Say your piece.
Hells, these are Bullet burrows. Land sharks. A Shah worshipper. Not my usual quarry, nor my usual ally. I would have been compelled to offer a prayer to Shah here once, but no longer.
Ellie May. The name on the tombstone.
A dead drow. And the druids did this.
Missing. Zola, Rascal, and on the list goes. Why do those names? Oh, hells. Those bloody collars.
Oh, this isn't good.
Gon's true name. Pretty sure it's Nibellan.
Seems there's more than one searching for this forge. No word of its guardian this time, though.
That means a lot. But understand, I don't plan to wallow in self-pity. More than anything, I'm elated that there's hope yet for my father.
By the stars' light and the moon's glow, Gale. It's so good to see you.
I found him in the fields, flanked by goblins. His mother's corpse bled into the soil next to him.
Must be unlocked from elsewhere.
The ox from the grove. How in the hells did it make it all the way here?
You could send an elf to sleep.
Netherese. Ancient magic, that. Netheril is a memory so distant, I wager even the elves have forgotten. Raphael set his sights on Zariel's throne. She'll be too busy fighting him to pursue you. Say you'll indulge me. But if this is your choice, I won't stop you. I never would.
Whoa! Mundus volticipi.
When the shock of a true hero's spark flickers, the torches alight. Not just a poem, a puzzle. I'll find the way to answer in Worm's rock prison.
Check it out. And given the circumstance, I'd do it again. My soul was a necessary price to pay for.
Lae'zel, my love, my heart. Breathe deep. Can you smell it?
Shit. To the hells with you, Orin.
Quadico fake. A cat with wings. As if they weren't trouble enough. The adamantine forge. Our statuesque friend Dawn was keen to find it.
He made me an exile. That said, I'm not about to let him suffer at the hands of his captors. I had Mizora at my side, and the archdevil Zariel guided our hands that day. He reckoned I'd follow in his footsteps. First as a fist marshal, then as a duke. Vanquish evil, maintain order, save the world. Imagine that. I was just thinking of you. Of us, really.
Resisto frigos!
It's funny, that note mentioned a swamp tree. I reckon this is the one. That's my Karlak, loyal to a fault.
Ah! Extende!
The truth will out before you know it.
Rank malodorous pustule.
Horns this sharp will pop the balloons, you see. and the guests won't take kindly to scars quite so monstrous. Not Zariel's victims. Not innocent tieflings.
Gale might want that idol. Too bad it's under guard.
Give me one reason why they shouldn't slay you where you stand.
Enough. You are no more than a monster. And the blade names you his prey.
I'm surprised I never saw you lurking in the shadows at any Baldurian balls, Astarion.
She read the terms while two devils stood witness. And I said yes. One soul for one city.
These words of power should be more than helpful. Time to get to the archive.
It's bound to happen. I just don't know when or how.
Because our relation was no matter of pride. Not least for him. Still, I kind of liked him. Sharp in all the right ways. Karlach! Karlach! Where'd she run off to?
Their belief is grounded in loss. Hardly a laughing matter.
You were never one to shy from battle, or to deny its thrills. New days, old friends. There's no greater joy. Better move it. That thing's going to blow. Off I go. You'll know where to find me.
Can't something be just what it appears to be? Just once.
I smell a trap.
Ah, nice. A Tressim. Better mousers than garden variety cats, or so I've heard.
I had but one road I could travel. For now, you have 12, 100, 1,000 to choose from. A road that leads to a devil is the very last one you should follow. Keep your fangs out of innocent flesh, and I won't drive a stake through your pasty white chest.
Clag-bottomed coward!
A wizard's cowl. Gorgeous textiles.
What do you think, Gale?
Amicus animalis.
This chest is deeper than it. Of course. It's got a double bottom.
It won't turn on its own kind, of course.
Done, done, and done.
It's Mizora who grants me the power to conjure armor and cast eldritch blasts. What in the hells? We danced until the sun threatened to peak above the horizon.
Risum teniatis?
So I stoked new fires in myself using the lessons my father once taught me. The Blade of Avernus is a ranger, a hunter of the most hellish prey.
Time.
Or maybe he made an offer she couldn't refuse.
Doesn't seem to have worked out so well for them.
Around each totem, 5 robed figures were chanting. First softly, then loud as a banshee's wail.
A doppelganger? Hells, I wasn't ready for that.
The Githyanki curing device seemed set on killing us instead. I really had hoped.
I don't know. Are these things ever that simple?
Her parents will be shattered.
Of course Mizora was Zariel's captured asset. How did I not see it coming?
I hope he'll come to see that.
All fired up and ready to go.
He appeared at the family home the day after the Absolute fell. Confused, disheveled, but unharmed.
No Ginny inside. Guess I can save up my wishes.
I won't lie. Losing the eldritch blasts and the hexes took some getting used to. Nothing but void, where once there was hellfire. The woman's an expert on devils and their infernal tricks, and she's got some thoughts about my old sending stone of an eye.
Blast away, Iron Hands.
Shadowheart's memories will be a heavy load for her to carry.
A shapeshifter? Not to state the obvious, but this circus is no place for children.
Well, I should do something, I reckon. Just not sure what.
Esorio! Tempora mutantur!
Alfira wouldn't have harmed a housefly. A gentle young soul slain in her prime. Still stuck. That's it then. Not even a single parting word. Then at least let me offer some to you.
Invoco te!
I leapt free of the minion's grasp, unsheathed my short swords, and rushed at the Amnitsu in a fury. I was selfish to ask. and even more selfish to be disappointed by your answer.
Someone's laid out the unwelcome mat.
I will be hunting Mizora. No, Karlak blazed with the fire of Avernus. You saw it. You smelled it. Infernal essence, tip to toe.
Forget it. Even the blade can't slice through those.
Have you seen Astarion? He's positively glowing. Must have woke up on the good side of the bunk.
A blushing apple begging to be plucked. He wants more than her loyalty. He wants her soul. Whatever crisis we face, whatever danger threatens, your Grand Duke will always fight beside you. My blade is yours.
Nocturnos! It sucks energy from the occupant of that cradle. Seems unpleasant. Thick brine for the wrigglers. Thankfully, they're gone.
I could never be so disloyal to Baldur's Gate.
Could come in handy.
All trash, no treasure.
I can't use that when I'm in battle. Everything I did for Baldur's Gate. I did for you.
The wizard's a veritable geyser of rage. Provoke him, and he'll erupt.
Go on, my good man. Your goddess awaits. Let us pray that good wisdom prevails.
Why can't you fetch, puppy? Death is no excuse.
Baldur's Gate stands on the brink of the abyss. Let's awaken the worm and take back the city.
Nothing in there.
I'm beginning to question the artist's taste levels.
Raphael, Mizora, you know the ways of devils.
Vita mortis cario.
Damn ring. There's got to be some way around it.
An elf, deep in mourning. He must have lost someone dear.
Dust everywhere. Been a while since the last prayer was said.
The Absolute's taken him then. No question about it.
Gitius!
The blade will not bend.
Hold it together!
Lae'zel's suspicion and your guile made for a lethal combination. I fear for our fellowship, if trust is in such short supply.
I've rid the coast of a fair few devils, but Orthons are rare outside the hells.
Please, the dark has nearly drained me. We need light.
Ah. Well, you're the author of your own story. You get to choose who plays which part.
Lae'zel, are you sure of the greeting we'll find at this creche of yours?
Begone, putrid boil.
Agreed. The sooner we get out of here, the better.
I'd rather not think about the horrors a device like this could inflict.
Healer, please! Thick as a glob of unguent.
Orin, I'd never heard tell of, but Gortash I know. Or know of, more precisely. A self-styled strategic advisor to Baldur's Gate's peers.
Well met. The Blade of Frontiers at your... A military fortress, perhaps. An odd sight in these dim caverns.
Still in one piece. What did that thing do to me?
Tekuro! Eltan, I am my father's son. Will you really trust the word of a devil over mine?
Manos potentis paro.
It's a powerful talent. Use it. But use it wisely.
An adamantine forge. The stuff of legends.
Abuno disque omnes.
Torre!
Githyanki warriors. Well, ex-Githyanki to be accurate.
Orin's playing games. What's she after?
Go on. I'll keep watch here.
To the rescue, of course.
I thought I saved you from Bal's clutches. Seems I failed. Damn it all.
Goodness, my palms are all sweaty. It's just that you were always my hero. Not to mention the telltale tendency to bite your foes during battle.
Deplorable. The living are made undead, without even dying first.
Off I go. You'll know where to find me. Influence, yes, but a power born of Illithids is not one to take lightly. I would urge you to exercise caution. My father is somewhere in this tower. I won't leave him in Thorm's hands.
Victims of the curse. At least they were granted a proper burial.
The head of a death devil, straight from the fugue plane. More hideous than I imagined.
In truth, I don't feel in a festive mood, and I didn't want to cast a grey cloud over the night. Well played. Who knows what curses we might have unleashed.
The shapeshifters flooded these tunnels by the looks of it. And is that Father Lorgan's name.
Dissolve!
By the gone gods, I've made a mistake.
I reckon draw Ragslin's the gobbo in charge, the way this one's carrying on. I lived at the mercy of fiends, a devil's plaything trying to right the coast's wrong. Perhaps. But dipping a toe in the illithid waters doesn't mean we have to dive in. The faith that matters most is that which you hold in yourself, in the ones that most matter to you. And out of every soul walking the plains, you chose her.
Minthara's still imprisoned in Moonrise. If I were inclined, I could save her. Not that I'm inclined.
Non fit injura. Coming. Lae'zel, I knew you'd find a way. Enough discussion. We have a decision, don't we? Ah!
That's an odd parasite.
I feel my own tadpole tingling, reaching out to it.
This could mean anything.
Tossed a handful of gold pieces and they scattered. A flurry of arrows dropped them before they could grab a single coin. The doubt in our minds crying out for attention.
Did the hag do all this?
Poisonous necrotic appendage!
Thank you for giving me the chance to show you the best of me. I won't let you down. They'll be tough to fight, but not impossible to beat. So our half-elf ally's heart belongs to the shadows after all.
Father always shooed me away from this place. More rats than a water-deep dungeon.
Each door is named for a famed wizard. If I had to guess, Carsus's annals wait behind the one bearing his name.
Tekuro! That's the spirit, my shining star. Since I've known you, we've shed more blood than could ever fill the Chion Tha. The wounds we sustained were the testament to our might.
Ah, that pixie's a peculiar little thing.
Off I go. You'll know where to find me.
Weapon blueprints. Looks like this Sousa bark might come in handy.
Lanceboard? Was always more of a dice man myself.
Nothing. There must be some way to light them. I see the hunger in your eyes, and I see how it worries you. A quick dip, traitor. The blade now comes for you. Damn it all. What have I done? Sorry, there's only so much of me to go around. Ready and willing. Time!
A secret lair. I can't begin to imagine what mystic carrion was getting up to in here.
How you thrill in the blade's hunt, Lae'zel. The trolls I've torn open, the ghouls I've cleaved, the stories I've been itching to tell. I'd have loved to have witnessed it, Gale. I wager you are as elegant on the dance floor as you are on the battlefield. Sorry, but there's no room for me. Better company, and a better buzz. Quadico fake! There you are, my love. Breathe deep. Can you smell it?
Dead bird. The curse must have gotten to it.
Aye. Truce. To see my father laying there. Lifeless. So many stars. So many mysteries yet to be discovered. The psionic detector went off near the Githyanki, just like Voss said. Schio di dici pecto!
That's quite an egg.
No, please!
Beating thee would soil my hands.
Please, I know we must talk, but for now I need you safe. Go to our camp. We'll catch up there.
Not now! Not after all you've been through. The Deathbringer Saravok. He was made into ash, and from ash, it seems, he rose again. Te absolvo! Didst your idiot mother beclothe you? Is it me, or has it gotten a bit nippy? Speaking of, I've got new stories to tell you. New trolls I've torn open. New ghouls I've cleaved. There will be no Grand Duke Wyll Ravengard, and there will be no Blade of Frontiers. The agony of knowing the end is near. So deranged. You can't even see what you've done. You are no more than a monster, and the Blade names you his prey. Excellent. Let's see if the elf song's still standing. Their Golden Sands brew goes down real easy. Balduran's beard. Is that our fate? Understandable. First 6 devils, then 16, 6,600.
All that remains is a trail of gore.
If she's smart, she'll know she'd be getting a bum deal.
She's kept me on a long leash, if you can believe it. Every target she's set me on's been a demonic intruder. Tanari assassins who slip into Avernus, Ammonites that amass near the sticks.
What a shame. He could have been our key to a cure.
I'm sure your dark goddess is proud.
Cries for help, and I'm not about to ignore them.
What in the... Oh, that can't be good.
I wonder what that did.
Brace yourself.
I wish I could be so flippant. But the thought of him laying there, lifeless.
She's kept me on a long leash, if you can believe it. You are not just your fear and your doubts. You are your bravery and your valor, your skill and your strength. Let those voices drown out the others. Let's talk.
You make me so proud. And when the Elder Brain falls, the people of the Sword Coast will see what I see.
You hunt the meat, I'll scrounge up the ale. Prepare your belly for a roast a la Raven Guard.
Crescatskientia.
And yet deserves so much more.
Ketheric Thorm at the helm of the Sharon army. Volo himself couldn't have written a better twist.
Cordula Eltan? By the 9 hells, what are you on about?
Halcyon, tell me about the man behind the hulking wall of muscle.
Nautiloids, a whole bloody fleet of them. They must have shipped thousands of true souls through here. I'm hardly surprised. That thing looks powerful.
And there's another I'd like to nominate. Grand Duke of the Coast, Doom of the Dead 3.
Maybe.
Ouch. A midwinter bath in the Chiantar would have been less chilling.
The disc's on the move. Why walk when you can ride?
You look positively perfect, if a bit shimmery at the edges.
Intelligente pauca!
We're not done just yet. There's still more clown scraps out there.
Yeah.
I know. And you're right.
In Ansur's defeat, I found my spirit renewed. Once I've vanquished the Absolute, I will walk in your footsteps and lead the city as a Grand Duke.
But to little harm. Shouldn't we all be allowed to stoke a few fires from time to time?
That's putting it mildly.
By Baldrin's helm,
No. I will not be tricked.
The inevitable consequence of inseparable events.
Moray!
Progress. But I'm not out of the wilds just yet.
You are not the before. You are the now. You are the later. If your past is so diseased, let it wither and plant something new.
That's it? Well then. So, what's on your mind?
Resisto mortem!
So what next? Pretend this didn't happen and hope you don't go on another amnesic rampage.
Resurges!
A grim fate. When devils give chase, you're living on borrowed time.
Makeske!
That is... How are you feeling, darling? You look... piqued?
Though, I can't say I've earned the honor.
Unthinkable. To see my own father named Gortash, the sole ruler of Baldur's Gate. Now, the Blade of Frontiers is a ranger. A true hunter of monsters. A warden in more than just name.
Silentium!
Astarion! Bring in your undead!
Incredible. It feels like nowhere and everywhere, all at once.
They may never again feel the breath of life on them. What a shame.
The right choice. She's quite something, isn't she?
I was 13 when she brought word of a goblin warband advancing on Rivington. Her keen scouting saved 100 lives that day.
No idea.
Behold! The Fool of Fools.
My love, my Hell's Wanderer. But damn it all, you were too bold a soul to be slinking in shadows, tentacles or not.
Incommodum!
I am the Blade of Frontiers. I swore to protect the coast from the monsters that prey on it. And I know my first target.
Killed by her own kid. A damn tragedy, that.
Huh? Weird.
Thou roach-mocked jester.
You're tongue-tied and knotted by a dominating master. The sort of hell I can relate to.
Hells. We've run out of options.
If those blueprints work, I could reverse engineer my stone eye. Instead of Mazora tracking me, I could track her.
Agilios!
You've stayed my blade. Friendship. Don't push it.
It's said that anyone who bathes in the river of blood emerges as one born anew. It's a lot like that, I imagine.
Vokomoras!
Gods, they didn't deserve this. I hope they found peace.
Something tells me our little passengers won't be so easy to evict.
And what about Karlak? Well, to hold your hand, to dance with you, to smile coyly and have you smile back.
I can't see a thing.
Defile Vlakith's name, and even a Gith knight can't avoid the wrath of the mighty Lae'zel. Isabel. So, Ketheric has a daughter. Is she still alive, I wonder?
Let us do what we can to avoid their fate, then.
Ugh, what is that smell? But I've always been a bit old-fashioned on these matters. I find more pleasure in a courtly dance than a loveless fling.
Beautiful fate. Grander than any of the Patriarch's dreary banquets.
If friendship is what you're offering, it's an honor to accept.
Impero Tibi!
Something shiny in this stuff. Bits of adamantine, most like. Hardest stuff in the world. Ask and receive. My lips are sealed.
What a strange mask. Is it bronze? Gold, even?
Vokoglakias!
I understand. All the more fool am I for pressing my fortunes. I'm up for the challenge. You've just got to make a little space. Seems like nature's provided a shortcut. Shah called Shadowheart nothing. But I know better than that.
Careful. If we're to conquer the brain, we need every stone.
The battle was fierce, but it was the celebration after I most remember. Let's see what the cub can do.
What in the deepest hells is going on here?
Courage and confidence. You would have made a fine daughter to my father.
That meddling ghoul. Floric,
Watch it. Trap ahead. I'm sure the silver shields can make do without a few more jeweled crowns. Gods, it's good to see you, Shadowheart.
Someone's made a fake devil head. A gruesome hobby if you ask me.
6 months! Gods damn you!
The same thought crossed my mind. I'm only to hunt the infernal, the demonic, and the heartless.
The Blade of Avernus. A new name for a changed man. Gain their trust now and prime their souls for the reaping. I know the tricks.
I didn't. I don't. My sacrifice kept Baldur's Gate safe from Tiamat's rage.
Shit.
Imperote!
What hope, then, for Baldur's Gate? Without the Great Worm's aid, is the city doomed to fall?
I can feel the brain. And not to be obvious, but it's hungry for power.
All my favorite people in one place. Not to mention all my favorite wines.
Hells. Ne'er'll die if we leave.
What becomes of the slaves then? You don't know what you're missing. The sweetness of honeysuckle. The earthiness of splitting oak.
I always loved this park. Spent a lot of time here as a boy battling imaginary monsters.
My mind is clear. Its burden lifted. When the Netherbrain died, the tadpoles died with it. Then, we'll both be carving our own paths. I wish you well in yours.
Helm, forgive me. What have I done?
Maybe. But I'm not so keen to perform solo. A duet's always been more my style. Which is to say,
It's me, Father. It's all right. You're safe here.
there's something I need to ask you. Something terrible. Something greedy. Something unreasonable.
Let's hope not, because you won't like the consequences if you do. Meanlocks. Damnable things. A bit of light or fire should scorch those tender eyes.
Yahaha! Akidum!
Damned goblins. Monsters, every last one. The kind I was culling from Sword Coast hamlets just a 10-day ago.
Yet a warrior you remain, Lae'zel of Kalir, to no one's surprise.
I wager you're right. Gale, what a pleasure to see a genius's mind at work. Wouldn't you like to know?
The one little question that put me out of house and home. Well, never mind that. By the stars' light and the moon's glow, it's so good to see you, Lae'zel.
When the light shone through, I hoped you'd follow it.
A key? But what's an unlock?
Your sacrifice hasn't gone forgotten. It's afforded me a life of my own making, slaying the beasts of the coast.
Maledictes!
No! Devils cannot be trusted!
The parasite links us. It showed me you with the fiend.
Her death is my first priority, as it has always been. Understandable. Given the chance, I could yammer all night.
I thought they were demons of some sort, not Githyanki. Perhaps some of their work even graces Baldur's Gate.
Faccio, voco, fere!
Don't worry, I've got this!
Amo sanguinem.
Blood by the bed. A lot of it.
I need that power. I just need to get closer.
I scout both the hells and the coast's havens, and I destroy every fiend that dares put its eye on Faerun. I don't remember much of the battle, but I remember drying the boy's tears after.
The air reeks of death. Not sure how long I can hold out.
Hostio manera!
Floric spoke true. I'm a Grand Duke's son.
Let's hope we don't catch its eye.
You just have to buy enough time to run. Come on. I believe in you. You can do this.
Go on. Make me proud. Well now, seems I'm in the presence of a Gith legend in the making.
It pains me to hear you say it. We shared a bond, or so I thought. Does it mean nothing to you?
Well, never mind that. By the stars' light and the moon's glow. It's so good to see you, Astarion.
A cruel fate, and for what? An unreliable ally in Viconia? Or just for the sheer cruelty of it?
Not bad. Again,
Esorio.
Not a tragedy.
A calculated cruelty.
Think about it.
A shame what the shadows did to him. His death gives me no pleasure. Hunk of metal with shiny flecks. Hardly a collector's item.
Hear that? The lights might fend them off, but those mastiffs are still lurking about.
A possibility that's kept me awake countless nights.
Signum arcanum.
Gods, it's so good to see you. It's been far too long.
Sphira mortis.
Flaming fist letting Zent run free. Never thought I'd see the day.
I've never heard something so beautiful.
Schio di dici pecto.
Ketheric's defeated, but my father is taken. On to the gate. We must tear him out of the Absolute's grasp.
One monster slain then, and another after that, and then another.
There will always be one more evil to fell.
Not really my style.
the moon lantern's broken. Just our luck.
No wonder. We felled enough Cambions to build a fortress with their horns.
If only last night could have lasted forever. How are you feeling, my darling?
Don't be rash. We killed a hag, and she'll take the child with her.
What are you doing? No! Time you made good on your bargain, hag!
I'm all for it. I don't know what drives a man to consider his own death, among countless others, to be an appropriate exchange for his goddess's forgiveness.
Oi, ugly!
But you've earned the right to be called a hero 1,000 times over. What a gift you've been to the Sword Coast.
And a magnificent ball, I presume, for dancing the night away? You wear your finest, and I'll look for one of Father's dress uniforms.
Non fit in jura.
Even when brimstone fills my lungs and magma laps at my feet, it brings me comfort knowing you shine bright among the stars.
A night without care. No worry, no obligation. It's been too long.
Whoever the culprit, let it be known, I will not stand for more innocent blood being shed in our camp.
Ah, there you are. Breathe, my friend. Can you smell it?
Done and done. The shapeshifter's key worked like a charm.
The traitor prince is close. We must split him open. We must fulfill Vlakith's command.
Then I'll fight ever harder, be ever stronger, till my deeds eclipse my appearance.
That's Harper and Druid gear. Old comrades, it seems.
Seems we've got a vampire among us. The sort of monster I vowed to rid the coast of.
The drow with the hook horrors. He was searching for this adamantine forge too. Then this is goodbye. For now. Until we meet again, my love. I'll think of you every day. Now go. Live. You deserve that much.
Morio!
The world spits on those partial to devils. I'm hardly a prime catch.
See you soon, then.
So, what now? I don't know about you, but I could use a flagon, or 3 of ale.
The city will cheer us, but it is the triumph itself, the very smiting of evil, that should lift our hearts.
We've got to push through. Unless a passing griffin offers a ride, it's the only way to Moonrise Towers.
Lovely bottle. The sort containing a lively vintage.
The first time I saw you, I figured you a champion. A man of valor, integrity. There is, though I'm not about to sing it for you.
At least it won't suffer anymore.
You're free, Mazora. I held up my end, now hold up yours. Sever the pact.
Aresque! Disera!
Trap, be careful.
A hag's staff. Just what you needed, Gale.
Resisto frigos!
Your hunger requires sating, and it's not easy to smuggle the spoils of my hunts.
An army camp, I reckon. The Absolute's army. I better keep clear. Vincere est vivere!
No, stop. I won't allow this. Karlak, you're coming with me. Back to Avernus.
I'll be. The light wards off the shadows.
Though to hear her tell it, it was my choice to keep her a secret. The damned dragon had turned the place into a slave camp before I arrived. Sordid beyond words.
She started a huge fire, and you're trying to save my life.
Explosive blood. And all it took was one little potion.
Just as I suspected, the book about flumps has changed. Time for some light reading.
Not much magic left, though. Sun's too bright. I can say it even more nicely.
Hells, the damn bird's screeching for its chums.
If someone must assimilate Orpheus, I'd sooner trust you with the power than the Illithid.
Lily-lunged limpet luster.
The wizard in question was called Rylan. Had a half-dozen eggs smuggled into Candlekeep from the jungle. Have you gone mad? The time we've spent avoiding this horrific fate, and now you'd succumb to it.
Dribble's arm, it must be. Unless there's been a rash of clown murders I'm not aware of.
Well said. This dream figure is no friend to us.
Never. That you live, that you walk this path is a delight worth celebrating, not lamenting.
Lice-ridden cur.
How are you feeling? Talk to me.
That cow looks like your sort of thing, Gale.
Maybe I'd have been with him on the journey from Elturel. Maybe there'd be no absolute, no infections, no this. We danced, we made a connection, and you severed it for a single bite of the hells.
Just look at me. I did what was right, and Mazora made me pay for it.
Te execro!
Time is so God's damned greedy. It races forward no matter how hard we rail against it. I am the blade of Avernus. Tormentum! We can have all for it, but it won't so much as chip one of her nailed claws. She'll escape to the hells, and if we succeeded, my life would be taken in exchange.
A guardian dragon living under Baldur's Gate. How have I never heard the tale?
Quite an explosive secret for Gale to keep to himself.
I'll patch you right up.
But we've got to tread carefully. I won't risk my father's life to take Gortash's. I could drown in that song. So what if it is? All of Avernus is a trap. One false move, you slip into the Styx and poof. There go your memories.
Together we've shed blood, shared words, Yet you've learned so little.
What a picture you paint. Quite detailed, quite colourful, quite unnecessary.
I showed him my stone eye, but he only turned away.
Feel that? Necromantic energy.
Veritas credo oculus.
You sure about that? Not every glowing light is an invitation to take what's inside it.
Sicut gatos.
I see no other options. Deceitful the illithid may be, but our best hopes lie with it.
Protector. Magma. Doesn't make a lick of sense.
As many as there are stars in the sky. If I were to call myself Grand Duke, no patriarch would deny the claim. Should the absolute cultists infect him, there's no telling the damage he might do when he's returned to the city. I wish you'd come with me. Do battle together just like the old days. Bastards! The blade comes for you!
Poxy pissed pervert. I can't read this. Let's just keep going, all right?
Curious.
Gods, even a freshly opened grave doesn't smell this rotted.
God's love, I must look a mess. I just rolled out from under a pesky ogre when Withers yanked me in.
So much for the Lord of Murder. Pretty fishy, if you ask me.
Well, Father would have loved having a grandchild. I know we'll raise a family worthy of his name.
That lock's made for picking. Back to the anus that spat you out. Mors animae.
More doppelgangers. Seems the Absolute summoned another cabal to its cause.
Destroy them, and quickly. We need to find my father. Diore!
Gods, a mirror that steals memories. Horrific.
Courage and confidence. You would have made a fine son to my father.
Footprints. There may be even more that survived the crash.
Dead. Every last one. I'm sure Father Logan did what he could.
You dare show your face?
Couldn't say. Maybe because an entirely different curse has befallen the tomb.
You'll know where to find me. I wish I could be so flippant. But to see him laying there, lifeless.
Nothing. Not sure what I was expecting.
I was 11 when the councillor spotted and slayed an assassin who stalked Father from the shadows.
Inexpugnabilis.
You must have a favourite, yeah? A fight you still savour. And in more ways than one.
Trapped? I suppose I could help.
Ah, cool, fresh air. By the living gods, I needed it.
Risum tiniatis?
You had the most precious thing. Someone who would do everything for you. And you damn well took everything. Degenerate doesn't half cut it.
We really showed that pottery who's boss around here.
Akidum! A pity you can't be there for the hell hunt. You'd grow fat from infernal drippings. The demons I've disintegrated, the devilkin I've gutted. The stories I could tell.
I fear we have no choice. What I ask is unreasonable by every standard.
It sickens me to think, let alone say, but... Thank you. That means a lot. But I wonder.
The question is, where will it take us?
That was incredible. I'd count my lucky stars for it. But I reckon luck is on holiday. I'm only alive because my patron still has use for me. Fog? Not in a mere prison cell, certainly. My guess, Thorm will have confined him in the bowels of the tower.
If we continue this way, we may get too close for comfort.
There you are, Lae'zel. A bit less corporeal than I imagined, but looking splendid all the same. What else is on your mind? This dragon Onsor was Baldur's ally. We'd be fools to let him sleep while the Dead Three's chosen raised the city. I'm no stranger to the infernal. Better to slay a devil before her fires burn common folk to ash.
I wouldn't advise it.
Play with fire, and you get burned. That's always the way of it.
That's impossible. Or is it? A light that bright cannot stay quenched.
A harperoon? A supply cache must be near, unlikely as it seems.
I know.
Viam sapientiae.
The second time,
Stelmane was different.
Hail again, and may our strikes always find their marks.
The woman's an expert on devils and their infernal tricks. And she's got some thoughts about my old sending stone of an eye. I miss you too. I promise I'll make more time.
Myconids. That explains the voices.
Oh, gods, now I'm soaked in it.
He died honoring the fallen. I grieve for him. He has my utmost respect.
Proof, clear as summer sky. It's over, Karlak. It's time you feel the sting of the blade. Shut it out. Let it die.
All that, and you'd give him a hand. You're a fickle one, Chief.
I was close to him once, until he disowned me and cast me out of Baldur's Gate.
So, memorize the platform locations and bound across. It was in a book, so it must be true.
I tangled with a dragon once. Never forgot it.
I hear weeping, and not the happy kind.
Expelote!
And you'll be the Duke's consort. That is, if your heart so desires.
Warlock. Hell's powers. Only a few head colds, and a tongue lashing from my worried father. If that be so, then may my greatest wish come true tonight.
I'd sooner swig a flask of acid than anything a goblin cooks up.
Selûnite graves. Shah's darkness snuffed out their lights. That's where we'll end up if we're not careful. If that wizard wants Dame Aelin so bad, I say we give him exactly what he's asked for. Chestnut hair that flowed behind her like willow fronds as she floated from one room to the next as if carried by clouds. Does Selûna still bless your path?
Schio, didici, pecto.
Worm's Rock Fortress. All travelers to Baldur's Gate flow through it. All tuckered out. Me too, Scratch. Me too. One of my eyes might be made of stone, but that doesn't mean I'm blind to the obvious. Wizards have a penchant for unusual pets, as you very well know. A flying cat. Delightful. A menagerie of dinosaurs, on the other hand.
You might find some use for that thing if it's melted down for arrowheads, but that's all.
As you say, we are building new housing. Not just shanties, but homes where families can rest their heads, plant gardens, pursue happiness.
I need a hand! Quickly! Veritas credo oculus!
Welcome to the lower city, where Baldur's Gate truly comes alive. We are the warriors who'll slay the Absolute. We are the guardians who'll defend this fair city. By the stars' light and the moon's glow. It's so good to see you, Shadowheart. I hate to accuse one of our own. And yet, it makes sense.
What do you want, Mizora?
Maybe if I squint? Astarion, I was wrong about you. Truly wrong about you.
No, this isn't him. This is the tadpole talking. It's packed too tight. I'll need a shovel.
Crescite hondo!
And what about Lae'zel?
As would I. And more.
Not to say I didn't develop a taste for good wine and a talent for courtly dance.
Ugh, there's dust everywhere.
Nice cow. The kind wizards wear. Should get that to Gale.
I'm up for the challenge. You've just got to make a little space. She is something. She is worthy. She is strong. She is Shadowheart.
Is this our final parting then? Please, reconsider. Alone you are a storm, but together we are a tempest.
First, we kill Ketheric Thorm. Then, I'll tell you everything you want to know. But good luck can't last forever. Invitation accepted. About that. You only burn hottest when your emotions are aflare, right? Anger, excitement, fear. But a dance can be meditative, calming. And down goes the ward. Let's poke around.
Let's see what the cub can do!
Clever,
manipulative, exploitative. The Emperor says he's a friend. I think we'd be fools to believe him.
By Baldur's helm, only a fiend or fool would bargain with this damnable creature.
Say you'll come.
Bad luck, Chief. Let's call this a learning moment.
My father told me all about how you struck down the mad cleric Basileus.
I've seen her myself, tearing through the hells on behalf of her mistress Zariel. A shame my first brush with the famed Elminster couldn't be a tad more optimistic.
What's this? For a ritual of some sort.
So much was lost when the darkness fell.
Doomed to shed our skin and become a lithid, or so the stories go. You were hoping for some peace and quiet out in the forest, and I have ruined your night entirely.
Macte virtute!
Unfettered slaughter. No more and no less. I thought better of Shadowheart. That was my mistake.
I'd be hunting devils and demons, she said. Traitors and hypocrites, heartless evils of all sorts, but not Impero Tibi!
We're in for a crash if I don't get out of here.
Balthazar. Ketheric Thorm's necromantic master lies just ahead.
But to be destined for madness, I don't know if I could ever make peace with it.
Father's back in his element, commanding the flaming fist with as brave a heart as ever, and delivered them nary a scolding nor lashing.
The disc's on the move. Looks like I'm catching a ride to the next part of the gauntlet.
Quite the opposite. I'd be getting in yours.
Incredible, wasn't it? Loud enough to wake the dead and shrill enough to shatter a golden goblet.
Yes, I suppose we should. Though I'm more than a bit wary.
I can't tell you more. The pact forbids it. My lips are quite literally sealed. I could never doubt you, Lae'zel of Kalir. I only wish I could join you. My focus must remain on the gate. You're worth more respect than every last rogue in this city. I hope you know that.
A magic mouth spell. Whoever spoke those words is long dead, I reckon.
A harsh sentence for all but the most heinous crimes.
We're not getting anywhere. We need to make for the brain.
Nonsense. Stelmane was no less worthy of life or success because she was disabled.
Invocote!
She's still worked up. Not even a nice thank you grunt. But we can't pass up the chance, Karlach. If that forge map is real, we won't just be able to fix up your heart. We could reverse engineer my stone eye.
An excellent suggestion, but your party's full up.
It's a damn travesty.
I'd be a fool to let you turn your back. Pledge me your talents, and I'll pledge you mine. Well then, you've got a party to get back to. After all, tonight is about you.
Not to mention, they keep gnomes as slaves. Though not for much longer, if the blade has a say.
In my name.
9 Fingers. A name that could make a city guard tremble. If they aren't already on her payroll, that is.
One small pixie. One big mouth.
Forever could be tomorrow. Better to promise to do your utmost, as long as you have the moments left to share.
Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby.
Ex textura! You were a marvel to behold. Even Baldur himself would bow to such formidable talent.
I can't die here! Not now!
Father taught me to come to terms with my mortality. Mizora forced me to come to terms with a hellish fate. Baldur's Gate stands on the brink of the abyss. It is clear. We awaken the worm and take back the city.
That's right. You were there, weren't you?
Lucky for us, I found a way to stop time.
We slay Karlach, and we save these souls from eternal damnation. Justice will be served.
I suppose a vampire ascendant has no time for battle, if a healthy taste for blood.
A haven within a haven. The prayerful seek solitude, even Seluna's faithful.
Arcane flames. Handy. We must rescue Father from Moonrise. He is a powerful man, the most beloved duke in Baldur's Gate.
Smart move. Let's go. Before he offers a whiff of his behind.
A head of a clown.
Just what sort of circus is this?
Well met. And call on me if you find a fix for this affliction of ours. Might even join you once that devil's met my blade.
Hollering hells. You're a Cambion.
Incertus pulcher imperio.
Refreshing. Prayers, war cries, and the harper's symbol. They came to fight.
Now, you've got a party to get back to. Don't forget, tonight is about you.
Refuse him, no matter how tempting the offer, no matter how delicious the feast he lays out for you. The cost will be too great. What becomes of the Blade of Frontiers when he slays the man he vowed to save? What pride should this city have for a son who kills its brightest star?
As long as Orpheus is bound, we're helpless. We'll have to do the unthinkable.
Shit! Please, no! Please! Fine. One last chance. See that you don't waste it.
You were right, of course. The new eye is a sending stone, courtesy of Mazora. She uses it to track my location and call from a distance.
What's done is done. But we should check the corpses for valuables.
Not quite. We'll need to get to higher ground if we want to climb up.
But I love you no less now than ever. And I love that you devoted your talents to such a dear friend.
Damn! The bruise acquired a spark! Mutatis mutandis!
For the good, I like to think. Brick by brick, stone by stone, it started to heal. Though I've met my fair share of challenges.
Careful who you point your blade at next. We can afford no more unrest among us. Not if we're to survive long enough to rid ourselves of these worms.
Ugh. This bloody darkness is sapping the life right out of me. Ad lapidem.
Sudden chill. Cold as midwinter out here. I plunged a blade into the left eye, straight into the brain. It fell to the ground with a thud. Bet the ravens are still picking at its carcass to this day. And then, like roaches, the troubles all came crawling back. I should have said sooner, I know. But it's a complicated matter. In the frontiers, there is no posturing, no diplomacy. I slay monsters, I don't consort with them. Nothing more. But to be friends with you is no compromise. It is an achievement unto itself.
What are these sigils for?
That old woman was certainly memorable.
A power born of Illithids is not one to take lightly. It may prove sin or salvation.
Oh, hells. Lae'zel is still back there. Should I just leave her? They tormented the Githyanki for information about the prism. Gods. Too bad the cursed locals are well beyond saving.
At least until I caught their eye. I wasn't the hunter anymore. I was the hunted, and they were the first to land a blow. Hoof to the back left a right nasty scar.
Ugh, that took some doing. Mechanism must be corroded.
Here we are. Danthalon's dancing axe. Jahira said this is where the harpers congregate. I've glimpsed that doom during my travels, but never dared get close.
I'd fall on my own blade and join the blood war in an instant should she put you or the Sword Coast in danger. If I don't get off the roof, I'm as good as Ash.
Manos potentis paro aqua pura.
Diplomacy. Not so different from fighting, I find. You still grip your blade, you just hide it beneath a silken glove.
Ugh, that damn near split my bones.
Inocte concilium.
A little, perhaps.
Hold up. The Emperor warned us that death waited beyond the gate, and I see no reason to doubt him.
Daddy just gave us the key to a living weapon that could melt that brain into goo.
That ox. It can't keep its eyes off me.
But Gale, you are so much more tolerable now you found your second.
Githyanki hunters. They must be what Voss's device was alerting us to.
Hero on demand.
See you soon, then.
Punge, bene curator.
Really?
I figured you would have joined your fellow Gith in a colony raid.
I just needed a moment of quiet to think, that's all. Go on. Give me a best shot.
Time to make good, Mizora! My father, Older Ravengard, is now Grand Duke of the Triad, Keeper of the Fist. Gods, yes. I can feel its energy, its essence filling me to near bursting.
You're a vile blister. I shall prick thee.
Resisto venenum.
In a manner of speaking, Duke Ravengard is my father.
A clear necessity.
Ketheric's wife was clearly fond of him. How far he's fallen. Fragile wall. Tempting to charge through it. But look out.
Damn it, he flew off quick. As long as he goes loose, the killings won't stop.
She's playing a game. I just don't know what it is or how she plans to win. Is that what you think?
The devil's fallen. Raphael will be pleased.
Non compos mentis!
You're different than I thought. At first, I thought it was the parasite. Now I don't know what to think.
Aleme.
Off I go. You'll know where to find me.
Oh, hurts even more now. Ah!
Mizora. If you remember, I'd heard a whisper in the night directing me to Duskwalk Hill. That's where I found the cultists, joined in ritual prayer.
She's playing a game. I just don't know what it is, or how she plans to win.
Killed a few giant bats in my day, Astarion, but never hunted a vampire. I think the splinters I made out of the last bone devil I saw speak for themselves. Nothing doing. I should take a look around. Find a way to open this thing. A decade ago, Baldur's Gate would have welcomed any and everyone seeking refuge.
Oh, I feel weaker than a kitten's whisker. The blade provides. Damn it, Astarion. You tried to bite me. Are you a vampire?
I see the Blade of Frontiers, a man hunting the fiends who prey on the weak and claw at the coast.
One touch, and this will fall apart.
Signum arcanum.
You wanted to hurt me.
Kitius.
By Avernus. Floric.
To think how vibrant this place must have once been. Children playing, merchants hawking, real people living real lives.
I hope Astarion makes you happy. So that's what they were harassing. Cheeky little imps. The children, I mean.
But I've made contact with an assassin, name of Artemis, a killer of killers. Certain arrangements can be made.
This crown seems too powerful and dangerous an object for mere mortals to possess, Gale. It'll have to wait. This is Shadowheart's business. I've never seen this language before. Who was worshipped here?
I think he meant to comfort me. But I shivered for weeks, thinking I was being hounded by wide-eyed spirits.
The trolls I've torn open, the ghouls I've cleaved, the stories I've been itching to tell.
Ha! Et alibi.
Thanks be to Withers. Even a duke deserves a night off. You've seen what happens when a bound soul reaches for freedom. Poor thing. We should have done more. That name, Gortash. I know of him. A so-called military advisor to the Baldur's Gate elite. A weapons dealer, in cruder terms.
By all the nine hells. What's become of you?
I haven't even managed to kill one measly devil. I'm hardly a prime catch. Certainly not for the great Gith warrior from Kresh Kalir. You're a wonder, Karlak. You felled enough Cambions to build a fortress with their horns. The Netherbrain shakes us, quakes us, claws at our minds, and all for naught.
Climbing gear. This must be how the gnome escape he climbed up.
Justice. No pardon without repentance, and no penalty without mercy. I'd be a fool to let you turn your back. Pledge me your talents, and I'll pledge you mine. I don't think so. Why? Friend of yours? If those blueprints work, we won't just be able to fix up your heart. We could reverse engineer my stone eye. Looks like we owe Raphael a house call. Go right ahead. But I can only do so much to warm the chill of the Undercity. My beloved deserves the revel of a full life, not a haunted existence.
That doll, it must be the source of Mayrina's curse. There must be some way to reverse it.
All for the good, I like to think. Though I've met my fair share of challenges. Downwards it is, and a stylish ride, no less. By the 9 hells. She's not going to like that.
This text is about a proving ritual. They really put the young Saloonites through their paces, eh?
I can feel the brain. Limitless rage, limitless hunger.
Such soothing light here, as if Saluna herself was caressing my skin.
He delivered himself to the jaws of oblivion. A fitting end. I mean, it's as plain as the nose on an ogre's face.
Gods, you caused so much sorrow, all for a damnable fling.
Ah, my thanks. Perhaps we might even marry, if fate wills it.
She will destroy Baldur's Gate. Grant me your soul, and I will give you the power to save it.
With a few exceptions, Eltan's pardoned every last fist. Gortash led the parched fist to Bane's bloody well. I refused to punish the thirsty for drinking from it. Her words, not mine.
You showed restraint where most others wouldn't. This might not mean much, but I'm proud of you.
Ooh, then you did keep count. I should have known you would.
Welcome to the League of the Lone Eye, my friend.
She's kept herself hidden, the wily arsehole that she is. But turns out there's a way I could find her, or waste a single drop of wine for that matter. I plan on downing half a bottle myself. Oops, did I say half a bottle? I meant half a dozen.
A wooden mask. The sort worn by Rasherman's witches.
Who'd have thought that just one of them held the key to escaping Avernus for good?
Hells. They deserved better. They deserved a chance.
Karlak, is there really no other way?
Now that you've reached the end of the line, do you still refuse to return to Avernus? To live?
We can never let it do to us what it did to Stelmane.
But what of the others? The children never saved. The cries never heard.
I felt my mind start to drain, and Amnitsu's speciality bought just enough time for one of its minions to grab me and dangle me over the river.
Note this trunk of lies.
I really hope you're being careful with our friend, Minthara. I wouldn't want you to break each other.
Her mind will be wiped, and Viconia will remake her in whatever image she desires. Now, hold the left arm across your face and jab with the right.
Damn, that burns!
This does not belong to me.
Zorel, fancy name. Let's put our best foot forward. Or is it best feet? Let the Emperor have his tantrum.
If Orpheus stands with us, we can rid ourselves of the Illithid.
Either way, I mourn for the image of you I once held dear.
Umbrai! Morscarta! Unleash.
Gortash carried the last one, didn't he?
Intelligente pauca! With this spell, one can become legion. So the book claims, at least.
The ring's engraved. And wouldn't you know, the marks match the ones on that strange door.
Resisto!
Never have I known a prince more noble. I hope he can find peace. But there's still a glimmer of him in there, calling for release. I feel it. I know it.
Fresh blood and no sign of the smith. We've got a problem.
Really?
I can't tell if you're being silly or serious, but I'll accept the flattery either way.
She's out there now, preying on the innocent. I don't kill her. She'll leave behind nothing but a trail of corpses.
I fought to right the wrongs of the coast, to slay the men and monsters that hunt the helpless.
Do what you can, little guy!
Deep grooves in the mud around that rock.
As if I could ever refuse you.
Inside, and hurry. I want that gate closed when the goblins get here. Disbanded, to be formed anew.
A magical ward. Let's see what we can do about bringing it down.
There was a crack of thunder and a gust of wind. A storm descended. Could feel the sticks tugging at my memories as I hung over it, eager to drink me dry.
I know a few people who might beg to differ, but the only one that matters is here with me now.
Daddy held the key to a living weapon that could melt that brain into goo.
Those things are trouble. The less magic, the better.
Nice gem. Should fit into that altar perfectly.
We obtain Orin's Netherstone and take back our minds, and the city, from the brain.
An imposter? But who in the hells?
Sharan corpses, remnants of battle. This is the stronghold Halsin mentioned.
It's the chair. Honestly, I'd get up off it if I were you. Merkel symbol. The Lord of the Dead.
I won't let the Absolute keep him. This is my pledge. But one day, the flames will be doused and Karlach's heart will be cured. I'm certain of it.
Vokovineai!
I'm all chatted out, I'm afraid. Though I may have a word with the chief.
In that case, I've got just one thing to say. Meow.
Go on, get it done. You've got the blade at your side.
We should get a closer look at that amulet. What do you think?
Fiat Lux! All right, Lady Keen, send them in! The people know me as one of the champions who saved their beloved city. They know Ravengard blood flows through my veins. The people of Baldur's Gate will accept a devil as a duke, but they'd never accept his mind flayer consort.
Flaming brew! This battle's taken a heated turn.
Korga's sort of evil is more terrible than most. She worships sheer cruelty and dares to call it justice. Hear, hear. Though, truth be told, I'd sooner down a week-old hooch at a ramshackle inn. There is no hell hot enough for a man like Gortash. Githyanki are impressive, cold as ice when they're not blazing hot. I wager Lae'zel's no exception. An unbearable tragedy. Apart we can roar, but together we'll thunder. Have you no heart? They deserved freedom, and you denied it. Such a rift isn't so easily mended. But it's not so wide that I'd let my own father suffer at his captor's hands. By the living gods! Get that damned brain under control!
Well, then. You've got a party to get back to. After all, tonight is about you.
The skull's been smashed. A brutal death by any account.
Mundus volticipi.
Could be most anything. Their willingness to torment their travel partners with wisecracks, for example. But there's another option to consider. Orpheus. I say we put an end to your dry spell. Once Ketheric falls, the first round's on me.
What a dismal forest. Monsters could be lurking behind any and every tree.
Clausus.
But you stoke new fires in me. The Blade of Frontiers is now the ranger he was destined to be. He's leading the city's renewal, opened the gates to all newcomers, rebuilt the council from scratch.
Could just be good luck. But sooner or later, it's bound to run out. In Baal's name.
Forget it. The milk's already spilled.
Configo! So this was the war devil who slaughtered Shah's faithful. At Raphael's urging, no less. They're right, and we both know it. No manner of duke should be tied to a devil's leash.
Cupio vertus laicet.
I bet you're still wondering if you did the right thing. As for me, I haven't a shadow of a doubt.
Goblins got her.
Hope she got a few of them before she went down.
It's a bit muggy down here. The kind of place a hag would call home.
Lovely. The webs are everywhere.
Well, yes, but also trouble. I've been pacted for 7 years on, Gale. I should be able to read between Mazora's lines by now, no matter how narrow the gap.
That was revolting.
Or so I thought. Until Karlach.
Intactili sum.
There's blood on Korga's hands. Enough to dye the Keonthar red. Damn it, Karlach. Your vengeance was not worth my father's life.
I'd expect that door to be dingier. Might take a look.
Have a heart. Gale is one of us, and we should stand by his side.
Oh my. Someone went drowning their troubles. Quite literally. Cupio vertus laicet secretium brarum.
Fulgur!
And suffer its sting.
I'm not worried. Not when Karlach's got my back. I swear she could scare the eyes off a beholder. Zariel could do more than conscript me into her legions as a lemur.
I can't say I'm not curious. But once you've taken a lithid by the talon, there's no telling how deep into the abyss it might drag you. I wish I'd had a piece of your drive eons ago, before I got years deep into blindly obeying Mazora.
Voko Araniai!
The man I call father is Older Ravengard, a Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate.
Really?
There will be another time for us.
Floric, what are you on about? What is this?
Standard goblin raiding party. Question is, was it plunder they wanted, or did they seek something more?
You would have died in the attempt. But there have been enough threats today.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend, they say. But I'm not so sure they're right. I'm no stranger to the infernal. Better to slay a devil before her fires burn common folk to ash.
An infernal circle, used for the casting of the hell's most diabolical magic. Voko Vineai!
Interesting gadget. A key, maybe. Now to find a similarly shaped hole.
The third charge it made, I struck the rock with hail of thorns. The ground split apart the moment the beast stomped onto it.
Shouldn't something have happened? Fireballs or poison spikes, maybe.
All right, I know a shortcut.
The ox rampaged, and the tiefling got the business end of it.
The mysteries of the monastery. The secret of the crags.
Sounds powerful no matter the name. If we find it, we can turn it against him.
How about I change the subject before I dig this hole any deeper? A religion devoted to conjuring the most evil of goddesses, the dragon Tiamat.
Twit, twat, twop.
Well, that was invigorating.
Follow my lead.
Whatever it was, I stand ready.
Speak up. You can't just let the clan keep them. The Absolute's forces have taken Duke Ravengard to Moonrise Towers.
I thought of the possibility more than once, if you must know. Slay your doubt and nothing can stop you. Not a demon, not a dragon, and certainly not an illithid worm. Gods, how many lives have these shadows taken?
The kind of gems a diabolist would collect, I reckon.
Blue.
A flaming fist, face bludgeoned. Someone must have had it out for her.
A mold, I'm thinking. Used to cast weapons or armor. Now to find the forge it belongs to.
Hey!
I can hardly believe we haven't crossed paths. I wager you've cracked open more than your share of hellheads.
Mysterious book. Magical, no doubt. The sort of thing Gale likes. Doomed to suffer. A tragedy, many times over.
I could flee to the spine of the world, or the depths of the lower dark, and still never shake her. As long as Gortash is in charge, they'll be left shivering at the gates. All part of the plan, of course. There's a place for a mold here. I'll need one if I want to forge something.
Exactly.
A great warrior if the comet walks among us. Well, a projection of her at least.
I hope we don't end up regretting this.
Glacius!
Stuck. Annoying.
Benecorator!
Fancy. More Gale's expertise than mine, though.
They just keep coming! Push past them! Get to the Netherbrain!
I'm no expert, but this lava seems particularly lively.
The menacing Githyanki machine and its jagged pincers held no cure at all. Who could have thought?
Fight monsters. Protect the Sword Coast.
Word travels fast when a devil crosses the Delambir Vale near Daggerford.
Madness. Or a curse, perhaps. There must be some cure, some potion for you to take.
I hoped you would remember. Can you believe we haven't been there since that very eve? No wonder. Karlak and I have felled enough Cambions to build a fortress with their horns.
Where are we going with this, Gale?
Hells! What's happening? What have you...
I reckon diplomacy may be in order.
The blade could use a breather.
Facing that lot would be suicide. At least for now.
Baldur's Gate burns, and its people tremble. I can't yet turn my back. Not while the city's wounds still bleed.
Nocturnos. When the Absolute falls, I wager our alliance falls with it.
That doll. Why does it look so creepy?
Is that what matters to you? Sex without union? Heat without heart? Did you not take joy in the dance?
The Blade of Frontiers is no more. I will be Wyll Ravengard, son of Ulder, proud Duke of Baldur's Gate.
Vita excolator!
I've missed you too. The rush of battles we fought, the heart-to-hearts, the nights around the fire, the comfort of knowing I didn't face the unknown alone. And are you? But not even the Hell's minions are immune to a circle of death, and I had just enough strength left to conjure one. Before I was infected, I could even call hell beasts and summon festering clouds.
A hidden door. Time to poke around a bit.
I'm afraid I have little experience with lanceboard, let alone the command of soldiers.
Caveat incantator! Yaha!
I am the Blade of Frontiers. Again, the grand design must not come to pass.
I was selfish to ask you to live a half-life as a plaything for the Blade of Avernus. And even more selfish to be disappointed by your answer.
Amo sanguinem!
That makes two of us. Though losing the hexes and eldritch blasts took getting used to. They left behind a cold abyss where fire once raged.
A stroke victim? I asked Father later. No, he said. A stroke survivor. But enough reflection for today. I'm of a mind to celebrate.
Mortalis!
Don't be rash now. I may be tolerant, but I won't let myself be fed to the fishes.
After, he said only one word.
Go. So I did. Either you're changing or I am. I'm not a betting man, but my coin's on the latter.
Canvases on the walls. Beautifully painted, but to what end?
Nothing. Well, that was anticlimactic.
Incredible stonework. Nothing like it topside. That I've seen anyway.
These boots are quite something. Powerful magic.
The trap gnomes won't last forever. We've got to help. You make me so proud. And when the Elder Brain falls, the people of Baldur's Gate will see what I see.
Aresque!
I gave up my soul for the city. Not for some diabolical fling.
A story best left for calmer days. Now breathe deeply. Are you in pain? Damn right I did. My father is safe and my chains are broken.
Lux in tenebra.
I'd like to stay, if it's all the same.
All that goes on. I don't need to imagine. I've got the souvenir in my skull to prove it. So, I stoke new fires in myself using the lessons my father once taught me.
Hells! Knock the wind right out of me.
And a treasured one. Under his command, the Flaming Fist Mercenary Company has thwarted countless threats against Baldur's Gate. But I think you've got the right idea. Better I live fully and meaningfully than to pine for an always and forever I could never achieve.
Saving the people of the Grove was all the satisfaction I could ask.
Aqua pura.
I've seen buildings like this in Flaming Fist outposts. Strange to see them down here.
The choice is made. No room for regrets.
Timask. The spores confuse the senses. Get confused by one, blown up by the other.
Indactylism!
I'll need a shovel to dig this up. I've had so little time to stop and notice life's small wonders. Turns out, rebuilding a city requires more than a simple wave of a duke's hand.
Trust me, I won't be far behind.
A beautiful fantasy. If only I could wish it into being. A dismembered foot. Dribbles most certainly.
Incende!
Love the new look. Softer. Less severe. It suits you.
Fair enough. Perhaps a less energetic style would suit you better.
Hells, we're on shaky ground. Waterdeep. I've fond memories of visits with father. but I'd never made a home there.
Gone. Just like that. That relic works in mysterious ways.
It was a sacrifice you should have avoided.
I'm spent. I should unwind in camp. He must have returned to the grove.
Let's move before we meet the same fate.
It gave me a tadpole gift too. Just like it did the first time it appeared. I suppose it hoped this would help.
I can sense its fury, its greed. We're close.
Sine me tu. I'm here for you. Always. Imagine swimming in the Chionthar again. Traveling cobblestone roads. Setting our heads on down pillows. Well, that's enough self-pity for one day. If anything, I should be elated that there's hope yet for my father.
All right, but I count you as a friend. My closest in all honesty. Please, dance with me. If we must burn with the hell's fires, let us burn together.
Magis amica veritas. Damn it, Astarion! You tried to bite me! Shit, no! Father!
So deep, in fact, that I'd probably need more than one shovel.
Cute. Till it grows up and gnaws your arm off, at least. Just empty shells. Best to just keep the unhatched one. Virtus et scientia!
How about we slip out of here before the next bone party starts?
Why commit? Dipping a toe in illithid waters doesn't mean we have to dive in.
It feels good to hear it. Almost as good as the touch of your hand and the glow of your smile.
Video veritatum! We felled a potential ally, but it's Mazora's hands that are stained with the blood.
I remember this shape.
So, what do you say? Die here now, or live on with people who love you. Azariel won't touch you. I swear it, Karlak. My magic is infinite. The Blade of Frontiers. An old name for a new man.
By Baldur's bones, this is a lot to take in. Let's see if I've got this right.
Well, I mourned him the day I ended my pact. There's no sense in mourning again.
Grooves on the floor. I should give these statues a good push.
Just so you know, my first duty is Karlak. I'm oath-bound to go after her. Netherese.
Ancient magic, that. Netheril is a memory so distant, I wager even you elves have forgotten.
How old are these weapons? They're as rusty as wet nails.
Hells, my skin's gone colder than the beasts of the dale. Seems intruders aren't welcome. I hoped you'd say yes. Eretio in Sphira, Evanesco. A full-on vamp, you mean? Lure it into the sun, drive a stake through its heart. Dance. And when you do, think of me. You've got blood on you. Goodbye. Me too. Hold on a moment. Do you smell that?
Something seems off. If only I knew what.
Oh, before I forget, I've made contact with an assassin, name of Artemis, a killer of killers. Certain arrangements can be made.
The treasure map pointed to this spot. I should keep my good eye peeled. I wonder who or what those chains are for.
Ostende secretorum tuorum. I swear I did everything I could to save him. I swear it by all I hold dear. Corruptus! Trust me, Gith. I know the stories. Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid. And they say there's no coming back. In veniam viam, impero mortus. As luck would have it, they just arrived. It will be done. I will seek the worm. Together, we will strike down the Absolute.
Selûnite graves. Whoever buried the corpses was in a rush.
Whatever commanded the Meragons, I hope it's long gone.
Don't throw your life away, Karlak. Not like this. Indeed, I shiver just thinking about it. That day can't come soon enough. That ranger's left a mountain of corpses in his wake, and collected a tale or two. You'd indulge him one, yes? One horn.
Then you mean Karlach, Archdevil's bootlicker. They are the shields that protect us from the Netherbrain's attacks, and the blades with which we will strike it.
Ulma, call in your hunters. We found their prey. I'm sorry. I promise your sacrifice hasn't gone forgotten. It's afforded me a life of my own making, slaying the beasts of the coast.
I've always relied on the kindness of the healers and menders of the coast. Better a cleric's healing touch than a chirurgeon's scalpel.
Let's hope whoever killed them has long since marched on.
Ugh! I'd just better not wake with any holes in my neck.
Neither, brave Boo. How about we share a cheap brown ale and a hunk of fresh venison instead? You dare show your face here, Karlach. Inside, if you're so keen to talk.
Surge!
Pigeon feathers. I'd wager the postmaster's lost a member of his flock.
An idol fit for the Hall of Wonders. Any interest, Gale?
Hells. Something just woke up down here. Damn.
Wonder what this is for.
By the gods. That looked torturous.
Tell me you hear that voice.
A good hit, but not good enough.
It's hopeless, it says. Stop resisting. Give up and give in.
By the gone gods. What great light have you gone and quenched?
Perry!
Perhaps it's a blessing that none of them survived to see it fall to the shadows.
Step 1. Create an army and order it to march on the city. Step 2. Shut the gates in the name of security. Step 3. Bask in the applause. The first time I was a boy of 7 or 8 at a banquet in the Flaming Fist's honor. One look and I was smitten.
A great warrior of the comet walks among us, looking as stunning as ever, if a bit less corporeal than I expected.
Forget it. The ogres are done with me.
Father Lorgan's secret tunnels. His name's written right on the map. Who's in charge of the mind flayers, Lae'zel? Is there a Squid King or something?
Ugh, bet he broke that fellow's nose. Friendly place.
Nothing. I reckon it needs a different power source.
It'll be worth the wait.
More! Vivictis!
Stay clear of those Gith. Even the Blade of Frontiers has his limits.
Do I need to keep my good eye on you?
The third charge it made, I struck the rock with Scorching Ray. The ground split apart the moment the beast stomped onto it.
Amos sanguinem!
Ready yourself. Raphael won't give up his treasure without a fight.
How many of these are there?
Your heart made of stone. They deserved freedom, and you denied it.
Hardly. Astonishing that you'd even utter her name.
Must be what that kid was talking about. But I've only got 6 months before I'm made a free man. Thanks be to the Triad. The curse made her a creature of sheer greed. May her soul finally be at rest.
Agilius! Looks like that's going to bruise. Venustior!
They do have a way of popping up when least expected. Not so long ago, I was dreaming of our own personal forever. Endless nights in each other's arms.
Tormentum!
Not too worse for the wear.
First, we mourn. We bow our heads for the fallen and honor them by pledging peace.
You're incredibly kind, but you earned the right to hear this long ago. That's oil, and it's leading right inside.
No, we acted justly. That Karlach still lives is a delight worth celebrating, not lamenting.
We tear the Elder Brain's hooks out of this city.
Ah!
Not without its mother by its side. What now?
Ah, hells! Minsk has fallen. Flagra!
Insert the artifact into the planecaster. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to see who or what is inside it.
She's kept her leash loose. Though I've been no stranger to the hells.
Ah! But I'd only tell you that if you were wrong. This is the hand I was dealt. I need to make the most of it.
Nulla salus!
The sketching's rough. A work in progress, I reckon.
Swamplands. Why couldn't it have been in an inn or a winery?
A bit of bone poking out there. Do I even want to know?
Thank the Abyss they're as stupid as they are greedy. Throwing those coins was a stroke of sheer genius.
Keep pushing forward. There's no other way. It's not about me. It's about every desperate soul Missoura will recruit to the Blood War. Every life she snuffs out on Zariel's whims.
Shouldn't take too much to crack this contraption.
To my father, I was only ever a boy. Incredible that he can see the man I became.
Thank you for seeing the best in me, and showing me the best in you.
Well met. You've more than proven just how wrong I was about you. I'd make the same decision 1,000 times, even knowing the consequences.
The Hells fear your name, and the Sword Coast hails it. My lover. My legend.
What in the hells was that?
Better stay on guard. That thing's on edge. There she goes again.
That's what they call me.
Venustior. Fudge fondling Fustelarian.
Very well. I will avail myself of the astral tadpole's powers.
I can't feel the tadpole. By the Triad, we're cleansed. We will never be mind flayers.
Go on, the night's young. You shouldn't waste a moment of it.
Karlach. The very best of us. You were always the hero. My hero.
Marks on the ground. I should look closer.
A good wizard is hard to find. Let's make Gale feel welcome, as best we can. Daughter of Selûne, show me what you can do. Words of evil masked as justice. Sickening.
Lae'zel, did you ever fight illithid creatures in your training days?
Today, a sacrifice must be made. I trust in you to lead us down the right path.
You were amazing. When it was over, all that remained was a pair of paltry wings atop a pile of viscera.
Kind words in unkind times, my friend. You shared your body with the fiend who held my soul. I can forgive it. I can't forget it. The right path often lies between the extremes.
Can't see a thing.
This is it, then. Let's uncover that tomb and reunite the spirit with his kin.
What in the... Are we stuck with the damn thing?
Must be a diabolist's prize. I wonder how many warriors it took to fell the beast.
Manos potentis paro.
Silly wizards. Can't they ever use a simple lock?
I'm soberly pondering my state of affairs and not wishing to drag a single happy soul into a state of melancholy. Well, it just so happens I'm fond of you too.
More than you know. Ah yes, the wayward prince, locked away by the queen who would wield his power. Gale slurped that thing up like a horse with a carrot. I hope he got what he needed from it.
Confusio!
Take a single step towards him, and he'll dog you the whole journey.
But I still feel his spirit. The helm there. The helm holds his essence. You know, I think I am. It certainly didn't put off my, dance partner.
It builds mountains and deserts only to tear them asunder. It fells armies. It conquers kings, queens, even gods. I am now the Blade of Avernus.
Dress thy face! The hags are hiring!
This might sound presumptuous, but I hope we stay allies once we're cured.
Secco!
What are you doing? These murders aren't random acts. Someone powerful is guiding the killer's hand, and the city is made weaker for it. Ours is such a beautiful story, and this isn't the ending I wanted to write. That has been its tragedy. I've saved so many with the talents of the blade. Astarion showed restraint where most others wouldn't. He might not appreciate the sentiment, but I'm proud of him, indeed. My heart is joyed to hear it, but Why? I turned my skin to bark and made for the light. The bones clumped and clattered into unspeakable aberrations. Courage, insight, strategy, justice. These were the lessons my father taught me.
Dolor. Ah! 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 Toy bears. I had one a little like it when I was a boy. Poor Prince. Something skittered through here. Pretty recently, too.
Laeral Silverhand is one of the great wizards of any land, and her face is fair and smooth as you'd ever see. Pull me too close, and I'm destined to hurt you.
A friend indeed.
Phew. Too close for comfort.
Shit. What in the 9 hells of Beator has come over you? An owlbear's pissed in your porridge from the sounds of it. Just remember, I'm not your enemy here.
I'm not sure that I am. But it means something that you think so. Maybe I can staunch it. Just for a moment.
How you would thrill in the depths of Avernus. Slaying fiends is electrifying. The demons I've disintegrated, the devilkin I've bled. Whew. The stories I could tell.
Over here!
Astarion, how is the rat diet going?
There will be no more dancing, no more us. Someday I might forgive this, but I won't forget.
Please, we should search this illithid colony further. My soul hangs in the balance.
Please, we should search. My soul hangs in the balance.
Maledicte es!
Having a worm wriggling in my skull didn't instill much confidence in the days ahead. What? What now? Damned monster! I'll make you pay!
Behold! The fool of fools!
Ancient history is overhead and underfoot. You just need to know where to look.
Not an ideal banquet location. I suppose the feast hall was already booked.
Come, let me show you. She's right, and we both know it. No manner of duke should be tied to a devil's leash.
Whichever is true, I will not stand for more innocent blood being shed in our camp.
Because there's nothing to tell. She died when I was born.
True. You wouldn't have the grit.
Viam sapientiae! Voscuro!
Gods. Stelmane is really gone then.
Success.
Damn it all. Time to get off this roof.
What was that thing inside her?
Damn it all. We've got to get Gale back. If that means killing Gortash, nothing would give me greater pleasure. I knew you'd say yes. Father trained me in the sword and the bow. They'll have to sustain me. The hell's with that. Nothing is over. Not while I still draw breath.
Where there's a will, there's a why.
A great warrior of the comet walks among us. Well, a projection of them at least.
I speak out of curiosity, not wishful thinking. At least I'll know to skip supper if you're doing the cooking.
Ketheric plays a cruel game, and you had no choice but to play. Now, let's talk to Zrel. The inn has long burned to the ground. We'd more easily pull a rainbow from the sky.
Holy hells! Is every watcher piloted by a headless zombie?
You ally with an archdevil's chosen, and... Our happily ever after wasn't to be. But I still treasure our alliance. Now come, we've plenty of work still ahead of us. These rats just keep coming. I can't give up. Overwhelming odds are my bread and butter. The hexes and eldritch blasts. Losing them took getting used to. They left behind a cold abyss where fire once raged. I hope Karlak makes you happy. She was a danger to the people. My people. What kind of man would I be if I didn't keep them safe? I'd welcome the company, but your leader should make the decision.
I don't recognize these plants. Wonder what planes they were snatched from.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but part of me will miss you.
Not her first death or her last. Is there no end to her suffering?
Well, I'll be. He wanted Ellie Mae's ring.
Nulla salus!
I wonder what these levers do.
Voco flagella!
Then you did keep count. I should have known you would. These myconids are the hospitable sort. Refreshing, after our run-in with Kvorga.
By Baldurin's blade, I need to get out!
He'll require of you only what you're least ready to part with. A shame. A warrior of your merits could cleanse the coast of its monsters and still have time to hunt supper. But we don't need luck, for we have something far greater. Courage, nerve, and a reason to win.
The city I love, admired by two improbable mates, dragon and elf.
Wear your scars proudly.
That dream. I can't get it out of my head.
Tell me more. Goodbye, Father. May your soul be at rest.
Hells. What wretch? What did it say?
That stone looks mighty odd. Someone's been messing with it.
But Karlak is dead, and gods know how many other of my victims were people like her.
Karlak's all fire and fury. I pray to the Triad it doesn't consume her. Well, never mind that. By the stars' light and the moon's glow, it's so good to see you, Shadowheart.
These words of power should open that blasted dome. Time to get to the archive. You can toss that poison. We won't be needing it. That's no mere disc. It's a lift. I found the way forward.
But we can't pass up the chance. If that forge map is real, we won't just be able to fix up your heart. We could reverse engineer my stone eye. Magical relics galore. Seems like Gale's type of place. To start, lure it into the sun, drive a stake through its heart. Why?
West, Baldur's Gate.
East, Elturel. That nothing sure looks like something to me. If you need a rest, just say the word. What's wrong? Is the plant getting to you? You look sicker than a drunk duero.
The monsters of my playfights were strong, vicious. Trolls with hulking muscles, werewolves with sharpened fangs.
Still, there's no friction that can't be greased with a sly promise or a proposition.
Well, that was interesting.
Let's not forget the devil Karlak. The coast is in danger for as long as she's loosed on it. We need to find her and kill her.
Finally, I know a genie who needs a stern talking to.
We are done, Astarion. Even the blade has his limits. A priestess. One of the leaders, no doubt about it. Let's make her squeal. Such rapturous music. I can hardly resist. Damn these stones! We did not come this far, spilled so much blood just for them to fail us. By the sundering, the parasite allows us to influence others.
Schio di dici pecto!
Karlak, the creature from hell, will still threaten them, as will 1,000 other perils.
Kaido!
Magical boots. Good for Gale, perhaps.
I appreciate the honesty, at least. With Shah's dagger so near, I'll know to guard my back. There's something I need to say. Something important. Can you spare a moment? My father's here, Karlak. Cool your fires. He must not come to harm.
Ignis! Ah!
Quite the lake, but I'm not up for a swim.
I don't understand.
I've never seen a tree like that. The bark must be a rarity.
I can't bear to imagine the lives Karlak might be taking, the damage she might be doing. But I've made contact with an assassin, name of Artemis, a killer of killers. Certain arrangements can be made.
No, what are you doing?
Ethel mentioned Netherese magic. What in blazes does that mean? And are you?
Dialino! Oculos tempestatis.
You'll need to make room if you want to partner up, though.
We blink and we're gone. And our hopes, our memories, our heart bonds are gone with us.
This is the absolute symbol. Someone's been marking their territory.
Oh, before I forget, I've made contact with an assassin, name of Artemis, a killer of killers. Certain arrangements can be made.
Lae'zel's suspicion and Shadowheart's guile made for a lethal combination. I fear for our fellowship, if trust is in such short supply.
The reference to a hot hammer is rather puzzling, though. Whoever wrote these papers must have been rather delirious. An unlikely place for such a fortunate find.
They've gone hostile. Did the machine do that?
Let's make this happen. Let's make the most of this.
I wager that devil I meant to rescue somewhere near.
Come on, Zentarim. Make yourselves useful. But none of those legends I imagined were as spectacular as the ones we're writing for ourselves. But a duke makes bedfellows with more monsters than he slays. Father called it diplomacy. I called it hypocrisy. Baal sent a heavy hitter. Slay the ghost first. He's the one provoking the others.
Must be the book the dead drow groaned about. Concealing spell still holding strong.
Well, now for option number 2.
Isabel? Isn't that the cleric of Selûne at last light?
Ha ha! Ouch. This drow must have taken quite a fall.
You've got something to say?
Forgive me. I was caught up in the moment. But look, not a cinder on me. You won't be alone. I need to set Baldur's Gate to rights after this disaster. But once she's stable, I could join you. Hunt out devils, real devils, together. Wherever you go, you take my heart with you. So strong is my love that not even a devil could break it.
These cultists seem oblivious to their infection. They think they've been talking to a god. Rather not see the insides of one of these things again. That's one tadpole we can't go losing.
Creepy. I swear the eyes follow me around.
Isabel, Selûne's light made real. And you slaughtered her like cattle and left Last Light for the shadows to feed on. Shit, shit, shit! Pay attention!
This place again. Can't wait to leave it behind for good.
So you'll indulge me.
Ah, an illusory wall. Wonder what's hiding back there.
Karlach is an archdevil's soldier I swore on my good eye to kill.
Off I go. You'll know where to find me.
The city fell under Gortash's charms without him casting nary a spell.
The moment I agreed, I burned with the fires of Avernus and oozed the rot of Dis.
The blackmailer's remains must have made for a flavorful toast.
Now try ducking after the first swing. Seko! Curse that rotten devil and her forked tongue, setting Floric against me.
Same here. I feel cold.
It's broken, but not too badly.
Gods, she was an absolute wonder. And you destroyed her.
Frangie! Moonrise. We're closing in on the towers. And the curse. Ugh, probably for the best. I smell like a 70-year-old cinder. And yet you look positively perfect. Almost as if you haven't slayed damn near 100 bugbears these last few months. By the stars' light and the moon's glow, Gale. It's so good to see you. And you look every bit the god that you are. Flagra! Lae'zel, you look positively perfect.
You infect mine eyes and nostrils.
This was good fun. You know me fairly well, it turns out. Let's hope Gale doesn't take offense if I assume cooking duties. Just the once. A welcome reprieve from the faraway missions and the bargaining tables of the months past. Not again. Hells, is this really what you've become? The kind of monster I once vowed to slay. I never was scared of the shadows.
Githyanki armor. Githyanki bones too, I'd wager.
I'm not messing with that. Things filled with poison.
No, my fellow. You've got it all wrong.
Voscuro!
The devil with the silver tongue. Still, when the time comes, call for the blade. I won't be long to answer. The astral plane. Beautiful, otherworldly, and ever so slightly unnerving.
Cum mortuis in lingua mortua!
Doesn't ring a bell. Why? I'm proud of you, kids.
A bloody display of murderous power.
Baal means to stoke fear, make us cower.
Cuckold courting curmudgeon.
Interesting book. Just the kind you're looking for, Gale.
It's where the flaming fist chased me after I'd stolen a peach from a cart in the wide. I got a good chewing out over it, too.
Hells, what is that thing?
Ugh, that reeks.
No, I was thinking of a far more loathsome sound.
Done. Time to move.
A magic mouth spell. Might be worth a listen. Your actions in the grove were indefensible, but Karlach seeks only to drive a deeper wedge between us than already exists.
These are Sharan weapons. I would recognize the Night Singer's blades anywhere.
The book said to pass the maze without triggering a trap or getting caught. Sounds easy enough.
If there is, I'm not aware of it.
Enough. You are no more than a monster, and the blade names you his prey.
But if not, the city's guardian will be its ruin, unless we put a stop to it.
It is. I swear I've lived 1,000 lives since I've known you.
From what I've seen, your talents extend well beyond magic. Trust me, you'll be fine.
Maya Fortio!
Ah, yes, Gith's only son, locked away in his astral prison for defying Vlakith.
Nice staff. Properly wizardly.
Do not trust Raphael. Is that plain enough? I'm afraid since we last met, my corpse count remains a paltry 0. Unless you count the boars I felled on ducal hunts. What good is a champion who puts himself above the people? What good am I as a politician just out of reach?
And boom! Take that, you hunk of junk!
Nothing could make me happier. Gods, what a treasure you are. Have you thought about my offer? We would make potent allies.
Watch your step.
I can't imagine how. The pact binds her as tightly as it binds me.
Gods damn her straight back to the hells.
I like how you think.
Oof! Watch yourself.
You heard the warnings. Are you sure you want to stick your hand where it wasn't invited? See you soon, then.
For real!
The more bullshit she pours, the more of it I'm forced to swallow.
Keep moving, keep fighting. No holding back.
There we are. Only the news that's fit to print.
You walk a righteous path, Shadowheart, and I wager you don't shy from righteous battles.
Magnificent bow. Not of Dwergar make, I wager.
We obtain Gortash's netherstone and take back our minds, and the city, from the brain. I don't see a problem. As long as Mr. Fang there keeps his appetite in check.
Dead. Praise the blade. A monster like her deserves no better.
Tory!
I will make Orin pay. And I will make that godforsaken elder brain pay. I was certain you'd stick with Lae'zel. I can't match her intensity, though I think you've already guessed. There they are, the great champion of Baldur's Gate. I'll gather the snares, you can fletch the arrows.
Tead stringolinguam!
I hope he can count you in that number. Then you know loyalty, and you know what I did had to be done.
Ha!
Tormentum.
You don't know the half of it. With a bit of luck, we'll meet a beholder. Farewell.
What a way to go. The mad bastard laughed all the way to the end.
Oh no. Arabella's mother. Split and sliced. A terrible fate.
I thought you were an archdevil's servant come to bathe the frontiers in flame. You're closer than you'd think. I signed his life away before the Hell's witnesses. It would be easier to drink the Styx down to the last drop than to alter his fate. And then there's the Orphic Hammer. Or we could refuse the Emperor entirely and break Orpheus free. Nothing there.
Thou inglorious hog.
I'm so sorry to give you another reason to sleep restlessly, but it's my burden to bear. My heart is still yours, and so it will be until time stops and the plains split to pieces. Truly spoken. All he'd done for Baldur's Gate, for its people. He earned a better fate than the one Gortash gave him. A duke I'm soon to be. But the blade's heart is never far from the frontiers. I was 17. Father,
Older Ravengard had just been named a Grand Duke and was called away to Elturel to help settle a dispute.
Annihilate.
Diminue.
Does it now? Then let's see how you fare with a less energetic style.
Councillor Floric, are you all right?
Necklace has a harper sigil. Why were they here?
That blasted thing. You better hope I don't catch it. I'll slice it in two, fancy hat and all.
Wow. You really showed that small, defenseless child who's in charge.
In that case, someone needs to survive to tell the story.
There's no lie a devil won't tell. No soul it won't reap.
But do me a favor. Make sure it's one worth telling.
Gods, you're so wonderful. My heart's near to bursting.
Veniet Juvame!
I am her pathway to power. If I were to become Duke, she thinks she'd be calling the shots. No. This was your doing, wasn't it?
An illusion. Wonder what's hiding back there.
Damn it. New powers or not, the kid's going to get herself killed. For the sake of these people, I'll stay my blade. Go. Enjoy your breaths while you can still take them.
Now is the chance. Eliminate the Netherbrain and let the Sword Coast be free.
There we have it. Let Operation Free Near commence.
Is that Volo?
Blade down!
Ah, a kiss as sweet as the first you ever gave me.
Sacrifice. Hells. Have we not witnessed enough?
Bane's Chosen primed the Fist for a war they weren't meant to win. He convinced them there was an assassin hiding in every shadow, that cruelty was the correct answer to crisis.
It needs power. Living power.
Figures.
But I'll leave you with some food for thought. Not every bloody mess can be tidied up with a cocksure grin and a cheeky quip.
Te absolvo.
Thank you, magic.
A Ravengard survives.
Cool it. You think you'd be any less mouthy if slavers took you hostage?
I can guess what this opens.
Then again, he wasn't the worst. Handy in a fight, if nothing else. As long as you didn't turn your back on him.
What matters now is that Eltan saw sense, and we know our path forward.
But it was nice thinking about what might have been if fate had chosen differently.
Gortash. The man should be burning in hellfire, not painted and framed.
I wish I knew a good Githyanki cheer to celebrate the occasion, but the only gift phrases I've picked up are the sweary sort.
Inaccessus.
And that, my love, is the day we can finally be together.
A prayer. And with the same symbol as that chest. Seems I found myself a key.
I've known wizards of Lorroakan's ilk, so sure of ignorance in everyone else they can't fathom being fooled themselves. I hope Shadowheart makes you happy. So you'd think, but the right answer is much simpler than that. I want you to join me. I want you to live, Karlach. We can have a life together even in Avernus. A real life.
That's flaming fist armor. And something burst right out of it. How has this hay not gone up in flames?
No, I'm disappointed in me for believing you were any different than what you always showed yourself to be.
The necromancer's dead. I pray he stays that way.
What's going on here? The sort of monster I vowed to rid the coast of.
You and Gale seemed a match made in the heavens. I'm not half so clever as him. Or is it clever as he?
There you are. A bit less corporeal than I imagined, but looking splendid all the same.
Not much use anymore.
Gustas Dalkis.
Figured it was time to brush up on my skills. I wouldn't want to fail my new partner. Lapis root. Sapphire. Rare to see these so far north.
A big man does not fit in a small hole.
Hells. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Invocote.
Floric is now Grand Duke of the Crossing, the face of devotion.
A broken mirror. A sign of bad luck, they say. Just who they are, I've never figured out.
If you think I need a reminder she's holding my chains, think again. But that won't keep me from enjoying one festal meal devil-free.
Hunting with vampires. Never thought I'd see the day.
As true as mithril, kid. The ground shook as it charged me. I vaulted over the beast and grabbed it by the tail. It bucked and bellowed as I climbed its plates and straddled its head.
Mario!
An excellent suggestion, but your party's full up.
It's a tantalizing prospect. How better to protect the frontiers than as a Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate? What evils could I vanquish with the flaming fist at my command?
Seems right. But I think there's another step.
Enough, Mizora. Where is my father? How do I save him?
And yet deserves so much more.
Wait, it's Amerigons and infernal soldiers, and they don't fight without a commander.
It's a first.
A list. And Father Lorgan's on it, crossed out. These aren't just names. They're targets.
Caveat incantator.